Hello, Paranormal M viewers. Been having trouble sleeping lately? Stick around and listen to some stories from around the world to help you drift off more easily. Thanks so much for sending in your experiences and for always supporting Paranormal M. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss our newest videos. Now, without further ado, get into bed, turn on your bedside lamp, put on your headphones, and let's dive into today's mysterious experiences. Hey, so I've never been the type to go looking for spooky stuff. I'm not out here chasing ghost stories or trying to convince myself the world is full of spirits. But I need you to hear this, because what happened one cold evening still sits in my chest like a stone. It was late winter, maybe around 10 or 11 months ago now, and my partner Nina and I had driven out for a walk near the Canal Locks by the 14 Locks Canal Centre in South Wales. You know that kind of evening where the air feels heavy? Not snowy, not magical, just damp, dark, and miserable. The kind where your breath looks like smoke, and you're already thinking about getting back to the car before you've even finished the walk. We'd been walking down the main canal path, heading downhill past the locks, and about 2/3 of the way down, we both sort of silently agreed, yeah, this is enough. It was getting properly dark, like that deep, light swallowing kind of dark, and the wind was biting. And I said, kind of casually, let's cut back through the woods. Not because we were brave, more like, why not? We came here for a walk, let's make it a walk. There's this little footbridge and a narrow path that connects you from the canal side into the wooded area, then out onto a dirt track that takes you back toward the car park. So we go in. And instantly, Nina starts complaining, quiet but real, like, I literally can't see anything. And she wasn't being dramatic, it was pitch black, eerily black. The kind of darkness that makes you feel like you're being watched, even if you don't believe in that stuff. We used our phone torches at first, but weirdly, the beams made it harder. The light was too sharp, too focused. Everything beyond it looked even darker. So I suggested, turn them off for a second, let your eyes adjust. And we did. And it helped a little. Not much, but enough to keep moving. We're walking, and careful, trying not to slip, heading toward the main dirt path that leads back uphill. And the whole time, there's this uncomfortable quiet, like the woods are holding their breath. Then we step onto the dirt path, and that's when I see something, just a flash of white at the edge of my vision. Off to my right and slightly behind me, around my 4 or 5 o'clock, maybe 10 or 12 feet back, near a tree. At first, my brain tries to do what brains do. Probably litter. A sign. Something reflective. Mist. A plastic bag. Anything normal. So I turn my head to get a proper look. And the second I actually see it, my whole body reacts before my mind even catches up. I swear to you, I jerked my head away almost instantly, like some instinct in me was screaming, do not look at that. I took maybe 10 more steps, heart pounding, pretending I didn't see what I saw, and then I finally whispered, Nina, did you see that? And without even hesitating, she goes, yes, don't look, let's get the hell out of here. And the way she said it, no confusion, no what? Just immediate certainty. That's the moment my stomach dropped. Because it meant it wasn't just my imagination playing tricks. Still, we both did it. We glanced back. And it was closer. Not a little closer, right behind us. That's when we ran. And I mean ran. Full sprint, no talking, no checking footing, just pure survival mode. And what's crazy is the way back to the car park is uphill. Normally it's a proper climb, especially in the cold. But we flew up that path like the ground was flat, like something was pushing us from behind. Adrenaline does wild things to your body. Only then did we slow down, bent over, gasping, and when we looked at each other, we had the same expression. That wide-eyed, shaken look like, what just happened to us? Now listen, this is the part I always struggle to describe, because it didn't look like anything I can easily compare to a person or an animal. It was bright white, like not white clothes, not someone with a torch, more like a white presence. A tall, skinny-ish shape, maybe 6 to 7 feet, but the weird thing was it didn't have clear arms or legs. No face, no features. It wasn't like a human silhouette. It hovered, about a foot off the ground, I'd say, and it had this faint glow to it, like the air around it was slightly lit. The best way I can describe it is like a pale smudge in the air, roughly the shape of one of those rounded ice cream sticks, but thicker, and not fully solid, slightly transparent, like something that shouldn't be standing there, because it wasn't standing. It was just there. And what messes with me is how aware it felt, like it knew we were there the moment we knew it was there. The second time we looked back, and it had moved closer, way too close. That's what convinces me it wasn't just a trick of the light or a weird reflection. It felt intentional, interested. Afterward, I kept thinking, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe it was fog. Maybe there's a post or sign that catches moonlight. But Nina saw it too. She describes it the same way I do, without me feeding her details. Even now, when it comes up, we both end up describing the same thing almost word for word. And that's the part that keeps me grounded in it. Because if it had only been me, I'd probably have convinced myself I imagined it. I'd have talked myself out of it, made jokes about being tired, whatever. But we both saw it. I've even gone back since, daytime, nighttime, trying to debunk it like a sane person. I walked the same paths, looked for signs, reflective surfaces, anything tall enough to create that shape. There's nothing. Nothing that would sit at that height, nothing that would glow like that, nothing that would explain how it looked closer the second time. So I don't know what it was. A ghost? A spirit? Something else. Something we don't have a neat word for. All I know is, it was real enough that two people saw it, at the same time, in the same place, and we ran uphill in the dark like our lives depended on it. And honestly, even telling you this now, I still get that cold shiver inside. So this was about 20 years ago now, and I'm 35, and I swear it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Picture a small town high school, year 8, and 4 girls who were way too confident after watching a couple of creepy movies. You know the type of confidence, like, we can totally handle a spirit board. What's the worst that could happen? That kind. One afternoon after school, before we even touched the board, we decided to explore this abandoned house on the edge of town. It was one of those places everyone had a story about. One of my friends, I'll call her Talia, said she'd heard a local kid had killed the old man who used to live there. No idea if that was true, but even repeating it out loud made the air feel heavier. And we shouldn't have been in there. I remember that clearly, this tight, warning feeling in my chest, like my body was trying to drag me back out the door. But we stayed. And honestly, we acted like absolute jerks, kicking through junk, picking things up and tossing them, laughing too loud to cover how creeped out we were. There wasn't really furniture left, nothing personal, but we were still disrespectful. Just dumb teenagers doing dumb teenager things. When we left, we crossed the road into this empty paddock, like a big open field with patchy grass, and somehow decided right there, across from the dead man's house, was the perfect spot to mess around with a spirit board. Even saying it now, I'm like, what was wrong with us? One of the girls, let's say Mika, had made the board at home. It was the classic DIY thing. Letters, numbers, yes, no, a little goodbye in the corner that we absolutely did not take seriously enough. We sat in a circle, fingertips on the planchette, and started asking those cheesy questions you ask when you're trying to be brave. At first it was giggles, then it wasn't. The planchette started moving in that slow, deliberate way that makes you look at each other like, "Are you doing that?" And nobody wants to be the first one to admit they're freaked out. I remember yanking my hand away at least once, maybe twice, because the movement felt confident, not random, like something was answering. And the name that came through, this is the part that makes me laugh and cringe at the same time, was something totally ordinary. Not Beelzebub or Lilith or anything dramatic. It was Graham, a normal name, which somehow made it worse because it felt real, like, oh, you're not playing a character, you're just here. We got scared fast, pulled our hands away, talked over each other, and then, because we were brilliant, we didn't say goodbye. We just stood up and left it. Like you can just wander off mid-summoning the way you wander off mid-conversation. Time passed. I lost touch with those girls over the years for totally normal life reasons, but I've always wondered what they remember about that day, because I know what happened after, and it still doesn't sit right with me. Over the next few weeks, 2 of them told me they started having really messed up dreams, and I started waking up at 3 a.m. exactly. Not around 3, not somewhere in the middle of the night. I mean bang on. I'd snap awake, heart thudding, and this cold dread would roll over me like a wave. Every time I'd stare at the glowing digital clock to confirm it, like I was hoping it would prove me wrong. And around the same time, my life was already messy. My parents had just split. My mom and I were getting ready to move interstate. I didn't have words for it back then, but my whole nervous system felt like it was stretched tight. I started having panic attacks and constant anxiety, and I truly thought I was losing it. I kept it to myself because I didn't want anyone to think I was being dramatic or crazy. My friends threw me a going-away party before I moved. Half our year showed up. Everyone was loud and hyped and running around like it was the best night of their lives, and I remember standing there feeling completely detached, like I was watching it from behind glass. Later that night, this small group came back from going for a walk, and apparently they'd tried messing with the board again, or doing some kind of spirit dare. One of the boys, I'll call him Ryan, looked wrecked. Like pale, shaken, not joking. He kept saying he'd seen this horrible vision of his whole family dying. And what do a bunch of teenagers do when someone says something that heavy? They brush it off. They keep partying. They laugh too loud. They pretend it's not real. But I remember thinking, I want nothing to do with this. I didn't even want to hear details. My whole body was like, nope, nope, nope. A few weeks later, it was moving time. Most of my stuff was packed up, and since my dad was staying in the house, I ended up sleeping on the couch in the living room, just for those last nights before Mom and I left. The 3 a.m. waking thing was still happening on and off, but that final night in the house, that's the one that's burned into my memory. I fell asleep on the couch with the room pitch black, and I had this weird, vivid dream where I was out in the backyard near the clothesline. There were people there, friends, family, just normal, casual, like a barbecue vibe. And then, suddenly, they all dropped, like their bodies just shut off, like they'd died. And then I heard my name being called, clear as day, but in this twisted, wrong voice, like someone trying to mimic a person but not quite getting the shape of it right. I jolted awake in the dark, instantly freezing, instantly aware. And I looked down toward the end of the couch, and there was a figure standing there. Not a shadow I imagined, not a coat hanging on a chair. A tall, solid, man-shaped figure right at the foot of the couch, facing me. I remember the feeling more than anything, the certainty, the absolute stomach-dropping certainty that someone was there, watching me. In this tiny, shaky voice, I went, "Dad?" No answer. I tried to focus, trying to make my eyes work in the dark, like if I could just catch a face, I could explain it away. And then I saw them, two faint, dull red points where eyes should be. Not glowing like a movie, not bright, more like the suggestion of red, but unmistakably there. And the presence felt bad, heavy, wrong, like the air itself didn't want it in the room. So I did the most 14-year-old thing imaginable. I pulled the blankets over my head and tried to breathe quietly, like if I made myself small enough, I'd disappear. I remember making this tiny gap under the blanket so I could get air, and just staying like that, rigid and sweating, praying it would leave. At some point, I must have drifted off again, because I woke up later with early light creeping in, and my mom was there, shaking me awake like any normal morning. We moved. I started a new school. Life did what life does, kept moving, and I tried to shove it all into a box at the back of my mind. I told myself whatever bad energy was there could stay behind at that house. Except, about a year and a half later, life looped me back. I ended up living in that same house again for study. Different city, different routine, and I was older, a bit tougher, trying to be normal about it. And for a while, it was fine. Until one day I was home alone, sitting at the computer desk, messing around online. The desk was tucked behind a wall, but through the doorway to the right, you could see into the kitchen and the small living area. I was mid-chat, completely mundane, when a sudden wave of unease hit me, like someone had walked into the room behind my back. And then, bang! It sounded exactly like the oven door being slammed, except ridiculously loud. The lights flickered at the same time. The sound had weight to it, like it shook the house. I froze, then shot up and looked into the kitchen. Nothing. No one. No open doors, no fallen objects. Just that horrible, sour, crawling feeling in the air. I didn't even try to be brave. I grabbed the cordless phone, bolted out the back door, and called my dad, with my heart trying to climb out of my throat. I probably sounded insane. All I could get out was, "Something's wrong in the house. Please come home." After that, I don't remember anything else dramatic happening. Maybe it stopped. Maybe I got better at ignoring it. Maybe I just got busy growing up and burying things the way you do. I'll be honest, there were years where I went out a lot, came home tipsy, and that probably helped me sleep through anything weird. But those memories? The paddock, the board, waking up at 3 a.m. like a bell going off, the figure at the end of the couch. That stuff doesn't fade the way normal memories fade. So yeah, if you take anything from this, don't mess with spirit boards when you're a teenager trying to impress your friends. Actually, don't mess with them at all. So, I should probably start by saying this was my very first time visiting the oratory, and honestly, I've always been the kind of person who picks up on things I can't quite explain. Ever since I was a kid, I've had this weird sensitivity, like I can feel when a place is heavy, even if nothing obvious is happening. Anyway, my partner, let's call him Evan, and I decided to swing by after date night. We're not religious or anything, but it's one of those Montreal landmarks we kept saying we'd check out someday, and that night we just had time to wander. It was around, I don't know, maybe closer to 8:10 p.m. The sun was already down, and the air had that damp, misty chill that makes everything feel quieter than it should. We started outside, up on the higher terraces, taking a few photos of the city view. It was actually really beautiful. But the second we headed toward the main building, going up one of those escalators, something in me shifted. It was subtle at first, just a little wave of uneasiness. Then the nausea hit. Not like I ate something bad nausea. More like my body was reacting before my brain could decide whether there was a reason to react. Right before you enter the basilica area, you come off the escalator into this narrower hallway. There was a security guard there, kind of posted up like he was directing foot traffic. He motioned for us to go through, but mentioned that part of the building was closed off tonight. And we were literally just about to walk in when a small group, 3 people I think, maybe 4, came out looking unsettled. One of them sort of waved the guard over and said something like, "We heard knocking, like someone stuck in there." The second I heard that, I turned my head toward the source, and my stomach twisted, like hard. The knocking was coming from this glass-paneled door, one of those doors with multiple little squares of glass. Behind it, the room was completely dark, pitch black. At first I couldn't see anything at all, just a blank void. Then, this is the part that still makes my skin prickle. I noticed a faint reflection shift, like something moved closer to one of the lower panes. It took me a moment to even understand what I was seeing. There was a woman behind the glass, or something that looked like a woman. She seemed older, with dark hair, and she was hunched forward in a way that didn't look comfortable. Her face was tilted downward, like she was intentionally peering through a pane that was below her natural line of sight. And she was smiling. Not a friendly smile, more like a quiet, private smile that didn't include me at all. And she was knocking. Not with her whole hand, not even with fingertips, just the knuckle of her index finger, tapping the glass in this slow, deliberate way, like she had all the time in the world. I remember glancing at the security guard, expecting him to react like a normal person would, like, "Oh, someone's locked in there," or, "Let me check that." Anything. But he just waved the group along and said, really flatly, "Let them knock. Let them knock." The group tried to push back, saying they thought someone might be trapped, but the guard got firmer and basically told them to move along and leave the area. And that's what didn't make sense to me, because the room behind that door didn't look like a place someone could just accidentally wander into and get stuck. It looked sealed off, locked, unlit, clearly not meant to be accessible. If someone was actually in there, it would have been a situation. But the guard had zero urgency, like it wasn't unusual at all. Evan didn't see her. Not clearly, anyway. He said he looked and didn't catch anything behind the glass, but he admitted he felt suddenly creeped out too, like the air had changed. He kept saying, "I don't like it here," in this low voice, like he didn't want to say it too loudly. We kept walking, because what else do you do? But the rest of the time we were there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, more like a steady awareness pressing against the back of my neck. I stayed nauseous the entire time, unsettled and jumpy, like my body was stuck in high alert. Later, once we were home, I did what everyone does when they're trying to reassure themselves. I started searching online. And of course, I find lists calling it one of the most haunted places around Montreal, which didn't make me feel better. I still don't know what I saw. I'm not even telling you I'm certain it was paranormal. But I am telling you it felt real in the moment. Real enough that my body reacted like it was standing near something it shouldn't be standing near. And if you've ever had anything weird happen there, anything at all, or you know any rabbit holes worth diving into, I'd genuinely love to hear it. Because I've been trying to find stories like mine, and it's strangely hard to track down the specific kind of experience I had. But that knocking, that slow, patient tapping behind the glass, yeah, I don't think I'm forgetting that anytime soon. So, This happened a long time ago, but I can still feel it in my chest when I think about it. Back then, I was working this rough job with a small crew, basically clearing out houses after foreclosures. You know the deal. People moved out fast, or got forced out, and we'd come in to empty everything. It was me and a couple friends, Jalen and Mo, doing the heavy lifting that day. We were out in this narrow alley behind the property, trying to heave an old, busted metal safe into the dump bin. We're sweating, joking, doing that thing where you pretend something isn't heavy, even though your back is screaming. That's when this guy walks up, maybe mid-30s, wearing a neon safety vest and dusty work boots like he'd just stepped off a construction site. He looked nervous in a way that made the air feel tight, like he was carrying something he didn't want to say out loud. He goes, "Hey, I was next door in the backyard. Can y'all come over here real quick? Listen, I need to know I'm not losing it." Me and my guys glance at each other like, what is this? But he wasn't acting like a prank type. He looked genuinely rattled. So we follow him through the side gate into the backyard of the house next door, the one directly behind the place we were cleaning out. The yard was plain. Patchy grass, a sagging fence, one of those cheap plastic chairs tipped on its side. Normal. Boring, even. The guy tells us, "Just listen. Tell me you hear what I'm hearing." We stand there for a second, all of us kind of awkward, waiting for, I don't know, a dog, a raccoon, somebody yelling. And then it happened. From inside that next door house, somewhere near an upstairs window or maybe a back room, we hear this sound that didn't fit anywhere in real life. It wasn't a person shouting. It wasn't an animal. It was this long, ripping scream, like something furious and suffering at the same time. Not dramatic, not movie scary. I mean the kind of scream that makes your stomach drop before your brain even catches up. The three of us froze. I swear to you, nobody spoke. Nobody laughed. Nobody moved like they had options. And then the moment it stopped, we all instinctively backed away, like the sound had weight. We end up stumbling back into the alley, and the guy in the vest is breathing fast, eyes wide. He says, Okay, you heard it. I'm not crazy." Then he tells us something that made it worse. He goes, "I work with the guy who owns that house. He told me I could take some of the cars off the property." Like that was just a normal sentence. So now in my head I'm thinking, cars? What cars? Why is this man giving away cars? And what is in that house? Me and Jalen look at each other and we're both pale. Mo keeps trying to act tough, but he's doing that fake calm thing where you can hear the fear in the silence. We decide we're not dealing with this alone, so we go inside the house we were supposed to be clearing and grab our project lead, Terry. He's one of those guys who's seen everything and doesn't get shaken. The type who doesn't believe in weird vibes, only deadlines. We tell him what happened. He smirks like, "A demon scream? All right, sure." So we're like, "Come with us. Just stand there and listen." We walk him next door into that backyard again, and this time it feels even heavier because now we're waiting for it. It's quiet for a good minute. Terry starts to look annoyed, like we dragged him outside for nothing. Then, that scream hits again. No debate. No, let's investigate. No, maybe it was this or that. Just, we're done. We packed up like our lives depended on it. And I'm not exaggerating. We didn't finish a thing. We didn't even want to be on that street anymore. And here's the part that still messes with me. The house we were clearing out, our actual job site, looked like whoever lived there left mid-life. Not like they moved, like they vanished in a hurry. There was a pot on the stove with food still in it. Plates set out like dinner had just started. A couple chairs slightly pulled back, like someone stood up too fast. And there were expensive things left behind. Stuff people don't just abandon unless something bigger is happening. Jewelry, electronics, tools, good furniture. The kind of things you'd expect somebody to fight to keep. But it was all just left. At the time, I didn't connect it. My brain was too focused on survival mode. Get away from the scream. Don't look toward that window. Don't invite anything's attention. We all admitted later we couldn't even bring ourselves to look directly at where we thought it was coming from. We kept our eyes down and backed away slowly like prey. That's the only way I can describe it, like something inside us knew not to challenge whatever that was. After we left, we did what we felt we had to do. We prayed, right there in the parking lot, hands on our own heads, mumbling whatever words came out, just trying to shake it off, trying to make sure nothing followed us home. And the wild thing is, it wasn't nighttime. It wasn't a spooky storm. It was broad daylight. Bright, ordinary day. Birds, cars passing, the whole world acting normal, except for that sound. There were 4 of us total who heard it, all grown, all sober, all fully awake. And every single one of us reacted the same way without even talking about it first. That was years ago now, and I haven't experienced anything that intense since. But I'll tell you this honestly. Whatever that was, it changed how I look at the world. I don't play around with stuff I don't understand. I don't chase energies for fun. I don't treat the unseen like a toy. Because some things out there don't feel curious. They feel hungry. And I don't ever want to be that close to something like that again. Not for money, not for pride, not for anything. Hey, thanks for listening, because I swear I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I need to say this out loud to someone who will actually hear me. So, for the last couple of weeks, my boyfriend, Ethan, and I have been dealing with the weirdest stuff in our apartment, and if it was only me, I'd chalk it up to stress, being overtired, my brain playing tricks, whatever. But he's heard it too. He's seen it too. That's the part that messes with me. And honestly, this is happening right now while I'm talking to you. Like, I'm sitting here with my phone in my hand, and the morning news just started playing out of nowhere. No TV on, no laptop, nothing. And my cat, Miso, is crouched in the hallway like she's about to pounce. At absolutely nothing. She keeps tracking something with her eyes like it's moving. I feel ridiculous saying that, but that's exactly what's happening. Okay, back up. It started about 2 weeks ago. We were in the kitchen reheating leftovers from this little date night we had. Nothing fancy, just one of those we should celebrate us dinners. We're laughing, being normal, and then we start walking down this long hallway toward the bedroom. We're almost to the door, like 2 steps away, and then we hear it. A growl. Not a cat growl, not like something in the pipes. This was deep, guttural, loud enough that it felt like it came from a chest, not a throat. It sounded like something from a movie, like a sci-fi monster or some over-the-top werewolf sound effect. We both froze for a split second, looked at each other, and then, no shame, we ran back into the kitchen like our lives depended on it. Because what are you supposed to do with that? After a minute of panicking and whispering, "Did you hear that?" like 12 times, we tried to be logical. We were like, maybe the TV unpaused by itself. We'd been planning to watch a horror movie later, and maybe it started playing something creepy. So we finally go back down the hallway, bracing ourselves, and the TV is off. Completely off. No sound, no screensaver, nothing. And we slept like absolute garbage that night, just so you know. Every tiny creak sounded like a threat. A few days later, it escalated. I had this goofy little Buzz Lightyear alarm clock I bought from a thrift store years ago, purely as a dumb decoration. It never worked. Not once. I pushed every button when I bought it, tried new batteries, everything. Dead. Always dead. So Ethan and I come home one night and it's dark inside. We stop in the doorway of the bedroom because, after the growl incident, neither of us wants to walk in without the lights on. I turn my room lights on from an app on my phone. No switch, so I'm standing there unlocking my phone. And Ethan, trying to be funny, like too funny, is doing this whole routine in the doorway like he's challenging a ghost. Show yourself. Stop hiding. That kind of thing. Like an idiot. Like a confident idiot. We step into the room, and the second we sit down on the bed, that stupid alarm clock starts blasting random phrases and sound effects. Loud. Bright. Like it's been waiting. I swear my stomach dropped so hard it felt like it hit the floor. Because here's the thing. Those batteries had been inside it for way longer than they should have survived. I hadn't changed them in years, and it probably already had batteries in it when I bought it. So there's no reason on earth it should suddenly wake up and start screaming. I ripped the batteries out immediately and tried them in something else. Nothing. Completely dead. Like, not even a little juice left. Dead. Then there was the bathroom light. And I'm like, no it's not. I literally unscrewed it. He looks at me like I'm the one who's lying. So I go in there myself after my shower, turn the switch off, and it still flickers. With the bulb unscrewed. With the switch off. This weird, weak, stuttering light like it's trying to blink through a closed eyelid. I just stood there dripping wet, staring at it, feeling my face go hot. Because that's when it stopped being maybe and became, okay, something is wrong. Then my speaker, my big one, turned itself on. It's not a hair trigger button. It takes a real press. But it was sitting on my dresser, and it suddenly powered on and played that little startup sound like someone had just done it on purpose. And then, this is the part that really sealed it. 2 framed pictures fell off the wall. The first time, I was alone. I heard the scrape, then the crash. I thought maybe the nail finally gave out, but the way it fell looked aggressive, like it got yanked. When Ethan got home, I told him, and he was sympathetic, but you could tell he wasn't convinced. He was doing the whole, maybe the adhesive got weak thing. 10 minutes later, while we're literally standing there talking about it, another frame just launches off the wall. Like it didn't slide down. It popped out and fell forward. And Ethan saw it. His whole expression changed. He didn't even speak for a second. Just stared at the empty spot on the wall like he was trying to make sense of physics again. After that, it became constant little things. Cabinet doors that are open when we know we closed them. Drawers slightly pulled out. Stuff moved from where I put it, and we both do that thing where we're staring at each other like, was it you? No. Was it you? And it's always no. And the weirdest one, I'll lose something, like truly lose it, tear the room apart, check the obvious places 5 times, finally give up, and then it appears in the open, right where I would have seen it, like 20 seconds later, like it's being returned, like somebody's messing with me for fun. We haven't changed anything. No renovations, no new electronics, no new neighbors that I know of. Nothing that explains why all of this started so randomly. The only thing I can think of, seriously, the only thing, is that a little while ago, I moved my grandmother's ashes into my room. They were in my mom's room before she moved out, and I didn't want them tucked away somewhere, so I put them in my dresser drawer. But she wouldn't growl, right? I mean, my grandma was sweet. She was gentle. She wouldn't make my cat want to fight the air in the hallway. So I don't know. I'm trying to stay grounded, but it's getting harder when things keep responding like the house is listening. If you have any explanation that isn't, you're losing it, please tell me. Because right now, it feels like something's here, and it knows we noticed. So, I've always been there's a rational explanation type. I'm the person who rolls their eyes at ghost stories, not because I'm trying to be tough, just because I genuinely don't believe in any of that stuff. But I need to tell you what's been happening lately, because I'm running out of explanations that actually make sense. My partner Nadia and I moved into this little apartment not long ago. It's older, like you can feel the age in the floors and the walls, but it's close to both our jobs, and the rent was weirdly low for the area. We convinced ourselves it was a win. A little cramped, sure, but worth it. The first thing that felt off wasn't even something I noticed. It was our cat. Her name is Pickle. She's usually calm, almost lazy. Not destructive, not jumpy. The kind of cat who watches the world like she's mildly disappointed in it. But after we moved in, she started acting wrong. We'd wake up and find stuff tipped over in the living room. A book on the floor when it had been neatly stacked. A little plant knocked sideways. We'd hear these dull thuds at night, like something heavy bumping into furniture. And naturally, we assumed it was Pickle getting the zoomies in a new place. Stress, new smells, smaller space, all that. I kept telling Nadia, give her time, she'll settle. Then one night, we're in bed watching a movie on Nadia's laptop. Lights off, blankets pulled up, the whole cozy routine. When we hear this sudden crack from the living room. Not a little bump, not a shuffle. Glass, shattering. I jump up, half annoyed, half worried, and walk out there expecting to find Pickle standing guilty next to some mess. And sure enough, there's a vase on the floor, completely smashed, water creeping across the wood like a slow leak. And without thinking, I actually say out loud, okay, guess Pickle finally went feral. But then Nadia shows up behind me in the doorway, and she's holding Pickle in her arms. She goes, really calmly, no, she didn't. Because Pickle had been in the bedroom with us the entire time. I remember just staring at them both, like my brain was trying to flip through possible explanations, and nothing was landing. After that, it didn't stop. We'd hear things from the living room when nobody was there. Little knocks. Soft, dragging sounds that would go quiet the second we got up to check. And items kept ending up on the floor. Sometimes stuff that didn't even make sense for a cat to reach. And I kept doing what I always do, trying to reason it away. Maybe there's a mouse. Maybe there's some weird draft. Maybe the building shifts and the furniture isn't level. Maybe the table is tilted and I just never noticed. I even got down on the floor once, like an idiot, squinting at the legs of the coffee table like it was going to confess something. At one point we found a chair tipped over, fully on its side, not just scooted, and I still tried to be chill about it. I said, maybe she jumped on it and it wobbled weird, even though I heard myself saying it and knew it sounded ridiculous. Then last weekend happened. Nadia took Pickle to visit her parents for a few days. Pickle likes their house, more windows, more sun. I stayed behind because of work, so for the first time since we'd moved in, I was alone in the apartment. The first morning, I'm in the kitchen making breakfast. Nothing fancy, just toast and eggs, and I hear this loud thud from the direction of the fridge. It wasn't a rattle. It wasn't the compressor kicking on. It sounded like someone hit the fridge with a closed fist. Hard. I walked over and put my hand on the fridge door like, I don't even know why. Like I expected it to be warm, or vibrating, or guilty. Everything looked normal. The thing ran fine. No obvious mechanical issue. Still, that sound had weight to it. Intent. And later that day, something happened that honestly unsettled me more than the fridge. We keep this thick candle on the coffee table in the living room. It's one of those chunky ones in a glass holder. Heavy, stable. The kind you don't accidentally knock across a room. When I left for work that morning, it was right where it always is, center of the table. When I came home, it was gone. I assumed I'd moved it without thinking, so I started looking around. Under the couch, by the TV stand, behind the curtains. like it could have rolled away on its own. And then I found it, across the room. Not just on the floor near the table, across the room, like something had sent it sliding or flying. The candle itself had snapped cleanly in two, and the glass holder was cracked like it had taken impact. It looked deliberate, like someone had grabbed it and tossed it. But nobody had been in the apartment all day. The doors were locked. No signs of a break-in. Nothing missing. No open window. No pets. Just me and whatever was doing this. I know each thing by itself sounds like nothing. A vase breaks. A chair tips. A fridge makes a weird noise. A candle falls. But it's the pattern. The way it keeps happening. The way it seems to escalate when I'm alone. And I hate saying this because it sounds like the kind of story I'd normally dismiss, but I'm starting to feel like the apartment is reacting to us. Or like something in it is. And I'm sitting here trying to tell myself there's a normal explanation, because that's what I do. Except now, I don't know what that explanation is supposed to be. So yeah, that's why I'm telling you. Have you ever had something like this happen? Like a place that just feels active? Like it's doing things when you're not looking? So, you know how people always say kids and animals pick up on things the rest of us can't? Like they're tuned in to some other frequency we've forgotten how to hear. I've come to believe it, because my little boy Cal is absolutely one of those kids. For months now, he's been playing with someone, or something, that I can't see. And I want to be clear, it's never scary. It's never heavy. It's the sweetest thing. I'll catch him suddenly turning his head like he just heard a familiar voice, and then his whole face lights up, this massive grin, the kind that makes your chest warm. He gets all wiggly and excited, like he's trying not to laugh, but he can't hold it in. At night, when I put him down, I'll check the baby monitor, and there he is, on his back, kicking his little feet, giggling like he's being tickled by an invisible best friend. One time, I even saw it happen in the car. We were driving home, and he kept looking over his shoulder at the empty seat behind him, laughing and babbling like he was having the best conversation of his life. And honestly, I've always told myself it's something gentle. Maybe my late great-aunt, or a grandparent, or, if you're the kind of person who believes in it, maybe just some kind of guardian energy that's fond of him. Whatever it is, it feels loving. That's the only way I can describe it. And Cal, he adores animals. Like, adores. Animal books, animal sounds, documentaries, cartoons. If it has fur, feathers, scales, or hooves, he's in. His favorite toys? All animals. His favorite videos? Animal compilations. If we're walking outside and a squirrel so much as blinks in our direction, he's thrilled. He's also been around all kinds of dogs. We used to have a gigantic, gentle Great Dane who passed not too long ago. Still miss that sweet old soul. He's been around my friend's tiny, furious little Chihuahua that barks like it pays rent. My sister has this bouncy Aussie mix and a happy-go-lucky chocolate lab. And my father-in-law's cattle dog, oh my gosh. Picture a dog that treats every visitor like an intruder in an action movie, barking non-stop, throwing himself at the window, acting like the glass is the only thing keeping the world from ending. And Cal? He thought it was hilarious. Not scared, amused. Like, wow, what a funny guy. So that's why what happened this week completely floored me. A few days ago, I stepped in to help a dog I knew wasn't being treated right. He'd spent most of his life either tied outside or shut in a crate for basically the entire day. I'm talking all day, every day. No real play, no real walks, no real love. Just existing. He's about 9 months old, a pit terrier mix, and I renamed him Milo. And despite everything he's been through, he isn't mean. He isn't snarling or snapping or acting aggressive. If anything, he's this desperate, energetic, skinny little love bug. A good dog who just never got to be a dog. The plan was to keep Milo, at least for now, and introduce him to Cal slowly after a few calm days, once Milo had settled and learned the rhythm of our home. No rushing, no pressure. But this morning, my husband put Milo outside on the back patio, right near our sliding glass door, so Milo could get some air while we did breakfast. And when I brought Cal into the kitchen and he noticed the dog through the glass, Cal's whole body changed, and I stood there thinking, what is happening? Because I have never seen him do that. Not once. Milo was just lying there, quiet, watching, not lunging, not barking, not even moving much, just there. We tried again, gently. We brought Cal back toward the door like, hey buddy, it's okay. It's just the dog. He's outside. You're safe. And Cal did it again, only worse, like the panic had ramped up. He kept his face turned away, eyes squeezed shut, crying harder, pushing back, trying to get as far from the glass as he could. My husband and I just looked at each other like, are you seeing this? It was so strange, and honestly, it was painful to watch. Because it wasn't a tantrum. It wasn't toddler stubbornness. It looked like fear, real fear. The rest of the morning, Cal wouldn't go near that side of the kitchen. Even in the living room, he kept flicking his eyes toward the blinds by the patio door, like he was checking, like he needed to be sure that door wasn't open, that Milo wasn't coming in, that something wasn't about to happen. And that's what gets me, because I've seen Cal startled before. I've seen him jump when a loud dog barks suddenly. I've even seen him get upset for a moment when my father-in-law's dog smacked the window right near him during a meal and scared the life out of all of us. But this wasn't that. This was different. This was immediate, instinctive, like his body knew something before his brain could even make sense of it. So of course my mind started going to the weird place my mind goes when something doesn't add up. I thought about the invisible playmate thing, the laughing at empty corners, the monitor moments, the car seat conversation. And then I thought, what if he's not reacting to Milo, but to something around Milo? Like something he's carrying, something left behind, a heaviness, a memory. I don't even know how to say it without sounding dramatic, but the truth is, I've never felt this kind of peculiar energy in a situation before. All I know is, Cal has never reacted like that in his entire life. Not with any dog, not with loud dogs, not with big dogs, not with chaotic dogs. And now I'm sitting here heartbroken because I can't ignore my child's reaction. I don't think we can keep Milo, not if Cal is going to live in that kind of fear. Which kills me, because Milo deserves softness. He deserves a home where he can finally exhale. So now I'm in this awful middle space, trying to do right by a dog who's been through hell, and also trying to protect my child who's suddenly terrified for reasons I can't explain. And I guess I'm saying all of this because, has anyone ever experienced something like this? A child reacting to an animal in a way that feels bigger than normal fear, or like they're sensing something you can't. Because I'm still sitting here, replaying it in my head, and I can't shake the feeling that something unusual is going on. And I don't know what it means, only that it left my heart feeling heavy all morning. So a couple years back, I was in the middle of this ridiculously long coastal walk. One of those treks where the days blur together and your whole life fits into a backpack. I've been wild camping the entire time, and honestly, it was mostly uneventful in the best way. The odd nuisance, sure. One night a fox made off with my dinner. Another time some off-leash dog tried to headbutt my tent like it was a toy. But nothing that ever really got under my skin. Until this one night. I'd been cutting through the northwest of England in winter, and I got caught out in a seaside town. Let's say Morecambe, or close enough to it that the air still tasted like salt and cold metal. The problem was the light. You know how winter does that thing where the sky just gives up? One minute you've got a weak gray afternoon, and the next you're doing math in your head like, if I keep this pace, can I make it out of town before I'm forced to pitch somewhere stupid? Spoiler, I couldn't. I remember that little spike of panic, the kind that's not dramatic but sharp. Because wild camping is one thing when you're tucked into some quiet bit of scrubland. It's another thing when you're surrounded by streetlights and housing estates, and the sense that someone is always awake, always watching, even if they're not. I found this scruffy little patch of green that felt like it had been forgotten on purpose. There was a skate park that blocked the view from the road, a low concrete wall with layered graffiti, and a blackened circle on the grass where someone had clearly had a fire. It wasn't pretty, but it was hidden-ish, and at that point, hidden wins. I crawled into the tent thinking, right, I'll be gone at first light. No one will care. I'll just look like, well, like someone down on their luck. And here's the thing. When you're in a tiny tent in a town, you start imagining how you're being perceived. Like, if anyone sees the shape of a person in there, they might assume you're homeless, or dangerous, or both. And that thought doesn't help you sleep, funnily enough. Still, I did drift off. And then, sometime deep in the night, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up instantly. Not gradually, not with a yawn. Instantly, like a switch had flipped. Because I could hear footsteps, crunching, slow and deliberate on frosted grass. And they weren't nearby. They were coming straight toward me. I remember my whole body going tense, and my brain doing that horrible thing where it tries to decide whether to be practical or terrified. I held my breath, listening so hard it felt like my ears hurt. Then the singing started. A woman's voice, clear, unhurried, like she wasn't drunk shouting or messing around. It sounded like it might be French, or something that carried the same rhythm, the same soft consonants. I couldn't understand a single word. All I caught was the feeling of it, like an old song, something half lullaby and half ceremony. And I just lay there, absolutely still. Not because I was brave, but because my sleeping mat was the squeakiest thing on earth. If I so much as shifted my elbow, it would have announced me like a clown horn in a cathedral. So I didn't move. I didn't reach for my phone. I didn't even swallow properly. I just listened. The footsteps moved around my tent. One full circle. Then again. Then a third time. 3 slow loops, the frost crunching softly, the singing always close, close enough that I could picture her boots, her breath in the air, the shape of her shadow on the tent fabric, even though I never actually saw a thing. And what's strange is, it didn't feel threatening. Then, as if it had reached its natural ending, the singing stopped. There was a pause, just long enough that my mind started screaming, "Now what? Now what happens?" And then the footsteps moved away, fading out across the grass until it was only the distant hush of the town again. That was it. No laughter, no banging on the tent, no sudden "got you," no one trying the zip. Just 3 circles and a song in a language I couldn't place. Afterward, I didn't sleep properly. I lay there with my eyes open, feeling weirdly reassured, which is not the emotion I expected. The fact it was a woman's voice, the fact it was singing, those details made it feel less like a threat and more like something, I don't know, intentional. By morning, nothing looked different. It was just a battered bit of grass beside concrete ramps and old graffiti, like it had always been. I packed up quickly and got out of there, but the whole time I kept thinking, what was that? Who does that? Why 3 times? Later, when I told my brother, let's call him Tom, because that's the kind of solid name he'd have, he did the classic skeptical routine at first. But I begged him, properly begged him, to humor me for once. To just put logic on a shelf and give me a folklore answer. And to his credit, he actually did. He sat there with his pint like a philosopher and said, "All right, if we're doing folklore." He floated the idea of a white lady, one of those wandering women from a story types that turn up in the margins of British towns, tied to grief, water, old roads, old wrongs. Then he said, since I'd been near an old theater, one of those Victorian places with peeling posters and long closed doors, it could be some kind of performer spirit, a singer, someone who died with a melody still in her throat. He even mentioned how touring companies used to cross between Britain and France, swapping songs and styles, like the coastline itself was a corridor. And I know, there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Someone could have been drunk, or sleepwalking, or deliberately trying to spook whoever they thought was camping there. But here's what keeps snagging in my mind. Why sing? Why circle? And why exactly 3 times? Because 3 feels symbolic, like an old rule, like the kind of number that shows up in stories because it means something, a blessing, a boundary, a warning, a protection, like drawing a line around something you don't want touched, or marking something you do want noticed. Sometimes I wonder if it was a curse. Sometimes I wonder if it was the opposite, like a kind of accidental protection. Someone seeing a lone tent in the cold and doing whatever ritual they'd inherited, half joking and half believing, to keep the night from swallowing it. And sometimes, if I'm being honest, I wonder if it was just one of those moments where the world overlaps itself for a second, where you're exhausted and far from home and half dreaming, and something ancient and human and inexplicable brushes past you, singing softly, and then moves on. All I know is, I've camped in plenty of strange places, but I've never had the night walk around me in 3 slow circles and sing. So, this happened a long time ago now, like almost 20 years back. I was little, maybe 8-ish, give or take, so I'm telling it through that foggy, vivid childhood lens, where some things are blurry, but the feeling of it? The feeling is crystal clear. I grew up out on the South African veld, wide, flat land where you can see forever in every direction. Mostly tall grass and farmland, with scattered scrubby bushes and the occasional thorny tree standing alone like it got forgotten out there. At night, it could feel massive, like the sky started low and stretched forever. This was during a weekend camp. Could have been a school camp or a church one, I honestly can't remember which. But I remember the game. We called it Lantern Stalk. That was the big event everyone looked forward to. Here's how it worked. An adult, usually someone like Mr. Botha, one of the leaders, would sit in the middle of the camp with a bright lantern and a handheld spotlight. Then they'd drive the kids out into the veld and drop you off in groups, far away. Maybe a kilometer or so. Once you were out there, you'd split up and try to sneak back through the dark and touch the lantern. If the spotlight caught you before you got there, you were out, which meant you'd spend a long time creeping through open grass and bushes, alone, trying not to breathe too loud. And it was always best on nights when the moon wasn't bright, because you wanted cover, but you also wanted to see where you were going. That weird middle ground. Anyway, that night I was moving slowly, keeping low, heart thumping like a drum in my ears, and I walked past this patch of bushes. And I remember turning my head, just casually, like you do when you're checking everything around you. And I saw what I thought was the moon sitting low near the horizon. Except, it didn't look right. Even as a kid, I remember thinking, that's wrong. It was perfectly round and clean, like a polished coin. No marks, no texture, none of that soft, familiar moon look. And it made my stomach go tight, like when you realize you've stepped into a room and something in there is quietly watching you. And then, almost immediately, it hit me. That wasn't the moon. It was closer. Much closer. It was a silver orb, floating alongside me, matching my pace like it was accompanying me. Not above me in the sky, beside me. I can't tell you its exact size because I was small and everything felt bigger back then. But if I had to guess now, somewhere between a tennis ball and a beach ball. Big enough to be undeniable, small enough to feel deliberate. And it had this shine to it. Not like a flashlight beam, not like fire. More like it had its own soft silver glow. Smooth and clean, like metal catching moonlight. Except there wasn't moonlight bright enough for that. It looked like it was lit from inside itself. I froze. Not in a dramatic way, I just stopped moving because my body didn't know what else to do. And the strangest part is, it didn't feel random. It didn't feel like a trick of light or something drifting on the wind. It felt aware, like it was paying attention to me, like it had noticed me out there in the dark and decided to come along for a moment. I remember taking a careful step, testing it, and it stayed with me, keeping pace. Then I shifted again, faster this time, and it kept up. Not chasing, not lagging, just there, right beside me, like a quiet little companion. And then, this is the part that always makes my skin prickle. It was gone, and I stood there in the veld, suddenly feeling way smaller than I had a minute earlier, like the dark had gotten darker. I know the reasonable explanations. I've heard them. Ball lightning, weird reflections, some kind of atmospheric thing. Maybe even just my imagination. Kids are good at spooking themselves, right? But here's the problem. I never forgot it. It didn't fade like a dream fades. It stayed in my head the same way my earliest clear memories stayed. The first time I stood on a rugby field with my stomach flipping, or the smell of dust after rain, or the way grown-ups' voices carried over the grass at night. This memory has that same weight, that same realness. And it wasn't just what I saw, it was the feeling of it. That sense that it was keeping pace with me, that it was present on purpose, that it was alive, in some way I didn't have words for at 8 years old. These days I live overseas, far from that flat, endless veld. And sometimes, usually around this time of year when people start swapping spooky stories, it pops back into my mind like it never left. And honestly, I still don't call it aliens. That explanation just doesn't sit naturally in me. I can't even fully explain why. But if you asked little me what it was, without hesitation, I'd tell you, I saw a fairy. Not one with wings and a wand and a cute little face. Something older than that. Something quiet. A watcher. A silver listener in the grasslands, drifting beside a child for a few heartbeats. And then gone. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this the way I'd tell a friend, because that's honestly what it feels like right now. Like I need someone to just hear it. My boyfriend Lachlan lives in this house that backs onto a strip of woods, and faces this huge open farm field. It's the kind of place that looks peaceful in the daytime. Gray sky, long grass, quiet roads. But at night it feels like the dark has space to stretch out, you know? We're not far from Stirling, still in Scotland, so it's not like we're in the middle of nowhere. But it feels like it sometimes. Lachlan's tall and skinny. He's 18, and he lives with his mom and his stepdad, Ewan, who's really into paranormal stuff. Like, not in a joke way. He takes it seriously. And I used to roll my eyes a bit at that, I'll admit. Not anymore. Because every so often, in the middle of the night, there's this sound, this howling. Not like a fox, not like a dog. Something longer, hollow. It doesn't make sense because there aren't any big dogs nearby that we know of. And there's this bathroom door in the hallway, directly opposite Lachlan's bedroom, right beside his mom and Ewan's room. That door will slam shut at night even when nothing's open. No wind, no windows, nothing. Sometimes it's not just once either. It'll be like, bang. Then a while later, bang again. Like it's trying to make sure you notice. Anyway, here's how the last few nights went. Night 1. It was around 1:20 in the morning. Lachlan heard the howling, and instead of doing the sensible thing, which is staying in bed, he got up to look. He told me later he doesn't even know why, like his body just moved before his brain caught up. He went toward the window, and he said the only way he could describe what he saw was something like that creepy rake thing people post online. Pale, too long, wrong looking. And he said, "This is the part that makes my stomach go cold." He made eye contact with it, and the second he saw it, the howling stopped. Like it had been waiting for him to look. He also said the room felt colder than it should have been, like the heat had been sucked out. Then, right after, something in his room cracked. This little glass ornament on his shelf just split and broke. No one touched it. It just snapped. Night 2. Not as dramatic, but honestly it was worse in a different way, because it was all feeling. He kept thinking someone was watching him through the gap in his curtains, even though he couldn't see anything. The air felt cold again, sharp cold, like breathing in a fridge. And something slipped off a shelf in his room. Nothing heavy, just a small thing. But it still made him jump because it was so sudden. Then, in the daylight, he was walking from his place to mine and he heard growling from the woods. Different woods than the ones right by his house. Not the same direction. And he said it wasn't like a dog growl. It sounded lower, like it had weight to it. Night 3. This one spiraled. It started around 10:30 at night and didn't really stop until after 3 in the morning. He noticed one of his collectibles, a little action figure he always keeps on the middle shelf, was suddenly way higher up, like 2 shelves above where it normally sits. And the box it came in was on the floor, open, like someone had rummaged through it. He swore he hadn't moved it. Later, a tiny, lightweight figure, one of those small ones that barely weighs anything, tipped off a shelf and fell, and he said he saw it from the corner of his eye, like he watched it happen without looking straight at it. Like whatever was going on didn't want him to fully see. A little after 3:10, I hung up for literally a minute, just to plug in my phone. And in that minute, he heard knocking at his window. Not tapping. Knocking. Like knuckles. He called me back so fast I felt my chest drop when I saw his name pop up again. While we were talking, the bathroom door slammed. So loud it made him flinch, and after that there was this smoky smell in the hallway. Like burnt dust or something electrical. But nothing was actually burning. And his little star projector, the one that makes the ceiling look like a night sky, kept turning off on its own. Twice. He'd switch it back on, it would stay a bit, then click off again like someone flicked a switch. We didn't actually go to sleep until nearly 5:30, And even then, it wasn't real sleep. It was that half-awake, listening for sounds kind. Night 4, tonight. It's just after 11 now as I'm telling you this. Earlier, around 7:45, Lachlan was walking home from my house and he stepped on something in the dark. A dead rabbit. He froze because he swore it hadn't been there when we walked the same way earlier, like it had appeared. When he got home, he finally told Ewan everything, properly, and Ewan didn't brush it off. He said he'd heard the door slamming too. He's heard the howling. And he said something that made Lachlan go quiet. That while he was out walking their dogs recently, he thinks he saw a figure by the edge of the field that sounded too similar to what Lachlan described. Within the hour, Lachlan made food, and he got that same being watched feeling, so he shut the blinds. The kitchen got smoky from cooking, so he opened the window to clear it out, just for a few minutes. And a few minutes later, his phone made a sound on its own. Not a notification he recognized. He said it sounded like one of those harsh, echoing creature noises from a sci-fi film, like something that shouldn't be coming out of a normal phone speaker. He said it reminded him of those alien movies, the way people describe them. I haven't seen them either, but the way he said it, he sounded genuinely shaken. So that's where we are. Both of us anxious, adrenaline spiked, sitting with that awful feeling that something is too close and too aware of us. And what's scaring me most isn't even one specific thing. It's the pattern. The way it keeps happening. The way it feels like it's escalating. And I know this sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud, but we keep thinking the same question. If something really is there, how do you tell it, respectfully, safely, that you need space? That you want it to stop? That's it. That's the whole mess. And I swear, I'm not trying to make it sound like a horror story. I'm just telling you what's been happening. Exactly the way it's been happening to us. Okay, so before I tell you what happened, I need to give you a little context, because without it, this sounds like something you'd dismiss in 5 seconds. I'm 26, and my best friend, let's call her Mila, is the same age. I've known her forever, and for as long as I've known her, she's carried this heavy, uneasy story around her, like a shadow that never fully leaves. Mila spends part of the year living with her uncle on family land. It's one of those places that's hard to explain unless you've been there. There's a mobile home, a few scattered houses nearby, and more land around it that belongs to her relatives. It's quiet, kind of tucked away, and there are trees everywhere. Enough that the darkness at night feels thicker than it should. Mila comes from a Romani background, Manouche on her dad's side, Catalan Gitanos on her mom's side, and she's not in contact with her parents anymore. They were abusive, and they left their kids behind. So her uncle has basically been her stable ground for years. But here's the thing. Weird things have followed that paternal side of her family for generations. Not like the house creaks at night weird. I mean, the same specific kind of thing, described the same way, by different people, decades apart. A man. And when I say man, I'm only using that word because we don't have a better one. This figure shows up at night, randomly. It doesn't matter if it's summer or winter, raining or snowing, windy or perfectly still. Sometimes it's near the grandmother's place, sometimes near the brother's, sometimes near the uncle's land. Sometimes, years ago, it was near her parents' place too. Always late, always watching. And the part that gets under your skin isn't just that he's there. It's that apparently he's been there for a long time. Like, since Mila's aunts and uncles were children. The same description, the same presence, the same feeling. Generations of one family and the same watcher. No one ever gets a good look at his face. It's not even like he's wearing a mask. It's more like your eyes can't hold on to any detail. like your brain refuses to capture it. And every time someone tries to confront him, it's like reality slips sideways. They can't get close. He moves away without running, fast, smooth, almost like he's gliding. And sometimes, when people go looking for him actively, he just isn't there. Not hiding behind a tree, not ducking into the dark. Just gone. One of Mila's cousins once tried to go after him with friends, like really tried. They went out together, lights, flashlights, calling out, spreading around the property, and the man vanished, as if he'd never been there at all. But what really scares people isn't even the visual, it's the feeling. Everyone describes it the same way, this wave of discomfort that hits your body first, like your chest tightens, like the air is suddenly wrong. And it doesn't just affect the person who sees him. People who are farther away, inside the house, even on the other end of the land, they feel it too. Like something has stepped into the night and the whole place knows. Mila told me the first time she ever saw him, she was about 6. She got up in the middle of the night to get water. Kid stuff, half asleep, just padding down the hallway. And when she looked toward the patio door, there he was, standing right there, close enough that it didn't make sense. And he was so tall that from where she stood, she could only see his shoulders, not even his head, just this massive shape filling the space in front of the glass. And they stayed like that for what felt like forever, watching him stand there, motionless. Then, slowly, he backed away. And that's the only way Mila can describe it. He didn't walk off like a person. He kind of retreated into the dark. And then he was just gone, hidden, or disappeared. No footsteps, no sound, no, oh, he went behind the shed. Just nothing. The second time she saw him was years later at her grandmother's place. It was one of those nights where the yard feels too quiet. Mila looked outside and saw him again, tall, completely still, facing toward one of her uncle's plots of land, like he was watching something specific. Her cousin saw him too and immediately started panicking, like a full-on panic attack, trembling, struggling to breathe. It wasn't one of those moments where people talk themselves down. It was instant terror. Mila's uncles and her father at the time rushed outside, determined, angry, trying to be brave. They started toward him. And the same thing happened. He moved away without running. Fast, effortless, always just out of reach. And still, no face, no details. Just that towering silhouette and the sense that he was aware of them without reacting like a normal human being would. Now, the third time is the one I can tell you about personally, because I was there. This was at her uncle's place on the land. I remember it so clearly because I wasn't primed for it the way her family was. I had heard the stories, sure, but part of me still filed it under someone creepy or family legend that got bigger over time. That night, it didn't feel like a story. It started with the dogs. They weren't barking like they do when a fox or a cat shows up. They were whining, low, distressed, like they didn't want to go near the windows. And Mila's uncle, who sleeps like a rock, truly, like nothing wakes him, suddenly jolted awake, like someone had yanked him out of sleep. He sat up, eyes wide, breathing hard, and without even speaking much, he reached for something. This time it was a heavy stick he kept by the door, and he was shaking so badly I could see it even in the dim light. He went outside. And I swear to you, the second he stepped off the porch, the night felt heavier, like the air pressed down. We didn't see footsteps. We didn't hear movement. But Mila's uncle stared into the trees like he was looking straight at someone. And then, this is the only way I can describe it, the presence seemed to evaporate into the vegetation. Not ran into the woods, not hid behind a bush. It was like mist pulling back into the dark. I didn't even have to see him to know something was out there, because I felt it. A pressure, like being watched so intensely it almost made my skin hurt. Like eyes on the back of your neck, except it lasted for hours. Even after we went inside, even after we tried to act normal, even after the house was quiet again, I remember lying there thinking, if I turn my head, I'm going to see him through the window. And the worst part? It didn't feel like a stranger passing through. It felt like something that already knew the place, like it belonged to the night there, like it had done this before, over and over, long before I ever stepped foot on that land. And that's why, even now, when people ask me if I believe in paranormal stuff, I don't even know how to answer. Because all I can say is, I was there. I felt it. And I've never forgotten what it felt like to be watched by something you can't reach, can't understand, and can't make leave. So, I'm just going to say this out loud, because I've carried it quietly for years, and it still feels too strange to keep locked up. I haven't told many people, mostly because I don't expect anyone to take me at my word, but I think it deserves to be heard. I've always been the kind of person who leans on logic, cause and effect, patterns, explanations. I like things that can be proven, and that's exactly why this unsettles me. Because no matter how I try to file it away as coincidence, it keeps showing up in the same exact way. The first time it happened, I was in elementary school, 3rd grade, I think. It was one of those bright, loud afternoons where recess feels like the whole world. Me and a few friends were playing tag, and I was it, sprinting full speed after this kid named Mason. And then, right in the middle of running, I stopped. Not like I chose to stop, like my body just shut the game off. Every hair on my arms and neck lifted, and this cold ripple moved through me, like a wave that started in my chest and rolled outward. Not painful, just intense, like being suddenly dipped into icy water, except it wasn't on my skin, it was inside me. Along with it came this heavy sadness, the kind that doesn't have a story attached to it. No reason, no thought, just grief, dropped into my body out of nowhere. I stood there for maybe 15 seconds, staring at nothing, while the game kept going around me. Then it was gone, like someone flipped a switch. I shook it off and went right back to playing, laughing again, like nothing happened. That afternoon when I got home, my mom was quiet, too quiet. And that's when I found out my great-uncle Ray had died earlier that day. Later, I learned the timing. It lined up with recess, with the exact window where I'd frozen in place. At the time, I told myself it was a bizarre coincidence. Kids get weird feelings sometimes. Maybe I'd just sensed something in the air. Maybe my brain made up the timing afterward. I tried to be rational about it. But then it happened again. And again. Not constantly, not for random things. Only when someone close, family, or someone I truly loved, was about to go, or had just gone. Same sensation, same cold, pulsing hug of tingles, same sudden drop of sadness, like my body knew something my mind hadn't been told yet. Over the years, there were a few moments where I caught it in real time and couldn't deny it. Not, I have a bad feeling, like anxiety. Not dread. This was different. Clean, unmistakable, and oddly calm once it passed. A couple of times I even warned someone, like, hey, I don't know why, but something feels off. And later, when the news came, those two people looked at me like they finally understood what I meant. They're the only ones who can say without a doubt that I said something before we knew. The scariest variation of it didn't involve anyone else, though. It involved me. A few years back, I messed up. I took something I shouldn't have, and I didn't mean to push it too far. At first, I just felt wrecked, dizzy, out of it, not thinking clearly. And then that sensation hit me out of nowhere. The same exact feeling. Cold surge, every hair standing up. That quiet, terrible certainty. And the weirdest part? The moment it happened, it cut straight through everything I was on. I went from barely coherent to suddenly clear, like I snapped into focus. I could walk steady. I could think. It wasn't gradual. It was instant, like my body grabbed me by the collar and said, "Wake up, now." At the time, nothing else felt wrong yet. Just that signal, that warning. I sat on the edge of my bed afterward, shaken but still clear, and about 20 minutes later, the overdose symptoms really kicked in. Hard. The kind of stuff that makes you realize how thin the line actually is. I'm not exaggerating when I say I don't think I'd be here if that feeling hadn't jolted me into action before my body started failing. And that's the part that made it impossible for me to dismiss anymore. Because once you've experienced something like that, something that shows up with the same signature, in the same way, tied to death and loss, and that sudden shift in reality, it changes how you look at everything. I'm not saying I have answers. I don't. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I just know what I've felt. And I know it's happened enough times that it stopped feeling random. So I'm putting it out here, carefully, because I'm honestly wondering if I'm alone in this. If anyone else knows what I mean when I say it feels like a cold wave, but also like a kind of non-physical embrace. Tingles that wrap around you from the inside. I've heard plenty of people say they just knew something was wrong before getting bad news. But I'm looking for the ones who recognize this specific thing. The ones who felt it more than once, and eventually started thinking of it. Welcome back, everyone, to the Paranormal M channel. I absolutely love what I do, sitting here and sharing my paranormal experiences from all over the world with you. Reading your comments makes me so happy, because knowing these stories help you relax and drift off to sleep means a lot to me. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel. Wishing you a peaceful, restful night's sleep, and don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, without further ado, let's jump into today's paranormal experiences. Hey, so this is one of those things I still don't quite know what to do with, you know? I'm 24 now, and dreaming about people who've passed has kind of been normal for me, weirdly. But 2022 took it to a different level. That year, I lost 2 relatives within about 5 months, and I'd barely been to any funerals in my life before that. Suddenly, I'm going to not 1, but 2, back to back, and everything in my head felt louder at night. The first one was in early spring of 2022. My great-uncle, technically by marriage, passed really suddenly. A heart attack. He was Jewish, so everything moved fast, like immediately. I remember my mom coming home after going to see him that evening, and she looked emptied out, like the color had been rinsed from her face. She didn't say much at first, just sat down like her whole body weighed extra. And then she told me that his wife and daughter had been praying over him in Hebrew until the funeral home came. That night, I had this dream that was so vivid, it felt like someone placed it in my hands. I'm back in school, like middle school, and it's lunchtime outside. I can hear kids laughing, sneakers squeaking on pavement, all of that. And in the middle of the yard, there's this tall wooden door, like a heavy church door, just standing there by itself. No walls, no building, just a door. And in the dream, I don't even hesitate. I walk up and open it. On the other side is this bright, busy room, packed with older people I've never met. There are long tables set up like a celebration, platters of food, warm bread, things that smelled like cinnamon and onions and something sweet. And there are candles lit everywhere, mostly blue and white. And I remember thinking, this looks like something from my relatives' gatherings, even though I'm not Jewish myself. I grew up around some of the foods and traditions through extended family, but still, being in it like that felt surreal. Everyone's dressed up, black suits, black dresses, talking like they're at a big family event, smiling, not mourning, not crying, just alive with conversation. And then I notice one person who does look at me. I'll call him Uncle Leon. He's the only one not in black. He's wearing tan slacks, a patterned button-down, and a kippah on his head. And the strange part is, he doesn't look like how he looked near the end. He looks like the version of him from before. Healthier, lighter, like his eyes have more time in them. He smiles like he's been expecting me, and he walks right over. And I'm standing there going, "Uncle Leon, is that you? What is this place?" He laughs, soft, almost amused, and he just pulls me into this hug. Not creepy, not cold, not dream weird, just familiar, human. And he goes, "It's a party. You can stay if you want." And this is the part that still makes me pause even now, because in the dream, I said no. Like, I didn't panic. I didn't run. I just felt this clear, calm boundary rise up in me, and I said, "I can't stay, but I hope you enjoy it. Please, enjoy the party." He didn't look offended. He didn't look sad. He nodded like he already knew what I was going to choose. And he said, "That's all right. Go have fun out there." Then I woke up. And I remember lying in bed thinking, why did that feel like a goodbye that wasn't heavy? Like a farewell wrapped in kindness instead of grief. The morning we found out, I was numb. I'd literally just woken up, and it was like my body didn't have enough energy to hold the news. So I went back upstairs and lay down, thinking I'd just rest for a little while. Now, I've dealt with sleep paralysis before. I know what it feels like. I know how I usually get myself out of it. Little tricks, little routines. But this time was different. I woke up, but I didn't. I could see my room. I could see my bed. I could see myself lying there. And I had that heavy, pinned feeling, like my body was locked. And then I realized there were two presences beside my bed. Two women. One of them felt instantly familiar, like the air changed in a way my chest recognized before my mind did. The other one was unfamiliar, but strong, protective. Like she wasn't there to scare me, she was there to guard. My great aunt was there, and she was talking in Creole, but not to me. She was speaking to the woman beside her. The woman beside her was dressed entirely in white, with white hair, and she carried herself like someone who didn't need to raise her voice to be obeyed. My great aunt stepped closer to me. In this moment, I expected her to say something, anything, but she didn't. She just leaned down and hugged me. And I need you to understand, I have never felt a hug like that. Not in real life, not in any dream. It wasn't just arms around me. It was like being wrapped in pure love. Like she poured everything she wanted me to know straight into that one embrace. I'm okay. I'm not alone. I love you. I love all of you. And when she pulled back, the warmth lingered for a second, like heat after you step out of sunlight. Then the woman in white said, very clearly in Creole, "Nous devons aller." We have to go. My great aunt stepped back to stand beside her, and she lifted her hand and waved goodbye, soft, gentle, like she didn't want to startle me. And then I woke up for real, like snap, back inside my body, heartbeat loud, mouth dry. I ran downstairs and told my family everything, still shaking. And the reaction I got wasn't disbelief. It was shock, yes, but the kind that comes from recognition. because they told me the woman in white sounded exactly like my great-aunt's great-grandmother, someone I'd never met, but they described her in a way that matched what I felt. And then, this is the part that made my stomach flip. They went and found a photo. And in it, my great-aunt was wearing the exact outfit I'd seen, a bright red top and blue jeans, the same way it looked in that moment by my bed. So yeah, I don't tell these stories to convince anyone of anything. I'm not even sure what I believe all the way. I just know what I experienced and how it felt. One goodbye was a door to a party I wasn't meant to stay at, and the other goodbye was a hug so warm it felt like love refusing to let the last moment be lonely. Okay, I know people talk about this kind of thing all the time, but I've been carrying this around for a while, and I just want to say it out loud, because it still sits in my chest like a little stone. Back in high school, when things at home felt like they could explode if I breathed wrong, I had this place I'd escape to. It was this park not too far from my apartment, maybe a 25-minute walk if I didn't rush. And the best part was the water. There were 2 small waterfalls tucked in there, and I'd sit nearby and let the sound drown everything else out. Sometimes I'd scribble in a notebook. Other times I'd just sit there and try to be quiet inside my own head. The day this happened, it had rained the night before. You know how the world looks after rain? Like every leaf is freshly painted. Everything was so green it almost looked fake. And I remember feeling this weird pull, like the park was calling me. It was a warm summer afternoon, bright enough to make you squint, and I decided I was going to go sit by the falls again, maybe even let the mist hit my face. I was dealing with family stuff at the time, heavy, personal, exhausting. The park was the only place where my body actually unclenched. Normally I'd take this route that went up a steep incline, but that day I chose a different entrance, the one with the long sidewalk and the wooden footpath. And nothing was obviously wrong at first. But if I'm being honest, looking back, it felt like the air changed when I took that route. Like there was this faint pressure, almost like walking into a room where you can tell someone's been arguing, even though nobody's there. I ignored it and kept going. There were 2 open areas along the trail, one for bird watching and another little dog run. I passed the bird watching clearing and saw a couple deer, does, grazing near the edge. Their heads kept lifting like they were listening for something, swiveling a little too often. But they weren't bolting, not panicked, just alert. Then I kept walking into the next wooded stretch, and that's when it hit me. I was totally alone. No voices, no footsteps, no distant laughter, not even that usual park noise you don't notice until it's gone. I heard the creek and drifted toward it without thinking. I'd done it 1,000 times, just wandering off the path to look at the water. I crouched down, watching it move over the rocks, and for a moment, it felt like my mind went blank in that weird way it does when you're stressed and your brain just needs quiet. Then I got this sudden urge like, okay, move, time to go. No reason, no thought, just this internal push. So I stood up and headed back toward the path. And that's when I saw it. 2 young trees were bent toward each other, twisted together so tightly they formed this clean arch, like a doorway. Not messy, not snapped branches or random wind damage. It looked intentional, like someone had braided them together. I stopped dead, because I couldn't figure out how it could have happened in the couple minutes I'd been watching the creek. And I remember feeling 2 emotions at once, my stomach sinking with unease, and this weird little spark of curiosity, like my body wanted to lean in even while my instincts were whispering, "Don't." I stood there staring, thinking, did someone do this? Were they here and I didn't notice? But there was no movement, no sound, no anything. Just those trees locked together like they'd been waiting. And here's the part that makes me feel ridiculous even saying it. I walked through, but everything looked normal. I kept going, got to the waterfall, sat there for a while, tried to breathe out everything I'd been holding in. The water did what it always did, made me feel calmer, like I could exist again. And when I finally decided to leave, I took the same route back. Same path, same direction, same everything. Except when I got to the spot with the arch, the trees were normal, not slightly shifted, not loosely tangled, not bent. Just two young trees standing apart like they always had, with no sign they'd ever been twisted together at all. No broken bark, no fresh scrapes, nothing that suggested they'd been forced into that shape. It was like the doorway had never existed. I stood there for a long time, just staring, trying to replay the moment in my head and convince myself I'd imagined it. But I know what I saw. I know how my body felt. That mix of dread and curiosity doesn't come from nowhere, and the thing I can't shake is what my emotional state was that day. I was upset, really upset, depressed, weighed down, raw, like my energy was leaking out of me. So sometimes I wonder, was it just my brain under stress? Or did something else pick up on me? Like I walked in there with all that heavy emotion and it was enough to, I don't know, fuel something. Enough to create a moment, a doorway, a temporary opening, whatever you want to call it. And I'm not saying I have an answer. I just know that for a few minutes, on a bright summer day after the rain, the park didn't feel like a park. It felt like I stepped near something that noticed me back. So, I've been carrying this around for most of my life, and I don't always know how to say it out loud without sounding a little unhinged. But here goes. Have you ever had a dream or a sudden gut drop feeling where something in you just knows something is about to happen, and then it does? That's been my experience since I was a kid. And I'm not talking about the vague, I'm nervous so something might go wrong kind of worry, though people love to tell me that's all it is. Anxiety, overthinking, catastrophizing. And honestly, I get it. If you sit around waiting for disaster, you'll start seeing shadows everywhere. But with me, it's different. It comes like a wave. It's not a thought I'm spinning up. It's this heavy, sudden certainty that lands in my body. And when it hits, something tends to happen. Not always to me directly. Sometimes it's someone I love. Like just last week, I was sitting on the couch with my partner, Eli, and out of nowhere, I got that feeling. That cold, sinking uh-oh that makes the room feel slightly too quiet. I remember saying, I don't know why, but something feels wrong. I'd barely finished the sentence when my phone rang. It was my sister, Marisol, telling me she'd pulled over because her car was coughing and stalling, and there was this sharp, burning smell, like plastic or wiring. She was shaken, and I could hear it in her voice. Another time, I was at work. Nothing dramatic, just a normal shift, normal conversations, normal background noise. Then the feeling hit so hard I had to grip the edge of the counter. 10 minutes later, I got a call. My younger sister, Tessa, hadn't come home. She was missing. It turned into hours of panic, calling around, checking places, the kind of fear that makes your skin feel too tight. She was found later and she was okay, but that doesn't erase how real that moment was. And then there are the dreams. Ever since I was little, like 8 years old, maybe earlier, I've had this recurring nightmare. Same setting every time, same weird details. It's almost like stepping onto a stage where the props never change. In the dream, I'm inside this familiar house. Not exactly my house, but it feels like one I've known forever. The lighting is dim in that dull, yellowed way, like a hallway at night. There are people around, faces I recognize in the dream even if I can't fully place them when I wake up. And every single time I ask to use the bathroom, someone always tells me the same thing. It's downstairs, basement, first door on the right. And I never want to go. It's like my whole body knows that basement is wrong. The air down there feels heavier, like it's packed with something you shouldn't breathe in. And every time I have that nightmare, something horrible happens soon after, as if the dream is a warning siren my brain can't turn off. The last time I had it, I woke up to my mother crying so hard she could barely speak. She told me my Aunt Nadine, had been attacked. She didn't survive. I remember sitting up in bed, still half stuck in that dream world, and feeling like the nightmare had followed me into the room, like it had been waiting for me to wake up and confirm it. But when I woke up, I was confused. We lived in a pretty ordinary area. Suburbs, stores, side streets. Not exactly middle of nowhere territory. Then I found out something I never would have guessed. My sister, Tessa, the one who later went missing, had been secretly involved with Jonah. She was underage at the time. He was in his mid-20s. I didn't know. I couldn't have known. It was like finding out you've been living in a room with a hidden door the whole time. And here's the part that still makes my skin prickle. They were trying to leave. They were driving out toward the border, far from anywhere familiar. And his car broke down. In the desert. Just like my dream. We don't talk anymore. I don't even have a way of contacting him now, and honestly, I don't want one. But that doesn't stop my mind from replaying it. How I saw that scene before I had any reason to imagine it. So this is where I'm stuck. Because I've told people about these things, and a lot of the time I get the same reaction. That I'm dramatic. That I'm reading into coincidences. That I'm crazy. Or I just have anxiety and I'm attaching meaning to random events. Even my family doesn't really validate it. And that's complicated, because they're spiritual in their own way. They're involved in shamanic practices, and when I've tried to talk about this, they've told me, gently but firmly, that I don't have the gift. That if someone is meant for that path, it's chosen in a different way, and what I'm describing isn't it. And maybe they're right. But I can't shake what I've lived through. I can't pretend I haven't had these moments, these dreams, these feelings, that line up a little too perfectly with real life in ways I can't explain away. I've had other experiences too, more spirit adjacent, I guess you could say. Strange encounters that don't fit neatly into a logical box. But that's probably a whole other conversation. Right now, I just want to know I'm not alone. So I'm asking, genuinely, has anything like this ever happened to you? So, there's this old bar back in my hometown. Real small, real rural. It sits just far enough outside of town that you've got fields on the drive over, but not so far that it feels isolated. The place has this worn-in, old Western feel. Dark wood, scuffed floors. The kind of bar that looks like it's been listening to people's stories for 100 years. And forever, people have whispered that it's haunted. Not in a horror movie way, though. More like, oh yeah, the place has company. And then they laugh and sip their drink like it's no big deal. Folks claim they've seen someone pass through the hallway, or heard a chair scrape when no one's sitting there, or felt a presence like somebody standing just behind them. I always figured people were exaggerating. You know how it goes. One good story turns into 10 better ones over the years. But a couple weekends ago, I stopped in with a few friends, Mason, Jules, and Tessa, around late night, maybe closer to 1 in the morning. We were heading home from a local get-together and didn't want the night to end yet, so we made this spontaneous little detour. When we walked in, the bar was basically empty. No crowd, no music blasting, nothing rowdy. Just that soft hum of a neon beer sign and the low clink of glass now and then. Behind the counter was the bartender, an older woman named Marlene with silver hair pulled back in a clip. The kind of person who greets you like she's known you your whole life. Warm smile, calm eyes. She didn't seem surprised to see us at all, just poured like it was any other night. And honestly, it didn't feel creepy. It felt peaceful, like the building could finally exhale. We're sitting there talking, laughing quietly, telling stories from the night, and at some point I glance down this hallway off to the side. At the end of it is the back dining room, the part they only open earlier in the day when they do lunch specials. At night, it's usually dark back there, closed off, kind of forgotten. But this time, I saw someone. Just a figure standing in that back room, near the doorway. Not close enough to see a face clearly, just the shape of a person, still and upright, like they were waiting or watching. Here's the weird part. I didn't panic. I didn't even flinch. No icy rush, no spike of fear, nothing. It was like my brain filed it under, interesting, instead of run. I kept listening to my friends talk, nodding along, but my eyes kept drifting back like I was checking a clock. And the figure didn't do anything dramatic. No sudden movement, no rush toward the hallway. It just shifted. Like it took a small step sideways, and then it wasn't in my line of sight anymore. And that was it. I remember thinking, maybe it's a worker cleaning up back there. The simplest explanation. So I let it go. I didn't say a word. I didn't want to be the person who ruins the vibe with, did anyone else see that? We stayed a while, long enough for the warmth of a few drinks to settle in. Not sure how many, maybe 2, maybe 3. Time gets a little soft around the edges in places like that. Eventually, we started getting ready to leave. That's when I noticed Marlene dragging a vacuum out from behind the bar. Not the casual, end of shift kind of thing. More like she was about to do the real closing. She headed toward the exact back room where I'd seen that figure, and something clicked in my head. I waited until my friends were busy pulling on jackets and joking around. Then I leaned in and asked her, as casually as I could, "Hey, do you have someone helping you close tonight?" "Oh no," she said. "It's just me. I sent my other helper home early. Slow night." My stomach dropped. Not in a sick way, just in that sudden, quiet realization. Because we'd been there long enough that there was no way someone could have been in that back dining room unless they'd walked right past us to leave. And they definitely didn't. So I just sat there for a second, holding my smile in place, acting normal, while my brain went, "Oh, okay, so that wasn't an employee." And still, it didn't feel threatening. If anything, it felt like I'd accidentally wandered into someone else's routine. Like that figure wasn't trying to scare anyone. It was just there. Like it belonged. Like it was checking in on a familiar place the way some people still drive by their old neighborhood years after moving away. I thought about telling my friends. I really did. But I could already hear Mason laughing and going, "Sure you did." And I just didn't have the energy to defend myself in the middle of the night. So I kept it to myself. But later, driving home with the dark road stretching out in front of us, I couldn't stop thinking about it. About how normal it felt. About how calm the whole moment was. And I kept thinking, I should have asked Marlene what she thought. Because something tells me if I'd said, "Hey, I saw someone back there," she wouldn't have looked shocked. She probably would have nodded like, "Yeah, that's Earl," or "That's the one who likes the back room," like it was just another regular. And honestly, that's the part that sticks with me the most. Not that I saw a ghost, but that for a second, it felt like I was sharing space with someone who never really left, and didn't seem to mind that I was there either. So this happened last night, and I'm still kind of wrecked this morning. Not only because it was scary, because it really was in the moment, but because of what it means. Because now I feel like I know my grandma is still around, and I truly believe she's met her great-great-granddaughter. Let me back up a little. My great-grandma, her name was Marisol, at least that's what I always called her in my heart, passed away about 8 years ago. And she wasn't just a relative. She was the only grandparent figure who ever really showed up for me and my brother. The only one who made us feel wanted, safe, loved. When she died, it felt like she took pieces of us with her. Like the world got quieter in this specific, permanent way. Now I've got a baby girl. She's just a little over 6 months old, and it's honestly eaten at me that she'll never meet Marisol. Like, I'll be holding my daughter and suddenly it hits me all over again. You would have adored her. I've always been kind of spiritually sensitive. I don't even try to make it sound mystical. It's just my normal. I've had strange experiences since I was a kid. I can usually tell when a space has something in it, when someone is near, when the air changes. But aside from one night years ago, I never felt my grandma again. And I never said this out loud before, but I started wondering if maybe she was just gone. Like maybe wherever she went, she didn't come back. Okay, so last night. It was late, around 11, maybe a little after. My partner, the baby, and I were all in bed. Our bed faces this big window, like almost as tall as a door, with blinds covering it. Everything was calm, soft, the kind of quiet that makes you whisper without thinking. And I suddenly realized I'd never told my partner about the one time Marisol did visit me years ago. So I start telling the story, kind of casually at first, but then I get more serious. And I remember saying something like, that was the only time I ever felt her, the only time she ever made herself known. After that, nothing. I'm mid-sentence, looking right at the blinds as I'm talking. And then it happens. The blinds, right in front of us, lift and pull to the side. Not a tiny twitch, not a little sway, like someone actually picked them up and moved them over, a good 6 inches, like a hand had grabbed them. My partner and I both watched it. Then the blinds let go. And they didn't just fall still. They swung back and forth, hard, like a pendulum, like they'd been released with force. It kept going for almost a full minute, long enough for my brain to go, no, 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 this isn't real. Long enough for my body to go cold. We didn't speak. We just sat there, frozen, listening to that plastic clicking softly as it swayed, waiting for it to stop, waiting for it to make sense. When it finally did stop, it was like my mind snapped back into survival mode. I started scanning for explanations. Air vent? A draft? A passing car shaking something? An uneven window? Anything. But there was nothing. No fan, no breeze, no reason. And then this wave hit me. This feeling that didn't belong to the room, but belonged to memory. Familiar. Warm, almost stern, honestly, like, don't talk about me like I'm not here. I just broke. I started crying so hard I couldn't breathe right, and I turned to my partner and whispered, that wasn't a coincidence, right? And then, this is the part that really undid me. About 20 minutes later, my daughter was on the floor playing, just doing baby things, rolling a little, grabbing at her toy, making those soft little sounds. And then she stops. She looks toward the corner near the window, the exact area where the blinds had moved, and her whole face changes. Her eyes brighten like she's seeing someone she recognizes. someone she likes. She starts babbling, happy babbling, and then she reaches out with both arms and does this little wave grab motion she does when she wants to be picked up. But she wasn't reaching for me. She was reaching for that corner, a corner that looked empty to anyone else. But I knew it wasn't empty. I knew. I could feel it in my bones, the way you can feel someone standing too close behind you, the way you can feel love that doesn't need language. I think my grandma was there. I think she was standing in that corner, just looking at her, meeting her, letting her know she's safe. And here's the thing. After that, nothing else happened. No more noises, no weird activity. The room didn't feel busy or heavy. It felt settled. Like she came in, made her point, made her introduction, and then stepped back. We've had strange things happen in this house before, but never in our bedroom. We've always treated this space like a boundary, like, this is the baby's safe place. Nothing comes in here, nothing negative, just peace, just love, just God. And apparently, her grandma. It's such a strange thing to say, feeling connected to someone you lost so long ago. But that's exactly what it feels like now. Connected. Like a thread got tied back together. I feel her presence again. Not constantly, not like a spooky movie. Just like a quiet protection. Like someone watching from the edge of the room with a soft expression, making sure we're okay. And I never thought I'd say this, but I genuinely hope one day, when my daughter is old enough to talk, she tells me she sees someone. I hope she says it casually, like it's normal, like, yeah, Grandma's here. And I hope she feels what I felt growing up. That kind of love that doesn't disappear, even when the person does. Okay, so I was tiny when this happened. Like, I couldn't have been older than 6, maybe 7 at the absolute most. I used to spend whole afternoons in our backyard, just doing kid stuff, making up games, poking at bugs, chasing my own imagination around. And there was this concrete wall at the back of the yard that separated our place from my neighbor's property, which was actually my great uncle's. The wall wasn't totally intact either. One section was crumbled enough that you could slip through if you really wanted to. But on the other side, it wasn't like a nice little yard. It was this long stretch of weeds and tall grass that went on forever. At least, it felt like forever when you're little. I'd seen litter back there, and I was convinced there were rats, so I stayed on my side. I'd play near the broken part of the wall all the time, but I didn't cross it. That day, my mom was inside talking to my grandparents in the kitchen. I couldn't see them from where I was, but they could see me through the window, and they were close enough that if I yelled, they'd hear it. So I'm out there, messing around near the broken section like always, when this girl suddenly shows up on the other side, like she'd been there the whole time and I just hadn't noticed, except, no. I'm telling you, she wasn't there, and then she was. She looked a little older than me, not by a lot, but enough that it felt like she was the one in charge of the situation, you know? And she was really friendly, like instantly friendly. I can still picture what she was wearing, which is part of why I've never been able to convince myself it was a dream or something. She had these bright blue denim overalls that were kind of too big for her, like the straps sat funny and the legs bunched up. And she was wearing a straw hat, the kind with a simple brim, like something you'd see in a picture book. I remember thinking she looked like a little farm kid from an old illustration. Her skin was really pale. She had freckles across her nose, and her hair was straight, sort of shoulder length, maybe a little longer, but not super long. We talked and played for a bit. I honestly can't remember what the game even was, but I remember the feeling of it, like it was easy, like we'd known each other already. She told me her name was Elowin. And here's where it got weird. She wouldn't come over to my side, not even a step. She stayed on her side of the broken wall the whole time, but she kept trying to get me to come over there with her. Not in a mean way, more like persistent. Like she was sure I'd eventually say yes. And I kept saying no because 1. Rats. 2. Trash. 3. I was absolutely positive I wasn't allowed to go back there. I remember telling her that. Like, I can't. My mom said I can't. There's gross stuff over there. And she did this thing where she looked disappointed, but also kind of irritated. Not angry, not scary, just like she thought I was being ridiculous. She kept insisting there was nothing back there. No rats, no trash, nothing to be afraid of. And the way she said it made me feel weirdly self-conscious, like I was being a baby for not trusting her. I didn't like that feeling at all. So I said, fine, maybe I could go, but I had to ask my mom first. I remember thinking that would make her happy. Like, it was a compromise. Like, see, I'm trying. I ran inside as fast as I could and told my mom, like kids do. I was like, there's a girl outside by the wall and she wants to play. Her name is Elowin and she's wearing blue overalls and a straw hat. My mom's face changed immediately. My mom started asking questions in this polite way, like she was humoring me. And I remember getting offended, like genuinely offended, because I wasn't pretending. I wasn't playing. So I insisted. I told her, no, she's real. She's right there. Come meet her. My mom hesitated, but she came with me, and I bolted outside first, because in my mind I was thinking, see, she's still going to be there. I'm going to prove it. The whole trip, from backyard to kitchen and back, couldn't have taken more than a minute. But when I got there, she was gone. Just gone. I remember my stomach dropping, like that sudden cold, embarrassing swoop. And I started calling out her name, thinking maybe she was hiding behind a bush or crouching down in the grass, being shy now that a grown-up was there. And my mom started talking the way adults talk when they're addressing an imaginary friend, like cheerful and polite but aimed at air. Hi there, she said, like she could totally see this girl. So you're Elowin? And I remember feeling my face get hot, because now it looked like I was the one playing pretend, like I dragged her outside for nothing. I started looking around harder, and I kept drifting closer to the broken wall, because I was thinking, she has to be right there. She has to. But my mom's voice sharpened. She got impatient. She didn't want me going near the opening, and definitely not through it, which just made me more frustrated, because I already knew I wasn't allowed. That wasn't the point. The point was, I wasn't lying. We went back inside, and I kept expecting Elowin to come back, like the next day, or the day after, or at some point when I was outside again. But she never did. And what made it worse, what honestly made it stick in my chest for years, was that my mom didn't believe me. I could tell she didn't. Not really. She thought I'd imagined her, or made her up, or maybe seen something and turned it into a story. After that, my mom started acting like Elowin was already there, like she was playing along. Like, oh, is your friend out there today? In this sweet, encouraging voice. And I know she meant well. I do. But as a kid, it felt like I was being handed an imaginary friend I didn't ask for. Like she was trying to smooth over something I wasn't ready to let go of. Because to me, that girl had been real. Eventually, I kind of went along with it, I guess. I was little, and little kids adapt. But the imaginary friend version of her wasn't the same at all. In my head, she turned into this big, gentle butterfly, Basically a cute cartoon creature I liked at the time, with big friendly eyes and soft wings. That imaginary butterfly was comforting and safe, and I always knew it wasn't real. The girl by the wall was different. The girl by the wall felt like someone I actually met. And the older I got, the more I noticed how people reacted when I told the story. I always told it as this thing about my mom not believing me. Like, this is the first time I remember feeling that kind of frustration. That kind of, why won't you trust me? But people didn't focus on that. They'd get quiet. They'd look unsettled. They'd say things like, that's creepy, or that's not normal, or are you sure? And over the years, yeah, I started to feel a little spooked too. Maybe because everyone else was. Maybe because the details never faded. Maybe because I can still see the blue overalls and the straw hat like it's a snapshot. I don't have some dramatic explanation for it. I just know what I remember. I know she was there. And I know what it felt like to be telling the truth, and to have the only adult who could have backed me up look at me like I was pretending. Hey, so I'm gonna tell you something that's been sitting heavy on my chest for a couple of days now, and I can't quite shake it. I'm 38, and I live with my wife, Marina, in this house we bought back in 2013. It's one of those older places, built in the mid-50s, solid bones, tons of character. We've raised our 3 kids here, made it ours over time. Paint, small remodels, all that normal life stuff. And honestly, this house has always felt warm, safe, like it's been good to us. But I should mention this one detail because it might matter, or it might be totally irrelevant and my brain is just trying to connect dots. About a year after we moved in, one of the neighbors casually mentioned that the original owner, supposedly a really kind guy, actually passed away here. Heart attack, out on the back patio. And yeah, that's sad, but it never made the house feel creepy or off. No weird cold spots, no bad energy, nothing like that. Just a piece of history. Anyway, 2 nights ago, like middle of the night, around 2:40 a.m., I'm half asleep and I hear Marina get out of bed. She pads down the hall and goes into the kitchen where her laptop setup is. I'm thinking she couldn't sleep, maybe just wanted to read or scroll or whatever. I stayed in bed, kind of drifting. And then, the second I hear her sit down in the chair, I get hit with this sudden, awful feeling. Not anxiety, not, oh no, I forgot something. It was dread, sharp and absolute, like my body decided there was danger in the room before my mind even caught up. I kept my eyes closed because I didn't want to look. I don't even know why. It was just instinct, like, don't open them. I started praying, not performatively, more like reflex, just reaching for something steady. And the moment I did, I saw this blinding white flash behind my closed eyelids, like someone set off a camera flash inside my head. And right after that, it felt like a massive rush, an energetic whoosh swept over me. My whole body went heavy, pinned. And it wasn't just, can't move. It felt like something pressed down through my chest, like my insides were being squeezed. The best way I can describe it is, it felt like my soul was being crushed. Dramatic, I know, but that's what it felt like. I've had sleep paralysis before, twice, years ago, so I'm not unfamiliar with the concept. But those times, I was awake, aware of the room, just stuck. This was different. This time, I felt trapped in this half-dream state where I could hear the world normally, but I couldn't get my body to respond. I didn't hear footsteps or whispers or anything obvious. It was more like the air itself was wrong. I tried to call out to Marina. I tried so hard. In my head, I'm yelling her name. Marina! Marina, but nothing comes out. And I don't know if it was 10 seconds or a full minute, but it felt long. Long enough to start panicking in that helpless way where you're thinking, if something is here and I can't move, what am I supposed to do? Then finally, I snapped fully awake, like surfacing. I rolled over fast and clicked on my bedside lamp, and the room looked normal, totally normal. But the feeling didn't vanish instantly. It lingered, like the aftermath of a storm, like the pressure had left, but the atmosphere hadn't reset yet. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was shaking. Not a little rattled, I mean shaking. I just sat there, breathing, trying to convince myself I was safe. Eventually, I calmed down enough to sleep again, and the next day, I kept going back and forth in my head. Do I even talk about this? Part of me felt silly, like, okay, bodies do weird things. Half asleep, stress, whatever. So I told myself it was probably just a freak sleep event and tried to drop it. And then this morning happened. I'm driving the kids to school, just a normal morning, and my oldest, Lena, she's 11, says to her younger sister, totally casually, that she had a night terror the night before. She says she woke up frozen with fear, like she couldn't move, and she could hear voices. But the part that made my stomach flip is what she said next. She said the voices didn't sound like strangers. She said it sounded like us, me, Marina, and the other kids, like the whole family talking, but wrong, like overlapping, like everyone speaking together as one voice, and she couldn't understand what it was saying. And I'm sitting there at the wheel trying to keep my face neutral, because the last thing I want is to scare her, so I just didn't push. I made some gentle noise like, oh wow, that sounds scary, and moved on. But inside, I felt cold. Because she didn't know anything about what happened to me. I never said a word to anyone. So now I'm stuck in this place where I'm trying to stay rational, because that's who I am. I'm not someone who jumps to ghosts or demons or anything like that. I'm open-minded, but I'm practical. And yet, I can't ignore how intensely real it felt, and I really can't ignore the timing with what Lena said. So yeah, that's where I'm at. What do you think it could have been? Just a coincidence? Two weird sleep-related things back to back? Stress in the house? Something environmental? Or something else? And if there is anything I can do to stop it from happening again, something grounded, something practical, even something spiritual if you think that matters, I'd honestly like to hear it. Because whatever that was, I don't want to feel it again. And I definitely don't want my kids feeling anything like that either. So, I need to tell you about the house we moved into. Because if I don't say it out loud, it still doesn't feel real. About 9 years ago, my wife Lena and I found this old Victorian, built in the 1890s. Tall ceilings, carved woodwork, that kind of, they don't make them like this anymore, charm. It was the kind of place you walk through and instantly start picturing holidays, coffee on the porch, a future. We had no clue it was active. The first few months were normal, nothing dramatic, just us settling in, learning the quirks of an old house, the creaks, the drafts, the way you have to pull one door just right or it sticks. And then, somewhere around month 4 or 5, the house started doing this thing where it felt like it was trying to get our attention without fully stepping into view. At first, it was little stuff. Cabinets in the kitchen, just barely swinging open, like someone had nudged them and walked away. Upstairs, footsteps in the hallway when both of us were downstairs. Bedroom doors that we knew were shut when we went to sleep, standing wide open in the morning like a silent announcement. I was here. And our bathroom. This is the part I still can't make logical. There's an old clawfoot tub with one of those vintage shower setups. 3 separate knobs. You don't accidentally turn it on. You have to commit. But more than once, we'd wake up and the shower would be running full blast. Then things started getting physical. Stuff getting knocked off shelves. One time in the master bedroom, another in the kitchen, another time in this back room down in the basement. Not sliding, not falling, like it had been flicked off with intention. That's when you stop saying, "Huh, weird," and start saying, "Okay, what is going on?" After that, the house got bolder. We'd hear knocking, hard knocks, coming from the living room when nobody was there. A heavy thud from the basement, like something dropping, but when you go down, there's nothing. Lights flickering for no reason, even after we changed bulbs. And the disappearing things. That's the kind of stuff that messes with your head. Like, you put your keys on the little table by the stairs. You know you did. And then they're gone for days. You tear the place apart. You question your sanity. You blame the cat. You blame each other. Then a week later, there they are again. Right where you left them. Like the house is returning them after it's done playing. But the creepiest shift, the moment it stopped being strange and started being personal, was the footsteps on the stairs. Not the gentle old house creaks. These were heavy, angry, like someone stomping up from the bottom step, each footfall louder than the last. And then stopping a few steps from the top, like whoever it was standing there, just out of sight, deciding whether to come the rest of the way. And the thing is, it wasn't just me. My friend Caleb experienced it alone. Lena experienced it alone. I experienced it alone. Same pattern, same weight, same stopping point. Then it started copying us, mimicking. One afternoon I was walking through the kitchen, passing the little hallway that leads to the stairs, and I heard Caleb's voice, right by my ear, like he was standing inches from me, clear as day. I actually turned my head, expecting to see him. He wasn't there. I texted him immediately. "Are you home?" He wrote back from work, sent a picture of his desk like, "Dude, I'm not even close." Another time, Lena and I were in the house together and heard that same voice from another room, followed by a hard thud, like something hit the floor. And then, this is where it flipped. It copied me. He says, "I heard footsteps outside the door, and then I heard you sniffling. But I wasn't near the bathroom. I was sitting still, watching the movie, not moving, not messing around." A few days later, it happened again. Caleb was alone in the living room while Lena and I were out in the garage, and he swears he heard me sneeze, loud, close, coming from upstairs, from my office. I didn't sneeze. I wasn't even inside. It was like something was practicing our voices, testing them. When we bought the place, nobody warned us. The realtor didn't say a word, but the house came with this old storage box, like a history of the home kind of thing. Deeds, old photos, receipts from repairs, even newspaper clippings. And mixed into it were details about deaths tied to the property. 3 of them, confirmed in the paperwork. One person had a heart attack in the garage, another died after a long illness, and another, this one hit me hard, drowned out in Lake Michigan. And then there was this single sheet, like someone had typed it up on an ancient machine, listing reported hauntings from tenants back in the 1980s. They wrote about seeing a man near the fireplace or standing by a front window. They described him in detail. Tall, older, thinning hair but long in the back, dressed like he belonged to another century, suit, and this long tailcoat. I'm telling you. Lena read that and went dead quiet, because she'd already seen him. She said she'd caught glimpses of a tall man on the stairs more than once. Sometimes he'd just be there, and she'd have to walk past him like you do when you're trying to act calm around something you don't understand. Sometimes, this part makes my skin crawl. She said he'd move like he realized he'd been caught, and then he'd disappear through these old swinging butler doors that lead toward the entryway. And before she ever saw that paper, she described him exactly the same way. The suit, the shape, the hair. Most of the time, Lena handled it better than I did. She'd shrug off little things. "Old houses are weird," she'd say, like that explained a cabinet opening itself. But there was one night she couldn't shrug off. She woke up around 3 in the morning and saw someone peering over the doorway from the hallway into our room, hunched over, watching her, smiling. She told me she couldn't tell if it was a woman or maybe a child, smaller, bent forward in a way that didn't look right. But what she remembers most were the eyes. She said they looked pale, almost yellow-white, too bright, like they were reflecting light that wasn't there. She got so scared she literally climbed on top of me to wake me up, not shook my shoulder, not called my name. She jumped onto me like she needed to get off the bed, off the floor, away from whatever was in that doorway. And the last thing, the most recent thing, that still messes with my sense of reality, happened a couple months ago. It was late, after 2 a.m., and Lena and I were on the couch in the living room. Down in the basement, I have this little compressor for my airbrush setup. It kicks on every so often to rebuild pressure, and it's loud enough that you can hear it through the vents. Lena goes, "Can you please unplug that? I can't sleep with it turning on." And instantly, this feeling hit me. That gut drop feeling where you don't even have a reason, but something in you says, "Don't go down there right now." I told her I'd do it in the morning. She laughed and said it would take 30 seconds. She'd go upstairs and let our cat out of the room he'd been trapped in, and we'd meet back in the kitchen. So I did it. I practically jogged down, yanked the plug, and ran back up. We met in the kitchen at almost the exact same moment. Less than a minute total. We go back into the living room, and the ceiling fan lights had been loosened. Not removed, not shattered. And here's why that still keeps me up sometimes. The TV was still on. The clock was still on. Other lights in the house still worked. Nothing else was disturbed. Just those bulbs, intentionally turned off, while we were both out of the room for less than 60 seconds. Like the house wanted us to know, I can do things while you're gone. I can do things fast. And maybe the strangest part is, this isn't even the first time something like this has followed us. Before this place, Lena and I had a little apartment in Pennsylvania and had experiences there too. Footsteps, odd sounds, that sense of being watched. I also used to work at this old, haunted attraction not far from here, and once did a ghost tour where they used one of those spirit box setups, and it spit out my name. Twice. My name isn't common. Hearing it through that crackling radio noise made my stomach turn. So I don't know if it's the house, or if it's us. But I do know this. When you live somewhere long enough where the walls answer back, you stop asking if something is there. You start wondering what it wants. And you start listening a lot harder than you ever wanted to. So, I've got to tell you what's been going on, because it's starting to feel like the kind of thing you can't just shrug off anymore. For a little background, my day job is in a funeral home, and I know how that sounds already, but honestly, most of the weird stuff there is almost routine. A door that swings when it shouldn't. Something that vanishes and turns up later in the most obvious place. A patch of foggy air that lingers in one corner like it forgot to leave. Strange, sure, but usually it doesn't feel bad, you know? It's more like, oh, that again. But a couple of months back, a few of us started noticing something else. Just a dark shape, like a shadow, catching the edge of your vision in different parts of the building. And every time it happened, it left this little aftertaste of unease. Not terror, not panic, just that crawling, something's off feeling that sticks to your skin. Anyway, around the same time, my family moved into a new place. It's a duplex apartment. Nothing fancy, but it's cozy. It's me, Renee, my partner Matt, my daughter Ivy, she's 10, 2 indoor cats, Juniper and Beetle, and our outdoor dog, Scout. We'd barely been there 6 or 7 weeks and everything felt totally normal. Until the whispering started. And when I say whispering, I mean the kind that feels like it's right in your ear. Close enough that you almost flinch from the breath of it. This has happened to me a couple of times in the past, years ago. Back then, it was always a woman's voice, soft, calming, like someone speaking to you when you're sick or scared. I could never remember the words afterward, but I always woke up with this warm, protected feeling, like I'd been wrapped in a blanket from the inside out. I mentioned it once to a couple of people who are really tuned into spiritual stuff, and they told me, very matter-of-factly, "That sounds like a protector, like someone watching over you." So when it happened again recently, in those early morning hours right before sunrise, the first time, I wasn't even afraid. That first time was just like before. Same gentle female voice. I woke up, didn't open my eyes, and just listened. I couldn't tell you what she said if you held a flashlight to my face and demanded it, but I remember the feeling. Peaceful, steady, like someone was reminding me, "You're okay, you're safe." But then the second time happened, and that time, it sounded exactly like Ivy. I heard her voice, clear as day, right by my ear. "Mom?" In that exact way kids say it when they're about to ask a question. It jolted me awake. I sat up, looked around. No one. Matt was already gone for his early shift. The bedroom was quiet, the door closed, everything still. So I went down the hall to Ivy's room, expecting to find her standing there or sitting up in bed. She was out cold, fully asleep, not even stirring. That's when the nice, comforting, guardian feeling started to wobble. A few days after that, Matt told me something that gave me goosebumps immediately. He said he'd woken up in the dark to a voice, his own voice, saying either "mine" or "nine." He couldn't tell which. He said it wasn't like he'd spoken in his sleep. It was like he heard it, external, like someone else used his voice as a sound. He sat up, confused, scanned the room, and there was nothing. Just me sleeping. Then I had this other moment, middle of the day, when I was home alone because I'd been off work recovering from pneumonia. I was in bed, drifting in and out, door closed, and I heard 3 knocks. Not random tapping, not a settling noise. 3 deliberate knocks, like someone at a front door. Knock, knock, knock. But then, this is the part that still makes my stomach twist. This morning, before sunrise again, Scout started barking outside. That sharp, urgent bark she uses when she thinks something's wrong. I got up to calm her. It was still dark, but the sky had that faint early light, enough to see without turning lamps on. I got her settled, and I was walking back down the hall toward the bedroom when I heard Matt's voice from behind the closed bedroom door. "I got him!" It was playful, but there was something underneath it. Something that didn't match him, like a grin you can't see in the dark. I stopped so fast I swear my whole body locked, because while I was standing there, I could also hear Matt lightly snoring. Steady, unbroken. He hadn't moved. He hadn't paused. Nothing. And right after I heard the voice, both cats hissed, like full, angry, spitting hisses, and they bolted away from the bedroom door like something had rushed at them from the other side. Juniper and Beetle never do that. They live for that door. They usually camp there like little furry burglars, waiting for someone to open it so they can sneak in and nap on the bed. Matt and I finally sat down and talked about all of it. He told me he'd heard knocking too, coming from the kitchen late last night. 3 knocks. And here's the thing. I hadn't told him about the knocks I heard earlier in the day. Not a word. So when he said 3, my heart kind of dropped. We even checked the security cameras, because of course that's what you do when you're trying to be rational. But nothing showed up. And all of it has been happening on the far side of the apartment, away from the wall that connects to the other unit. So we're pretty sure it's not a neighbor or someone thumping around next door. And then there's me. I've been feeling drained, like someone unplugged me, mentally and physically. Even when I sleep a solid 8 hours, by mid-afternoon I'm barely upright. I keep telling myself it's left over from being sick. Pneumonia will knock you around, I know that. But this exhaustion feels sticky, like it doesn't lift. And yesterday at work, something happened that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. I was talking with coworkers when I felt pressure on my left shoulder blade. Not pain, pressure. Like a hand. But not a normal hand. It felt rough, scratchy, almost scaled? That sounds ridiculous, I know, but it's the closest description I've got. I kept brushing at my cardigan, thinking maybe a hair or a loose thread was poking through my shirt. I kept trying to find the source of it, even slipped my hand down the back of my shirt like, okay, what is this? And there was nothing. No tag, no seam, no pin, no hair. Nothing. It happened over and over until I got so frustrated I could have cried. And then it just stopped. That night I got home, ate dinner, and passed out on the couch like someone hit an off switch. Later, Matt woke me and guided me to bed. And while we were settling in, he casually goes, "Oh, and something weird happened earlier." He told me he'd been packing our lunches and he felt a hand press into his left shoulder blade. Same spot. Same kind of pressure. He said he thought it was me messing with him, so he turned around ready to call me out. I wasn't there. He checked the living room and I was still asleep on the couch. He just stood there in the kitchen staring at nothing, trying to make it make sense. And one more detail. One of my coworkers, a woman who is very spiritually tuned in, mentioned this past week that she saw something perched on her own shoulder in the bathroom mirror while she was washing her hands. She said it like she was trying not to scare herself as she said it. So now I'm sitting here, connecting all these dots I don't want to connect. And I keep thinking, what if it isn't just one thing? What if it's multiple presences, multiple energies? One that comforts and one that imitates, one that watches and one that pushes. I don't know. I just know it's getting stranger, and it's starting to feel less like weird little apartment noises and more like something learning us, like something practicing our voices in the dark right before the sun comes up. So, I don't tell this story to freak you out. I tell it because it still sits in my chest the same way it did back then, like a cold hand pressed flat against your ribs. When I was younger, me and a few friends, let's call them Nate, Owen, and Jess, used to go poking around this abandoned, winterized house out near Mason, New Hampshire. And when I say out near, I mean out there. Dirt roads, trees packed in tight, and no neighbors close enough to hear you yell if you needed help. It was the kind of place where the world gets quiet in a way that feels unnatural. The house itself was oddly intact for being empty. We found old boxes and paperwork that made it look like nobody had really lived there since around 2006 or so, like time just stopped and left everything behind. Most rooms were trashed from people rummaging through. Bedrooms turned inside out, the living room littered with junk and broken things. But the sunroom, that was different. On one wall there was this messy, half-faded writing. like somebody tried to copy Latin without really knowing it. And there was a symbol on the floor, something like a star drawn inside a circle. Not neat, not dramatic like in movies. More like someone scribbled it in a hurry and didn't care who saw it later. There were also these painted snakes winding along part of a wall. And I remember thinking, why snakes? Why here? We went there more than once because it was private. Nobody bothered us. We could mess around, explore, talk, laugh, whatever. But here's the thing. Even when nothing happened, the place always felt sour. Like the air had a mood. You know how some rooms feel warm, even if they're cold? This was the opposite. It felt like you weren't welcome, but you were being tolerated. And then, one day we decided to go into the basement. The basement stairs were narrow and steep, and the smell down there was sharp. Dust, metal, something chemical. Our phone flashlights were doing that jittery thing, cutting little slices out of the dark. And the second we got to the bottom, we saw it. Heavy chains fixed up near the ceiling area, like restraints. The kind you'd strap around wrists, arms raised up. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't maybe. It was exactly what it looked like. And on the floor beneath it there was a stain, old, dark brown, spread in an uneven patch. I remember my brain trying to argue with itself. It's rust. It's old paint. It's something. Anything but what your gut says. Nearby there was a workbench, and it was loaded with stuff. Bottles that looked like chemical containers, strange little glasses, tools, random pieces that didn't belong together. Like someone had been experimenting, or cleaning, or preparing. I don't even know. I just know my skin went tight. And then, this is the part I still struggle to explain without sounding crazy. I got this sudden, clean, violent certainty in my head. Like a thought that wasn't mine. Get out. Now. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a bad vibe. It was like someone shoved the words straight into my mind, hard enough to make my stomach drop. So I didn't try to convince anyone. I didn't make a speech. I just told the guys, I'm going outside. I've got a really bad feeling. And I moved fast, up those stairs, 2 at a time. At the top, there's this little gap where the basement door and the front entry are close. And I remember kind of hopping over clutter, like my body was on autopilot, just trying to get air and daylight. Outside, the daylight didn't even help much. I paced in front of the house, pretending I was fine, waiting for them to come up. But then that feeling hit. The one where you can feel eyes on you, even if you can't see anything. Top floor, left side window. And there was a white face staring down at me. Not a shadow that could be a curtain, not a trick of light. A face, pale, still, watching me like I was an insect under glass. I swear, my whole body snapped into panic. I screamed, just one ugly burst, and bolted straight into the woods like a kid. I didn't make it far, maybe half a minute, long enough to realize I was alone and breathing like I'd been running for my life because, honestly, I thought I had. I forced myself to walk back, slowly, trying to act like I didn't just lose it. When I looked back up at the window, gone. A few minutes later, the guys came up, laughing at first, until they saw my face. I told them exactly what happened. Nate got that stubborn, angry look and said we should go check upstairs. Owen, being Owen, started talking about breaking the window, just to prove nobody's in there. I didn't like that. I told them not to. But you know how it goes when you're young and someone's trying to feel brave. My protest got swallowed by their adrenaline. We stayed outside for a while after that, like we were daring the house to do something, Eventually, we decided to leave. My car was an old '98 Saturn coupe, nothing fancy, but it always started. Always. I turned the key. Nothing. Not even a click. No dash lights. No interior lights. Just dead. Like the car had been unplugged from reality. At first, I assumed I'd done something stupid. Left a light on. Left the key turned. Something. But I knew I hadn't. We popped the hood, tried the basics, waited, tried again. Still nothing. And out there, service was garbage. The trees just swallowed the signal. So we sat near the car as the sky started dimming, trying to call anyone we could. And while we're doing that, Jess walks up and says, really quietly, "Look at the upstairs window, the top left. Tell me if you see anything." My stomach did that same drop again. I looked, and I'm not exaggerating when I tell you what was there. 2 huge, faint, dark red eyes. Not a whole face, not a head, just eyes, floating in the window like embers in smoke. They shifted slightly, like whatever it belonged to was breathing, like it was leaning in and out just a fraction. I told him, "Yeah, I see it." And he just stared at me, pale, and said, "I thought I was losing my mind." We kept looking back at the window while the others fought for signal, and the eyes didn't leave. They stayed there, unblinking, holding that spot like it owned it. Eventually, thank God, someone got through and a friend came to pick us up. But we still had to deal with my car. We didn't want it sitting right at the house, because if cops rolled up for any reason, we'd be done. So we pushed it, quietly, urgently, down the road and deeper into the woods to a little pull-off near a lake, where a tow truck could reach it later without parking right at the property. The next morning, I had it towed to my shop, and that's when the mechanic called me with a tone I'll never forget. He goes, "This is weird. Both fuse panels are blown. Like, everything. Not one fuse, not a couple. All of them. Every single fuse in both boxes. They had to replace the entire set. And even after that, they couldn't point to a normal electrical problem that would have caused it. No clear short. No obvious damage that explained the scale of it." I remember sitting there with the phone in my hand, just staring at the wall, feeling that same basement warning humming behind my eyes. Because I know what it felt like out there. I know what I saw. And I know what it felt like to be watched. But I never went back to that house. And here's the part that makes it worse, in a quieter way. I've always been sensitive to stuff. I can walk into certain places and feel the atmosphere shift, like emotions hang in the air. Sometimes I pick up on people's feelings before they even speak. I don't pretend I understand it. I just know it's real for me. A couple months later, Nate sent me a photo of the house, just casually, like he was reminiscing. And in one of the side windows, there were 2 small shadows. Short, thin shapes, almost like children standing close together. Then he asked me if I remembered a little black box the guys had found that day, one that 2 of them wouldn't let anyone else open. He told me they ended up burning it. When I asked why, he wouldn't go into detail, just said it was kids' stuff, and that it was bad. His voice changed when he said it, like he regretted even bringing it up. And then he said something that made my stomach go cold all over again. He said he sometimes wondered if whoever owned that house had done horrible things to children, took them, documented it, and then made sure they never left. I didn't argue. I didn't try to reason it away, because the truth is, some places don't just feel abandoned. Some places feel like they're still holding on to what happened inside them. And that house felt like it was still watching. So I'm going to tell you something that still makes my stomach flip a little when I say it out loud. It started a while back, late spring, around the end of April, I think. Our baby boy, Milo, was only a few months old then, still in that phase where naps happen constantly and the whole day feels like a blur of bottles, laundry, and little squeaky yawns. One afternoon, maybe around 5-ish, my partner Tessa and I were out on the back patio making dinner, just grilling, trying to pretend we were normal adults for 10 minutes. We had the baby monitor sitting right there with us. Milo was upstairs in our room, dozing in his bassinet. He started to stir and fuss the way babies do, like he was revving up for a full cry. Tessa said she was going to run inside and use the bathroom before going up to get him. Totally normal. I was carrying a plate in through the kitchen when she stepped out of the hallway bathroom, and she just froze. Like, stopped dead, eyes wide, the kind of look where you instantly know something is wrong. I tried to lighten it, because that's what you do when you don't understand what you're seeing. I said something dumb like, "You know I live here too, right?" And she just whispered, "I saw a hand." I remember blinking at her like, "A hand? What do you mean, a hand?" She told me she'd glanced at the monitor, just a quick look, and saw a hand come into frame and touch Milo, like someone was settling him. And for one terrifying second, she assumed it was me, until she saw me right there in the kitchen, nowhere near the stairs. That's when the panic hit both of us at the exact same time. We ran upstairs, like actually sprinted. Checked the room, the closet, behind the curtains, everything. Nothing. No person. No weird noise. Milo was there, little face scrunched up, breathing normal, like nothing had happened. And I want you to understand, our house setup makes the "someone is secretly living here" theory feel impossible. We work from home. We've got 2 loud dogs that notice everything. There's no attic entry into the bedrooms, no hidden door, none of that. If someone was in our home, we would know. So for the next few weeks, I did what my brain always does. I tried to bulldoze it with logic. I told myself maybe the monitor glitched. Maybe it flashed an old image. Maybe the angle made a blanket look like fingers. Anything. But here's the thing. I'm picky about cameras. It's part of my job. And this monitor is live feed only. No recordings, no memory. When it loses signal, it doesn't stutter or smear. It just cuts to a blank, connection lost screen. We've used monitors like this for years with our older kid too, and I've never once seen it replay anything. So, as much as I wanted to file it away as a weird one-off, I couldn't quite do it. Then last night happened. It was one of those nights where you're half asleep, barely human. Milo had been sleeping in his crib in his own room, and we were in our bed. I remember the time because my eyes hit the clock right after. 3 a.m. exactly. I heard him cry through the monitor on my nightstand. Not just a whimper, an actual cry. I rolled over to nudge Tessa, but her side of the bed was empty. And as I turned back toward the monitor, I saw it. A hand slid into view from the edge of the frame. And I didn't even panic at first, because my brain went, "Oh, Tessa got up and went in there. Of course, that's what that is." But literally seconds later, the bathroom door in our bedroom opened, and Tessa walked out rubbing her eyes. She hadn't been in his room. And I swear to you, the way my whole body reacted, it was like someone dumped ice water into my chest. I sat up so fast my heart felt like it tripped over itself. I tried to speak and it came out broken, just, "Oh my God, I thought it was you." We ran across the house again, checked everything again. Milo was alone in his crib. No one else. No movement. No hiding place. Nothing. And that's the part that messes with me the most. It wasn't scary in the way you'd expect. It didn't feel aggressive. It didn't feel like something trying to hurt him. If anything, it looked gentle, like whoever or whatever did it was trying to comfort my baby. But then you're left with this horrible question hanging in the air. If it's something not normal, why would it show itself at all? And why twice? We even have a second camera in the room, just a separate live view cam on a shelf, so it's not like there's only one device involved. And it wasn't a little floating light or a vague blur. It was a physical-looking hand. So now I'm sitting here, trying to keep my head on straight, trying not to spiral, trying to decide whether this is some bizarre technical explanation I haven't found yet, or something I don't have words for. And I keep coming back to the same thought over and over. If it's real, and if it's something, it doesn't seem cruel. It seems like it's watching over him. But still, I'd be lying if I said I'm not shaken. Hey, so I want to tell you about my kid, because this has been sitting in my chest for years. My daughter, her name's Luna, is 7 now. She's autistic and mostly communicates in short phrases, sometimes just single words, and sometimes with gestures that make perfect sense, but only if you already know her language. And ever since she was a baby, she's acted like the world has extra layers the rest of us can't see. When Luna was tiny, like still in the squishy baby phase, she'd just light up. She'd smile at empty corners, wave at nothing, giggle like someone was playing peekaboo with her, except there was nobody there. And as she got older, it didn't fade. It got more specific. As a toddler, she'd crawl and then toddle straight toward nothing, hands out, like she was chasing bubbles, like there were little moving targets floating around the living room. One time, this is one of the few times she managed to explain it out loud, she said, very calmly, "Blue lights, yellow lights," like it was the most obvious thing in the world. And here's the thing, when she has a meltdown, like a full sensory storm, she'll sometimes come out of it by tracking something with her eyes, something that isn't there for me. She'll be sobbing, overwhelmed, and then suddenly she's focused, following something across the room, breathing slowing down, like whatever she's watching is guiding her back. Other people have seen it too. My husband, Ethan, has watched her play like she's interacting with another kid. Not pretend play with dolls, like actual back and forth. She'll nod, shake her head, show a toy to empty air, even reach up like she's holding someone's hand while she runs. Her teacher mentioned it once, kind of gently, like she didn't want to spook me. Luna plays like there's a friend beside her, she said, like she's sharing. When Ethan asked Luna who she was playing with, Luna pointed at open space next to the couch and said, "That boy." Just that boy. No hesitation. Another time at school, her teacher asked, and Luna said, "Tinker." Then she added, "Like the flying one." I swear I felt my stomach drop. Not because it proved anything, but because she said it like she was naming someone everyone already knew. Most of that you could chalk up to imagination, a vivid inner world, an invisible friend, totally reasonable. But then there are the moments that don't sit neatly in that box. Like this one. My dad came over to visit. When he was getting ready to leave, Luna looked up from her little pile of blocks and said, "Pop goes in the blue car." We laughed, because my dad's car is white. Ours is dark gray. Outside the window, no blue car, nothing. 10 minutes later, my dad goes to start his car and it won't turn over. Dead. He ends up calling for a ride share. And tell me why the car that pulls up, right on time, bright as a children's book illustration, is blue. Or this, Luna's birthday last year. My in-laws gave her a gift bag with tissue paper and a bow, the whole thing. Luna took one look at it and frowned. Then she said, "Flower broken." She didn't want to open it, just stood there, stiff, like, nope. We coaxed her gently, thinking maybe she just didn't like surprises that day. Inside was a little tea set, porcelain, delicate, covered in tiny painted flowers. And one of the cups had a crack right through the center of a flower, like it had been split with a thin, precise line. No explanation. She'd tense up if you tried to guide her over it. And then, a year later, my younger kid, my son Jude, got sick and threw up all over that exact patch. Same place, like the carpet had been waiting. She did something similar with one of Ethan's shirts. A totally normal shirt, soft cotton, no weird texture, no strong smell, nothing. But if he wore it, Luna acted like he was radioactive. She'd back away, scrunch her face, hide behind furniture like she was avoiding a monster in a cartoon. Months later, Ethan is holding Jude while wearing that shirt, and Jude suddenly vomits all over Ethan's chest. It sounds funny when I say it like that, I know. Like, okay, maybe she's just got a sixth sense for puke-related disasters, but it kept happening in ways that made me feel watched. Like the universe was leaving little sticky notes only she could read. One day she asked our neighbor, Mr. Patel, "You fixed the window?" He laughed and said, "Which window?" Luna pointed, very specifically, at a single window on the side of his house, and she gave this expression like, "Obviously that one." There was nothing wrong with it. No crack, no loose frame, perfectly fine. A few weeks later, a soccer ball from the kids down the street hit that exact window and shattered it. But the part that really unravels me, the part I still don't know how to hold, is Grandma. When Luna was learning family words, it made sense at first. Mama, Dada, Nana, Pop, all that. Normal little kid stuff. Then she started saying, Grandma. And I froze the first time because my mom, my actual mom, disappeared when I was 12. She was never found, presumed dead. It's one of those losses that doesn't finish happening. It just keeps echoing. Here's the thing. We don't talk about her as Grandma in our house. Not because it's forbidden, just because it hurts, and also because Luna never met her. We refer to her by her first name when we have to, or I'll say, my mom, quietly, like I'm trying not to disturb something. Luna has never been told about her. Not in detail, not in bedtime story form, not in a way that would give her an image to latch onto. But Luna would mention Grandma like she was someone current. She played with me, Luna would say. I'd ask, carefully, do you mean Nana? Meaning Ethan's mom. And Luna would shake her head hard. No, Grandma. And then she started drawing her. Always the same hair, dark, curly, the same shape it used to sit around my mother's face. And once she drew her wearing a shirt with a pattern I recognized so fast it made my throat close. Because it was the exact color and style my mom was wearing the last day anyone saw her. And I'm sitting there staring at a crayon drawing made by a child who, by all logic, should not have that detail in her head. I've tried to explain it away. I've tried so hard. I've told myself she overheard something, saw a photo, picked up a clue I didn't notice. But the truth is, I don't think she did. And I'm not someone who grew up believing in ghosts or signs or any of that. I'm the person who rolls their eyes at spooky stories and then feels guilty about it later. I like explanations that can be measured, but Luna keeps handing me moments that don't fit into the measuring cup. So I'm left in this strange place where I'm not fully convinced of anything, but I'm also not able to dismiss her either. Not even fear, not even certainty. Just the sense that maybe the world is bigger than I thought. and my kid can see farther into it than I can. Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel, everyone. How's your day going? I'm so excited to be here and share spooky, real-life experiences from all over the world with you. Thank you so much for sending in your stories, and please, keep them coming. By the way, have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Don't worry, we've got you. Now go ahead and get comfy in bed, switch on your nightlight, and let's dive into today's paranormal stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Okay, so let me tell you about this place, because it's the kind of story that sounds exaggerated until you're standing in the middle of it, feeling your skin prickle for no good reason. It's a 2-story farmhouse out in the middle of wide open land, about 150-ish acres, give or take. Been in the same family forever. Not a cute, old house with charm situation either. More like a house that's always been awake, always listening, always doing something. And what makes it even stranger is how long it's been going on. Not a few spooky months. Not since the owners remodeled. I mean generations. People have been talking about footsteps, voices, doors slamming, lights acting wrong, since at least the 1930s, and honestly, probably earlier. It's like the house has kept a running routine of reminding everyone, I'm still here. Here's the part that always gets me. In this family, almost nobody could stand staying there overnight. Like, most of them wouldn't even nap upstairs. They'd visit for a few hours, keep the lights on, joke around to stay brave, and then leave before it got dark. Except for 2 people. One was the grandfather, Hank, and the other, years later, was the current owner, a woman named Marin. Hank loved the property. He wrote about it when he was away in the Navy during World War II, how he couldn't wait to be back, how he wanted to raise a family there. He eventually bought the land, moved in with his wife Lottie, and they raised their kids in that house like it was the most normal thing in the world. But the kids? Oh, they hated it. Both of them, even now in their 70s, still talk about that house like it's a place you don't fully escape. They remember hearing heavy footsteps upstairs when nobody else was there, doors opening on their own, voices drifting down from the 2nd floor like someone was talking just out of earshot. And the upstairs, especially the east bedroom, always felt wrong, like the air got heavier as you climbed the stairs. Lottie and her siblings had been saying that for as long as anyone could remember. They grew up in that house and swore the upstairs had a presence that didn't want you comfortable. Now, the house itself is old, built in the 1880s, stone foundation, later reinforced in a couple stages. Renovations over the decades, but still very much the same bones. Living spaces on the 1st floor, and then 4 bedrooms upstairs that seem to hold the worst of it. And no, this isn't one of those stories where everything starts after someone dies. There were deaths on the property. Lottie passed in the house, and so did her mother before her. But the activity was happening long before any of that. No abuse stories, no dramatic tragedy, no, and then we found a hidden room. Just an active house that never really quieted down. After Hank died in 2004, Lottie lived there alone for years, and she still reported things. The upstairs lights started turning on and off even though she physically couldn't climb the stairs anymore. It got so frequent that the family finally had an electrician disconnect the upstairs lighting altogether. The electrician checked everything and basically shrugged. No short, no obvious wiring issue, nothing that should be doing it. Then one night, this detail makes my stomach clench. Lottie was lying in bed, awake, and the covers were yanked clean off her like someone had grabbed them and thrown them onto the floor. And because families do what families do, her kids tried to laugh it off. Oh, Mom, that's just Hank messing with you. Like if they made it a joke, it couldn't hurt her. But even they didn't believe their own explanation. Especially because Hank wasn't the kind of haunting you could pin this on. The house had been doing this long before he ever died. They told stories about heavy bootsteps pacing overhead, doors slamming upstairs in the middle of the night, sounds like the kitchen being rummaged through while everyone was lying there, wide awake, staring at the ceiling. And one year, they walked into the living room and smelled fresh cigar smoke, like someone had just lit one. Hank loved cigars. The smell was so specific it made the hairs stand up on their arms. Then, the house sat mostly empty for about a decade. After Lottie passed in 2015, it stayed maintained, but nobody really lived there. Just the occasional visit, the hunting season guests, the land being watched over by the family trust, until Marin moved back in. She and her husband Eli came in September of 2025, and almost immediately, the house started up like it had been waiting. At first it was almost playful. They'd sit in the living room watching TV and watch the master bedroom door swing open, then ease shut, then open again, right in front of them. Not from a draft. They checked vents, windows, all of it. Nothing. One of their dogs, a scent hound named Clover, would sit there and stare at the door like she was watching someone invisible. Marin and Eli actually laughed about it in the beginning, like, well, okay, the house is showing off. But Eli started hearing footsteps upstairs at night. Steady, heavy, like a man in boots pacing directly over their bedroom. He wasn't panicked at first because Marin had warned him. And the dogs weren't reacting the way they would if there was a real intruder. So he told himself it was just the house being the house. That door swinging thing lasted about a month, then stopped. Around the same time, they had mice. Real mice, actual normal explanation. Scratching in the walls, little taps, faint movement in the kitchen. The dogs growled at a corner of the kitchen, and they assumed, yep, mice. They hired an exterminator, got it handled by early October, and that's when it got harder to explain. Because after the mice were gone, the same kinds of noises kept happening. Footsteps, things shifting, soft banging like somebody bumping cabinets. Except now, there wasn't a logical culprit. October was messy for another reason too. Marin and Eli were dealing with trespassers. Apparently, while the property had been mostly vacant, a group of people had been sneaking onto the land, renting out hunting spots without permission, cutting timber, putting up little structures. It escalated into a civil suit, police calls, game wardens, the whole thing. And one of those people even muttered something nasty to Marin during an argument, something like, "The boys will handle you." So when they came home one day and found their porch furniture flipped over and the dogs losing their minds, they assumed it was human intimidation. They installed security cameras, changed the locks, got serious about safety. They didn't even consider that the house might have been part of it until later, because the other weirdness kept piling up. Doors they knew they latched would be standing open. The upstairs door, the basement access. Not every day, but often enough that it started to feel like someone was deliberately undoing what they'd just done. Then November hit, and the house started messing with access. Eli would step outside to take out the trash or grab something from the garage, and the front door would lock behind him. Not an auto lock. This was a latch you had to turn manually. And it happened again and again. At first he blamed Marin. Marin blamed Eli. And then they had that moment where they both went, "Wait, I thought you did it." After a while, they stopped leaving the house without keys, even for 30 seconds, because being locked out became a normal risk. Another day they came back from visiting family out of town and found the back door standing wide open. The dogs were frantic, barking like mad when they pulled into the drive. But they hadn't bolted outside through that open door. They'd stayed inside, agitated, like something had been moving around in the house while they were gone. And then there was the kitchen. They came home from errands one afternoon and found every cabinet door and drawer in the kitchen open. All of them. Like someone had gone through the room and left it gaping. That's when the dogs changed. Clover, the scent hound, started locking onto one spot in the kitchen, staring at the back wall or the corner where the ceiling met the adjoining section. tail up like she was tracking a live animal, growling, barking, hackles raised. No sound, no movement, nothing visible. Their other dog, Bramble, was a big sheepdog, protective, watchful, the kind that naturally positions herself between you and a doorway. She started staying awake at night, posted in the entry between the living room and kitchen like she was guarding a boundary, sleeping in the day, watching all night. And the worst part? The dogs started waking them up, over and over, sometimes multiple times a night, barking toward the kitchen like someone was standing in there. Eli would get up, check doors, check windows, scan outside for tracks, even go upstairs and downstairs. Nothing. No animal signs, no break-in, no explanation. They tried shutting the bedroom door to sleep. The dogs panicked, scratched, whined, acted like being trapped away from the kitchen was dangerous. So Marin finally said, "Okay, we need someone to look into this." They contacted an investigation team, and the first visit was just a meet and greet, mid-morning on December 10th, 2025. They put the dogs in the master bedroom because the dogs bark like crazy at strangers. Everyone sat at the kitchen table going over the process, what the investigators look for, how they set equipment, what can be explained naturally. And right in the middle of it, a pair of missionaries came to the door, doing their Christmas rounds. Eli answered the door. The dogs started barking in the bedroom because of the knock. Marin stepped away to check on them, then returned to the table. And while the investigators were waiting, everyone heard a loud knock from across the house. 4 knocks in a rhythm, clear as day. One of the investigators, Tess, actually assumed it was another visitor who'd walked around to the back door. She asked Marin, "Did you hear that knocking? Do you need to get it?" And Marin, totally casual, said, "Oh, that's probably the dogs. They knock when they want out." But then, this is the moment where the air changed. Another series of loud knocks hit, that same 4-beat rhythm, but this time it was clearly right at the master bedroom door. Not the front door, not outside, the bedroom door. When the missionaries left and everyone came back inside, the team brought it up again. All 4 adults had heard it, and Marin and Eli finally admitted the dogs couldn't make that sound. Not like that. Not that clean, hard, deliberate knocking. They let the dogs out, and the dogs came barreling into the room, agitated and frantic. Nothing looked disturbed in the bedroom. No explanation. Just knocking. And then came the Christmas break. Marin and Eli had their kids home for the holidays, and they were on edge. Not because anything had hurt anyone, but because the house was escalating and they didn't like the idea of the kids being around when things were unpredictable. One afternoon, everyone was spread out. Eli in the kitchen warming soup because everybody had a cold, Marin at her desk in the dining room, the kids in the living room. And 3 things happened at once. And then, this is the part that makes it hard to breathe. Marin turned in time to see a spoon fly across the kitchen and strike Eli in the back. Not slide, not tumble, not fall off a counter. Fly. Eli froze, thinking the bowl had exploded, but the bowl was intact. No mess. Nothing that explained the sound. He called out to the kids to make sure they were okay, because it sounded like something had detonated. Marin tried to recreate it with him later, over and over. Could the microwave pop have jolted the knife loose? Could the knife hitting something have knocked the spoon? But the spoon hadn't even been near where the knife fell. It had come from behind Eli, like it was launched from the opposite side of the room. And of course, the motion cameras weren't rolling then, because the whole house was awake and active. Bad timing. The kind of bad timing that seems to happen a lot in stories like this. After that, the investigation shifted into longer-term monitoring, because this wasn't an abandoned building where you can just lock down and run cameras all night in every room. People were living there. Dogs were living there. Kids visiting. So the team set motion-triggered cameras in key spots, ran audio recorders continuously, took EMF readings, temperature logging, RF monitoring, trying to capture correlations when the family reported events. Baseline readings were pretty normal for an older home. Nothing screaming electrical issue. And weirdly, the house itself had almost no cell service inside, even though outside you could get strong 5G coverage. The building seemed to swallow signals. Over about 3 weeks, the team captured a steady stream of audio events. Footsteps, sudden gasps, banging, scraping, screeching noises that didn't match normal settling or pipes. And the motion cameras? They triggered when nothing visible moved. Sometimes one camera's infrared light would pop on, and you'd see another infrared light kick on in the same room from a different angle, like multiple sensors reacting to something at the same moment. They also caught a looping, orb-like shape making an oval path through the dining room and then lifting up toward the ceiling. And one night, they recorded Clover standing in the dining room, staring around like she was following something, while the camera triggered for a reason that wasn't the dog. The temperature logs showed sharp drops, more than 10 degrees, in different parts of the house: living room, kitchen, the main bedroom. Then it would slowly rise back to normal. Not like a draft, not like a window leak, not tied to outdoor temperature dips, just a dip and then a return. So what do you call that? That's where it got complicated, because it didn't behave like a residual haunting. It wasn't a repeating, same time, same sound, same path recording. The activity was reactive and erratic. Doors one day, banging another day, something thrown another day. And it loved opening things. Doors, drawers, cabinets, even small stuff like containers and jars. That repetitive, almost obsessive opening and closing behavior made the team lean away from the idea of a simple human spirit, especially because the timeline didn't match family deaths, and the activity predated anyone passing in the home. They even checked local tribal and historical records, contacted the Delaware Nation's Council to see if there were any old settlement or burial ties in the area that might explain a long-standing presence. Nothing came up that matched the property. They ruled out anything demonic, too, because despite the fear and the unease, there wasn't that pattern of harm or escalation that would point toward that, and it didn't respond like it. So they landed on a different working theory, something folkloric. Which, honestly, fits. Because this thing didn't care about the basement. It didn't haunt the newer extension built in the early 2000s. It cared about the original heart of the house. The upstairs bedroom on the east side. The kitchen beneath it. The living room nearby. Like it had claimed those spaces a long time ago and never stopped. In the end, the team did something practical and symbolic. They warded the doors. Not the windows, because the goal wasn't to trap whatever it was inside. The goal was to make the house less welcoming, encourage it to leave. They laid salt along the thresholds in a sealed strip, like a draft guard, but spiritual. A clean, solid line, hardened so it wouldn't scatter with airflow or footsteps. Wards above bedroom doorways, and at the main entrances too. And afterward? Things calmed. Not everything stopped forever, not and they lived happily ever after. More like the volume turned down. The family stayed in contact with the team, and the owner still had that very human habit of blaming every missing object on the ghost. Because once you've lived through something like that, it's hard not to. But the worst of the chaos eased. And still, when I think about it, what sticks with me isn't even the flying spoon or the cabinets or the footsteps. It's the idea of a house keeping its own history. A place that outlasts generations and stays exactly as it is. Watching, knocking, opening doors. Like it's been waiting 100 years for someone to listen. So this memory popped up again the other day, out of nowhere. I hadn't thought about it in years, and once it surfaced, I couldn't shake it. So I figured I'd finally tell it the way I remember it. I'm 31 now, But this happened when I was really little, early elementary school age. Back then, our gym teacher, Mr. Haskins, would sometimes march us up this small hill for gym days and those school physical check-ins. At the top was our recess playground, and right beside it sat this huge baseball field. Wrapping around both was a gravel track, one of those big, looping ovals. On the corners of the track were these little sheds. They were meant to be snack stands for games, I think. Windows with little counters, like you'd order a hot dog through them. But even then, they looked ancient. Sun-faded paint, warped wood, that slightly sour smell old buildings get when they've been closed up too long. I don't remember ever seeing them open. They just existed. Quiet and kind of sad. One day, we were doing a timed run on the track. I was one of the slow kids, not because I didn't try, but because I had asthma. So the fast group was way ahead, and I was stuck in that awkward middle-late pack with a few other stragglers, mostly spaced out and quiet, all of us trying not to cough and die in front of everyone. As I rounded the far back corner of the track, I passed the shed that always creeped me out the most. I wasn't even looking for anything, just focusing on breathing and the crunch of gravel under my sneakers. But as I came up alongside it, I glanced at the window, and I saw fingers. 5 fingers, pale at first glance, poking out from the nearly closed service window, like someone had wedged their hand through the gap. I didn't register it immediately, like my brain tried to label it as something normal. A glove, a prop, a prank, something. So I kept running for a couple steps. Then my brain caught up and went, "Wait, what?" I looked back, and that's when it fully hit me. The fingers weren't just there, they were curling, like the hand was gripping the outer edge of the stall, trying to pull itself through. And there were thin streaks of red, fresh-looking blood, seeping out around where the hand disappeared inside. Not gallons, just a few narrow trickles, like it was leaking down from the window frame and over the knuckles. And the fingers moved. Not waving, not tapping, more like wriggling, like someone trapped in there was fighting to get out but couldn't. I stopped running. Not screaming, not calling for the teacher, just frozen, staring, with this awful, sinking feeling in my stomach. The kind that tells you, before you even think it, something is wrong. I remember deciding, very deliberately in my little kid logic, that if I acted like I didn't see it, maybe it wouldn't notice me. Like if I didn't make it real, it couldn't become real. So I started running again, and I ran faster than I ever had. I mean, for an asthmatic kid, Olympic speed. I was terrified, and it was like my whole body went into flight mode. I glanced back again a few seconds later. The fingers were gone. No hand, no blood, nothing hanging from the window. Just that same half-closed snack stand, quiet and sun-bleached, like it had been empty for 100 years. But here's the thing. It wasn't a blink. It lasted long enough that I know I saw what I saw. Long enough for me to slow down, stop, look back, stare, and make a choice. Later, because kids are weird and brave in dumb ways, I asked around. I remember bringing it up in that casual, testing the room way, like, "Hey, has anything ever happened near that snack stand?" Still, it didn't help. If anything, it made the whole thing stick harder in my head. I've never had any diagnosis that would explain hallucinations. I wasn't having an asthma attack right then. I wasn't dizzy or overheated or anything like that. It was just a normal school day. Until it wasn't. And after that day, anytime we had to run that track, I'd speed up at that corner. Every single time. I'd stare at the ground. I'd stare straight ahead. I'd do anything but look at that window. Because the weirdest part wasn't even what I saw. It was the feeling afterward. Like the shed had changed. Like there was suddenly something aware there. Like I'd noticed it once, and now it wanted me to notice it again. Almost like it was thinking, "You saw me. Now look back." And I never wanted to. Anyway, that's it. That's the memory. I still can't explain it. I don't know if it was something paranormal, something my kid brain misread, or some bizarre moment that just doesn't fit into a neat box. But I know how it felt, and I know what I saw. So, I'm going to tell you a story that still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. It happened years ago, back in the late 2000s, when everyone still had those slightly clunky phones and calls would randomly drop for no reason. A coworker of mine, let's call her Maya, came into work one morning looking completely wrecked, like she hadn't slept, like she'd been crying, like she'd been carrying something too heavy for her body to hold. She was jittery, distracted, not herself at all. After watching her spiral quietly for an hour or so, I finally asked, "Hey, are you okay?" She hesitated, then leaned in and said, "Can you come outside with me?" So we stepped out where it was quieter, and she kind of hugged her arms around herself like she was bracing against the air. Then she told me, very carefully, "I'm only telling you this because you're open to spiritual stuff. If I tell anyone else, they'll think I'm losing it." And I remember thinking, oh boy, whatever this is, it's big. She said her sister, I'll call her Elena, had been dating a guy long distance named Riley. They'd been together for a while, really intertwined emotionally, the way long distance couples can be. And then, out of nowhere, Riley died. It was sudden, tragic, the kind of death that doesn't give anybody time to catch their breath. Elena was devastated, obviously. She started calling Riley's roommates, trying to piece together what happened, trying to hold on to anything that felt like him. And then something started happening that makes no sense, even now. While Elena would be on the phone with them, Riley would break into the line. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the call would glitch and there'd be this shift in the audio, and suddenly there was another voice, a voice that wasn't supposed to be there. At first, Elena thought they were playing the cruelest joke imaginable. She accused the roommates. She demanded answers. She even called the local police where Riley lived to confirm the death was real. It was real. He was gone. And after that, she tried to rule out everything you'd normally reach for. Prank calls, call forwarding, someone imitating him, some weird phone hack. Except it kept happening across different calls, different numbers, different times. It didn't matter who she called. Sometimes she wouldn't even be talking to the roommates anymore, and it would still happen. And what made it harder to dismiss was this. The voice knew things no one else could know. Little private memories, specific conversations, inside jokes, things that only Riley and Elena would have shared. It wasn't just a voice that sounded like him. It moved like him. The rhythm, the little pauses, the way he'd phrase things. The personality was there. Maya told me Elena and Riley would talk for hours, sometimes all night. And Riley wasn't okay. She said when he came through, he sounded angry and confused, like someone waking up in a place that shouldn't exist. He kept saying everything around him was dark, like, not metaphorically, literally dark, like he couldn't see anything, like he was trapped in some dim, closed space with no bearings. And he complained about his throat hurting. That part hit me, because the way he died involved his throat. Not in some vague way, directly. As if whatever happened to his body had left an imprint on whatever he was now. And then came the part that made Maya come into work looking haunted. Apparently, one night Riley told Elena, very casually, "I'm going to mess with Maya." Elena was like, "Don't, leave her alone." But Riley insisted, almost amused. He said, "She's going to wake up screaming, and she won't even remember why." And that night, Maya woke up absolutely screaming in her room, full body, terror screaming. Elena ran in, flipped on the light, tried to calm her down, asked what happened. And Maya just sat there, shaking, and said, I don't know. No dream she could describe, no image she could hold on to, just pure fear, like her nervous system had been yanked awake. And later, Riley admitted it, like he was proud of himself, like it was some party trick. Maya was furious, obviously, and Elena was shaken, because what do you even do with something like that? What do you do when grief turns into activity? At that point, Maya didn't know who to talk to, so she talked to me, and I became her safe person, the one she could unload onto without being laughed at or diagnosed or dismissed. I didn't really know what I believed, but I believed her. I believed that she believed it, and I believed she wasn't trying to spin a ghost story for attention. She was scared. She was exhausted. She was too raw for theatrics. And then came the moment that turned it from, my friend is telling me something impossible, into, this is happening to me right now. A few nights later, Maya called me while I was heading home. I was riding the bus, the kind with fluorescent lighting that makes everyone look tired and slightly green. We were just talking, normal stuff, trying to keep things light, when she said, almost offhandedly, Elena and Riley are talking right now. And I remember saying, right now? Like, on the phone? Yeah, she said, like, currently. A minute passed, maybe 2. And then, on my call with Maya, my regular cell phone call, I heard the line shift. That subtle, clicky, hollow change you sometimes get when a call gets unstable. And then a third voice slid into the space between our words. It was low, gravelly. It sounded like someone forcing air through a damaged throat. And it said, in this horrible, rasping insistence, Maya, Maya, Maya. Over and over, like it was trying to pull her attention through the speaker. I went cold. Not like goosebumps cold, like my whole body forgot how to be warm. I gripped the phone so hard my fingers hurt. My brain did that thing where it wants to scream but also wants to pretend nothing is happening, because acknowledging it makes it real. When I finally managed to speak, my voice came out thin and shaky. Maya, can you hear that? And she went, hear what? Like, nothing. Like the line was normal for her. She even laughed a little, like she thought I was joking or maybe hearing street noise from the bus. Then she said, hang on, call me back. So I did, immediately. And when she picked up again, I said, that voice, did you seriously not hear it? She swore she hadn't. She couldn't hear anything. But I had, clear as day. And the strangest part was the feeling that the voice wasn't trying to reach me. It was looking for her, like I was just in the way, like I happened to be holding the line it could slide through. I don't remember every detail after that, because once your nervous system goes into full shock, time turns syrupy and inconsistent. But over the next months, Maya told me Riley's energy changed. And then something happened that, to this day, makes my throat tighten when I tell it. Maya and Elena's father had died unexpectedly, not long before all of this. It had been the kind of loss that leaves loose ends everywhere, things unsaid, conversations that never got to happen, the kind of death that doesn't come with closure. One night, during a call with Riley, Elena said she heard someone else. Not Riley, their dad. And I know how that sounds. Trust me, I know. I'm telling you exactly how it was told to me, and I can't prove it, and I can't package it neatly. But Elena insisted the voice was unmistakable. His tone, his warmth, even the way he'd clear his throat before he spoke. He talked about little details, shared memories, like the motorcycle shows he used to take them to, the smell of gasoline and popcorn, the way he'd point out the old bikes and tell stories like he was welcoming them into some secret club. He said he loved them. He said he was proud of them. And when they asked if they needed to change anything, if they needed to live differently, he said basically, no. Just keep going. Keep being who you are. And whether someone believes in that kind of contact or not, the effect on them was real. They got to say goodbye in a way they hadn't been able to. They got to breathe again. Over time, Riley's calls became less frequent, more distant, like a radio station fading as you drive away from the city. And then, eventually, he stopped coming through. Just gone. I've thought about it 1,000 times since then. I've tried to lay logic over it, tried to pin it down with explanations. Grief does strange things. The mind does strange things. Technology does strange things. And yet, I can't unhear what I heard on that bus. I can't unfeel the way the air seemed to change in my body when that third voice entered the line. Most people I've told either joke about it or get quiet and uncomfortable and change the subject. Only a couple people have ever taken it in without trying to swat it away. But I'll tell you this, whether you call it spirits or some liminal echo or a mystery we don't have language for, it left me with one solid truth. This world is bigger than what we can touch. And sometimes, when you least expect it, something reaches through the cracks and reminds you. Okay, so let me tell you about this place because it's one of those stories that sounds totally normal right up until it doesn't. We bought this old house that we now run as a little business, and before anything weird ever happened, I did what everyone does. I went digging online. On satellite images, it looks like the house has been sitting there since at least the early 2000s, and I found this little historical blurb saying the neighborhood really started growing around the late 1940s. Nothing dramatic, just old enough to have a history, you know? The first time we walked inside, though, it was strange. The layout had all these makeshift partitions, like those office cubicles, like someone tried to turn a home into a mini call center. Dusty corners, that stale, nobody's lived here in a while smell, and the whole place felt like it had been holding its breath. The woman selling it, her name was Maribel, was friendly, super casual. She told us she'd rented it out for years and that a whole bunch of people had lived there before us. She said something like, "Oh, at least 15, maybe more." And she was very insistent about one thing. She had no idea about any spooky stuff. Like, she almost laughed it off. "Ghosts? Here? No, mijo, it's just an old house." That kind of vibe. Now, fast forward. We're using it every day. There are always at least a couple people in there, sometimes 4 or 5, depending on the day. It's not like the place sits empty and creepy. It's active, busy. Lights on, phones ringing, people talking. And yet, almost everyone has had something happen. My uncle, well, not actually my uncle, he's my mom's cousin, but we all call him my uncle. His name's Raul. He stays there sometimes because it's easier with work, and one night he swears someone started pounding on his door like they were angry. Like bam, bam, bam. The kind of knocking that makes your stomach drop. He said there was even a flashlight shining through the window, sweeping back and forth like someone was trying to look inside. Here's the part that makes my skin crawl. We have cameras everywhere. Because early on, like right when we were getting set up, someone broke in. After that, my grandpa, Hector, got really intense about security. He's former military, and once he gets a worry in his head, it's like he turns it into a mission. For a while, he was checking the camera feed multiple times a night, like clockwork. So the next morning, after Raoul tells us about the banging and the flashlight, we pull up the footage. And there's nothing. No person, no flashlight, no shadow moving. Just Raoul reacting, sitting up fast, staring at the window, getting up to check. But whatever he was responding to, not there. Then there was this other night. This one honestly freaks me out the most. Grandpa Hector is watching the cameras, and he sees these quick bursts of light outside, like little flashes, the way a flashlight looks if someone's turning it or clicking it on and off. He calls Raoul right away, like, "Go outside, now." Raoul goes out. There's nobody. No car, no footsteps, nothing. But while he's standing out there, Grandpa is still seeing the flashes on the monitor. And then, this bright little orb shows up on camera. I know. Orbs. That word makes people roll their eyes. But I'm telling you what it looked like. It was this small, glowing dot, moving in a way that didn't feel like a bug drifting. It glided, stopped, shifted direction, like it was thinking. And at one point, it went behind the corner of the wall, like fully disappeared behind the wall, and then popped back out again. The next day, we had the camera guys check everything. Lenses were clean, no dust storms inside the housing, and there aren't really moths or anything like that around there. Mostly just ants and the occasional roach. Nobody could give us a satisfying explanation. After that, the stories just kept stacking up. There's a guy who works with Raoul, his name is Damien, and he told us he watched a kitchen cabinet door swing open by itself. Not slowly, not like it was loose. It was fully closed, and that cabinet is heavy. And it was indoors, no breeze, no open windows. Then one of the interns, Santi, this quiet college kid, said a regular door opened in front of him. Like a normal room door, handle and all, just easing open like someone on the other side was leaving the room. Except there was nobody. My mom, Elena, has seen silhouettes more than once. Not like a full body you can describe, just that something passed by the doorway feeling. A shadow where there shouldn't be one. And then she told me what happened this morning, and I swear I got goosebumps. It was around 6-ish, still dim out. She was lying on this fold-out cot we keep there sometimes, and the couch was parked kind of awkwardly in the hallway, like it was temporarily blocking part of the path. She said she felt someone walk past the side of the cot. Not like air moving, like the sensation of footsteps, that subtle vibration, the presence. She assumed it was Raoul, so she didn't even sit up at first. But then she felt it again, and again. And what threw her off was this. It never came back the other way. Like if someone walks past you in a hallway, eventually they pass back, right? Or you hear them go into a room. But she said it was just this repeated feeling of someone walking by her side, and then nothing. No return footsteps, no doors, just that pass-by presence. Then, from a nearby room, she heard banging on a door, like someone knocking from the inside. And right as she's trying to figure out if Raoul is messing around, or if someone's actually in there, she felt something touch her feet. Not a brush from a blanket, not a twitch, a deliberate touch, like fingertips. When she told me that, she got quiet in the way people do when they're trying not to sound dramatic. Like she didn't want to convince herself it happened, but she couldn't pretend it didn't. And the weirdest part? When these things happen, except those 2 orb incidents, the cameras never catch anything. No figure, no door moving by itself, no cabinet swinging, just the person reacting, turning their head, jumping, freezing, staring at something we can't see. Now here's where I feel almost embarrassed, because it makes me sound like I'm trying too hard. I've never experienced it myself. Everyone else has a story. I don't. And I've tried. I've literally tried to bait it. I'll stay late, walk into the darker rooms alone, even put on creepy videos on my phone like, okay, fine, if something's here, show me. And nothing. I get silence. I get regular house noises. I get normal. People keep telling me different things. Some say if it ever happens to me, I should talk back, like knock it off, or even curse at it to show I'm not scared. But they also warn me not to challenge it, not to be like, do it again, or prove you're real, because apparently that's a bad idea. And honestly, if I ever actually see something, like really see it, I don't even think I'd yell. I think I'd just stare. Like my brain would go, okay, there you are, because it's not nothing to them. So yeah, that's our little office house. Always busy, always lit up, and somehow still full of these moments that make people stop mid-sentence and go, did you see that? Even though there's nothing there to point to. Okay, so I'm going to tell you something that still makes me pause when I think about it, because it was just so strange. To set the scene, the night before, I'd stayed up way too late binge-watching a series. Like, full-on all-nighter. And yeah, I know, lack of sleep can make your brain do weird stuff. But here's the thing. I've pulled all-nighters before. Not often, but enough. And I actually felt pretty normal afterward. I even grabbed a couple short naps during the day. That night, I went to bed early on purpose to balance things out. And I was home alone. My bedroom setup is basically a cozy fortress. I had a ridiculous number of blankets piled on me, regular comforter, an extra throw, and my weighted blanket on top. I sleep with 2 big pillows, and I sort of curl in on myself like I'm trying to become a burrito. I also had my standing fan running because I love the steady noise. It knocks me out fast. Right before I fell asleep, I did my usual routine. Watched a few videos on my phone, plugged it in, set my glasses beside it, clicked off my lamp, and rolled over to face the wall. My bed sits in the corner, so when I turn that way, it's just wall. No distractions. I'm pretty sure I'd been asleep for maybe 30, 40 minutes when something pulled me out of it. It wasn't like a loud bang or anything. It was this sound, and I honestly don't even know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous. It was kind of whispery, but not like words, more like a soft crackle, like someone whispering while snapping tiny bits of twigs, or like faint popping sounds wrapped in breath. So I'm awake, but only halfway. I'm staring at the wall for a second, trying to figure out if I'm dreaming or if something in the room is making that noise. And then my brain catches up and I'm like, wait, what is that? I shove my pillows off. I peel the blankets back. I sit up, ready to get up and look around. And right there, right in front of me, maybe 2 feet away, there's this light. Not a lamp, not a reflection, not a phone screen glow. It was floating in the air. It was this pale, bluish-green swirl, like a little twisting cloud of light, but dim, like a cheap glow stick after it's been on for hours. Bright enough to see clearly, not bright enough to light the room. I just froze and stared at it, because my brain couldn't find the right folder to file it under. And then, like an idiot, I reached my hand out. I didn't feel anything. No heat, no static, no resistance, nothing. The light didn't react at all. It didn't flicker, didn't move away, didn't pulse. It just hovered there, calmly doing its thing while I sat there trying to figure out how reality suddenly changed the rules. Then I thought, okay, get your glasses, look at it properly. So I pulled my hand back and reached toward my nightstand. And the second my hand moved away, the crackly whisper sound stopped. The bluish-green light vanished like it had never existed. And my standing fan, still plugged in, still standing right there, shut off. Just off. No gradual slowing like it lost power. No wobble. It simply stopped, like someone hit a switch. My first instinct was to tell myself it had been a dream. That would have been the clean explanation. Except I was sitting upright, blankets shoved off, pillows moved, like I'd fully woken up and sat up on purpose. I'm not a sleepwalker. I've never done that sit straight up and start doing things kind of sleep behavior before. And I remember the sequence too clearly. Sound, sit up, light, reach out, glasses, gone. The fan turning off almost bothered me more than the light, honestly. It does have a timer feature, sure, but I never use it, because the little timer indicator is obnoxiously bright, like having a tiny flashlight pointed at you in the dark. And it wasn't on. So I just sat there in the sudden quiet, staring at the spot where that light had been, with my heart thumping like, what just happened in my room? And I'm telling you, it wasn't scary in the monster under the bed way. It was scary in the, I don't have a category for this way. Like something impossible happened for a few seconds, and then reality snapped back into place and left me sitting there, wide awake, trying to convince myself I hadn't actually seen what I know I saw. So this happened a little over a decade ago, but I swear to you, it's one of those memories that never really fades, like it's still tucked somewhere in the back of my body, waiting to make my skin prickle. Back then, I was 17, and my buddy Noah was 18. We were inseparable in that we've got all the time in the world kind of way. Most days we'd rotate between skating around town, losing hours to video games, and, yeah, sneaking off to smoke because we were still young enough to be paranoid about our parents catching a whiff on our clothes. There was this patch of woods near our neighborhood that we treated like our little hiding place. It wasn't some deep wilderness or anything. There were actual walking trails, but it had this one spot we loved. Somebody had built these rough, man-made stairs right into the side of a steep dirt hill, like actual steps dug into the incline, and there was a long metal handrail running beside them. It was honestly kind of cool, in a weird, why is this here way. One evening, we're talking early fall I think, because the air had that crisp edge, we decided to head over there. It was around 6:30 when we left, still plenty of daylight. By the time we got to the stair set, the sun was starting to tilt lower, but the woods were still bright enough that you could see everything clearly. We climbed up to the top of the steps and settled in like we always did. Just two dumb teenagers, perched above the trail, passing time and laughing about nothing. We smoked a little, talked a little, and then, without either of us really deciding to, we both got quiet. Not awkward quiet, more like we just drifted into it. And then it happened. This boom. I don't even know how to describe it properly because it wasn't just a sound. It was like the world punched outward for half a second. It hit my ears, but it also hit my chest and the soles of my feet, and this is the part that still makes me uncomfortable. It felt like it came from everywhere at once. Above us, around us, and somehow from under the ground too, like the earth itself had thumped. I just froze, staring ahead, trying to figure out if I was imagining it. After a moment, I turned to Noah and tried to sound casual, like I wasn't suddenly terrified. I was like, "Did you feel that?" He didn't even hesitate. He just looked at me with this expression that said, "Thank God you said it first," and goes, "Yeah, what the hell was that?" And the second he confirmed it, my stomach dropped. Because okay, if it was just me, I could have blamed it on being high. But it wasn't just me. While we're whispering back and forth about it, we don't really notice what's happening around us until it's already too late to ignore. Fog starts rolling in, not like a light mist, like full-on fog, thick enough that the trees down the slope start fading into gray silhouettes. And it happened weirdly fast, like someone turned a dial. 5 minutes earlier, the place felt normal, and now it felt closed in, smaller, like the forest was holding its breath. Noah tried to shrug it off because that was his thing. He starts fumbling to pack another bowl, acting like it's no big deal. And right as he's about to light it, a scream cuts through the woods. Sharp, high, long. It sounded like a woman screaming, but not in a movie way. More raw than that, more real. It echoed between the trees, and both of us just locked up instantly. I remember the hairs on my arms lifting like they had minds of their own. Then it happened again. Louder this time, closer, or at least it felt closer, like it was aimed right at us. And then a third scream, even more distinct, that sort of trailed off at the end, like whoever or whatever made it ran out of air. After that, silence. Heavy silence. Noah didn't smoke again after that. He didn't even finish packing it. We just looked at each other, and without saying anything dramatic, we did that mutual, immediate agreement thing. Like, we're leaving. Now. We packed up with those shaky, clumsy movements you get when you're trying to hurry but your hands don't feel like they belong to you. Then we half walked, half jogged down the trail toward the edge of the woods. The whole time I kept expecting something else. Another scream, footsteps, anything. But there was nothing. Just fog and our breathing and the sound of our shoes scraping dirt. Here's the part that really messed with me though. We got out of the forest, maybe 15 minutes tops, and the fog was gone. Just gone. The air outside was totally clear. Streetlights were coming on. Cars passing. Normal life. It was like we stepped out of a different world. We tried to laugh it off afterward because that's what you do when you don't want to admit you're scared. We called it a weird night, made a couple jokes, and then slowly stopped talking about it altogether. Life happened. Noah and I drifted the way people drift when school ends and schedules change, and you start becoming different versions of yourself. We didn't really talk for years. And then, years later, I ran into him again, at his wedding of all places. Same guy, just older, cleaner cut, smiling like an adult. At some point during the reception, we ended up off to the side talking, and it hit me. I brought it up like, "Hey, do you remember that night in the woods? The stairs? The fog?" And immediately his face changed. Not scared exactly, just serious. Like a door opened in his memory. He remembered all of it. The stair set, the fog, the screams, and most of all, that boom. We kind of laughed about it because we were in wedding clothes with music playing nearby, and it felt ridiculous to be talking about something that creepy in that setting. But I'll be honest with you, I still got chills. Because even after all those years, his memory matched mine so closely, it was like we'd left that night paused somewhere, waiting for us to come back and press play. People ask me what I think it was. I don't know. The screams were terrifying, sure, but what I can't shake, what I don't think I'll ever shake, is that first moment. That deep, impossible, all directions boom that felt like it came from the sky and the ground at the same time. Like the forest itself was warning us, or announcing something, and we just happened to be sitting there to hear it. You know that split-second feeling when you're sure someone is standing right behind you? So sure, your body reacts before your mind can catch up? That's what it's like for me. Except it isn't just a quick jolt. It comes as this heavy, unmistakable dread, like a cold breath on the back of my neck, like the air in the room changes shape. I'll turn around, fast, because everything in me says someone's there, and every time, there's nothing. Just empty space and that horrible quiet. And then the second part hits. This wave of sadness so raw it almost doesn't feel like mine, like I'm being flooded with grief without any actual memories attached to it. It's emotion without context, no clear thought, no reason, just this deep ache that fills my chest and makes me feel hollow at the same time. The strangest thing is how it leaves. Usually within half an hour, give or take, it fades like it never happened. No gradual come down, just gone. And I am left sitting there, trying to convince myself it was nothing. People have told me it's anxiety, paranoia, stress, whatever label makes it fit into something tidy. I've tried to accept that. I really have. But I've had this since I was little. And over the years, there have been other things. Small, bizarre moments that don't quite sit right if you replay them too carefully. Like a toy suddenly chirping a tune when it shouldn't even be able to turn on. Or something on a table nudging toward me when there's no slope, no vibration, no obvious reason. Once, years ago, my partner, Lena, swore she saw a man standing in our kitchen. She was outside, looking in through the window while I was upstairs, and she called my name like someone had broken in. I remember stepping into the hallway, dripping wet from the shower, confused and annoyed, and by the time I got down there, the room was empty. There was another incident that still feels almost embarrassing to say out loud, because it sounds like I'm trying to write a horror story. A framed picture of my mum, one of those canvas prints, had been moved from the lounge into the entryway. Nothing dramatic, just a different spot. And then, later, without warning, it slid and tipped and just launched itself off the surface like it had been swatted. It didn't just fall, it moved, like it had somewhere to be. I don't even like telling people this stuff, because here's the thing. I'm not someone who goes looking for ghosts. I'm not the kind of person who wants the world to be full of paranormal explanations. If anything, I've spent years trying to make myself more practical, more grounded, more normal. Most days, I can push it all to the back of my mind and get on with life. But then there are the other moments, the ones I can't neatly box up. A few times, I've seen people who I knew were gone. Not like glowing shapes or floating lights, nothing theatrical. Just a person, there for a second, like you've looked up at exactly the wrong time. Once, I was visiting a friend, Aaron, and in the corner of his living room, for a heartbeat, I saw an older woman standing there like she belonged to the house. I described her afterward without thinking much of it. Her hair, her posture, even the way she held her hands. Aaron went pale. He showed me a photo later. It was his grandmother. I'd never met her. I'd never even seen a picture of her before that day. So when this dread comes, this specific dread, I recognize it immediately. Not because I want to, because my body does. Same sensation, same breath on the shoulder certainty, same crushing, nameless grief. And the awful part is, it never comes with information. It's not a warning with details. It's not some helpful message or vision that lets me prevent anything or prepare. It's just the feeling. And then later, hours or days after, the phone rings, or someone texts, or there's a conversation that starts with, "Are you sitting down?" It's happened with my grandparents. It happened before my mother-in-law passed. It's happened enough times that I can't pretend it's random anymore, not in my bones. Every time, it's exactly the same. So distinct it doesn't resemble any normal worry I've ever felt. So now I'm left here with that familiar, sick calm that comes after the wave has passed, thinking the thought I hate thinking. Someone in my family is probably gone. And all I can do is wait to find out who. I always do the same thing, too. This small, private plea I feel ashamed of even as I'm making it. I hope it isn't my parents. I hope it isn't one of the people I can't imagine losing. And even saying that feels selfish, because if it isn't my parents, it will be someone else's. Someone else will be getting the call. Someone else will be stepping into that empty, changed world where a person used to be. But I'm just being honest with you. That's what I do. I sit with it, and I wait, and I try to act normal while my stomach knots itself into something tight and quiet. And I hate that I've learned the shape of this feeling so well. Because no matter how rational I try to be, no matter how much I tell myself it's just nerves, when that dread breathes down my neck, it has never been wrong. Okay, so I should probably start by admitting something. I've been obsessed with paranormal stories for as long as I can remember, but I've always hovered right on the edge of actually believing them. Like, I want the world to be a little stranger and more interesting. And honestly, when you've heard thousands of people swear they've seen or heard something unexplainable, it's hard not to think some of it has to be real. But I'm still a skeptic. I'm the kind of person who will bend over backwards trying to find the boring explanation first. When I was around 11, my grandfather died. And to be totally blunt, it wasn't the kind of death that left me shattered. He wasn't some sweet old man who told stories and slipped you candy when your parents weren't looking. He was cruel, a heavy drinker, loud, unpredictable, and the type of person who made a house feel smaller just by being inside it. He and my grandmother lived in this old wooden house out in a village, one of those places where everything creaks and smells like dust and summer heat. I used to go there with my mom for part of the summer, usually a month or two. Even though I wasn't there all the time, I still carried enough memories out of that place to last me years. And here's where it gets weird. After he died, my grandmother, let's call her Nadia, would tell us she heard knocking. Not like polite little tap-tap sounds, more like sharp, forceful cracks, like something was hitting the walls or furniture with purpose. She said it would happen all through the house, like it couldn't decide where it wanted to be. And when I stayed there, I heard it too. Mostly at night. I can still remember lying in bed, staring into the dark, trying to keep my breathing quiet, when suddenly there'd be this loud crack somewhere near the dresser. Then maybe an hour later, another one closer to the kitchen. Sometimes it sounded like it came right from the wall beside my head, like the house itself had snapped at me. Once, I swear to you, it came from a chair right next to the bed. So close I actually sat up and looked at it, like I expected to see it rocking or moved out of place. But I didn't. And I wanted to believe it was something paranormal, while also being determined not to. So I came up with the most reasonable explanation I could. Old house, old wood, temperature changes. The place had been built sometime in the late 70s or early 80s, and wooden houses do make noises. They settle, they expand, they complain. So I told myself, that's all it is. Then there was the kitchen. And that's the part that still makes my stomach tighten, even now. At night, I would hear dishes clinking. Not just a single sound, like a plate shifting a little. I mean actual busy noise. Like someone was in there doing something. Sliding a cup aside, moving a plate, setting something down. It had that human activity rhythm to it, like a person trying to be quiet but still making tiny mistakes. It happened constantly, night after night. And the thing is, I kept thinking it must be my mom, let's call her Elena, or my grandmother getting up for water. Maybe someone checking the sink. There was even this annoying dripping faucet that didn't help my nerves at all. Drip, drip, and then the soft clatter of glass and ceramic like someone was right there. Except, looking back, none of my explanations hold up. Because I never heard footsteps. Not once. The floors creaked like crazy, so if someone walked to the kitchen, I would have heard it. And Elena hated the dark. If she went into the kitchen at night, she would have turned a light on immediately. But the house stayed pitch black. So why did it sound like someone was carefully moving dishes around in the darkness? I didn't realize how wrong I was until recently, when the memory hit me out of nowhere, and I just sat there thinking, wait, I've lived in other apartments, I've stayed in other houses, I've moved around, and I have never heard anything like that anywhere else. And what's more, when I visited the village house in the past few years, nothing. No dish sounds, no nighttime kitchen activity, just quiet. That realization messed with me more than I expected, because back then, it terrified me. Deep down it did, but I kept forcing myself into calmness. I kept telling myself, no, it's fine. This is normal. It's just wood. It's just the house. And now, realizing it wasn't normal at all, it feels like my younger self was right to be scared. Of course, my brain still tries to salvage a rational explanation. The outside of the house was renovated years ago. New siding, repairs, that kind of thing. Maybe it changed how the structure settled. Maybe it reduced vibrations. Maybe something in the kitchen cabinets was loose back then and got fixed without anyone thinking it mattered. It's possible. But still. A few nights ago, I had the chance to stay there again, and I was almost testing it. Like I wanted to see if I'd just exaggerated the memories, or if my mind had stitched together details that weren't real. I'm a night owl. I barely sleep, so if anything was going to happen, I'd hear it. And it was completely quiet. No knocks, no kitchen clatter, nothing. The only sounds were normal ones, the sort that don't make your skin prickle. The house felt calm, safe even. And that's what makes the whole thing stranger, because the house used to live in my nightmares. When I was a teenager, I dreamt about that place constantly. In those dreams, I was always running, being chased by something huge and wrong, ducking into corners, hiding behind doors, praying it wouldn't find me. And it's hard not to notice that my subconscious kept choosing that specific house, again and again, like it had been branded into me. I also had dreams about my grandfather himself. Let's call him Victor. In the dreams, he would come back. Not alive. Not really. More like a dead thing trying to pass as human. Close enough to fool everyone else, but not close enough to fool me. The uncanny feeling was overwhelming. Like his face was wearing the idea of life, but the actual life wasn't there. And the worst part was how everyone acted like it was normal. Elena, Nadia, other relatives. They'd talk to him like, "Oh, you're back, okay," as if nothing about it was horrifying. Meanwhile, I'd be standing there feeling insane, like I was the only person who remembered the most basic rule of reality. The dead don't come back. In those dreams, I'd try to hint at it, try to get someone to notice, but I could never quite say it out loud, because I always had this certainty that if Victor realized I knew, I'd be in danger, like he'd turn that attention on me. The last time I had one of those dreams, it got wildly cinematic. There were other people, like a team, and they gave me this strange sword, something that felt ancient and important, and somehow I fought him off. I don't even remember the exact ending. I just know I stopped having those nightmares after that. So yeah, could all of it be explainable? Probably. Old house, old pipes, old cabinets, grief, stress, childhood fear, imagination. But I can't shake the feeling that for a while, something lingered there, something angry, restless, familiar in the worst way. And honestly, it wouldn't shock me if it was him. If Victor spent his life making everyone miserable, why wouldn't he try to haunt the place a little after? Still, whatever it was, it's gone now. There's no heaviness there anymore, no dread. If anything, it feels peaceful, like the air has finally been cleared out. I go there now and feel like I can breathe, like I can reclaim it, which almost makes me smile in a quiet way. Like, whatever haunted that house, whether it was something paranormal or just old pain, it doesn't get to own it anymore. I do. So, I need you to imagine this with me, because even now, it feels like the kind of thing your brain tries to sand down into something more reasonable. This happened in late May, a few years back, when I went with my family to a little cabin by a lake for my cousin Rafa's birthday. The place actually belonged to my brother's wife's family, my sister-in-law, Camila, so it had that lived-in, loved by generations kind of feel. Wooden deck, calm water, thick trees crowding in close like they were guarding the whole property. And just to set the scene properly, this was in Brazil, but not in the region where I grew up. It took us about 6 hours to get there by car, the kind of drive that leaves you stiff and cranky until you step out and the air hits you. Clean, damp, full of leaf smell, and suddenly you remember your body is part of nature too. That Saturday, I basically devoted my entire day to my little niece, Leah, who was 4 at the time. She was in that stage where everything is a discovery, and every discovery is urgent. We swam in the lake, ran around the pool, and did that kid thing where you flip rocks to see what creepy little universe is living underneath. She was thrilled. I was exhausted in the best way. That night, everyone ate together, and then the adults stayed up doing the usual, talking too loudly, laughing, singing bits of songs nobody fully remembers. But I'm an early sleeper, always have been, so I crashed first. I remember thinking, as I fell asleep, that I'd had one of those rare days that feels clean, like a reset. I'd planned to wake up around 5 a.m. to make coffee and catch the sunrise from the deck, the one that jutted out over the water. But instead I woke up closer to 4:15, and it wasn't the gentle kind of waking. It was the kind where your eyes snap open and you immediately know you were just somewhere else. I'd been having these strange dreams, fragmented, slippery, where you can't recall the story, only the feeling. And when I sat up in bed, there was one single thing left in my mind, like someone had pressed a stamp into wet clay. Matinta Pereira. I actually whispered it out loud, just the name. Now here's the odd part. I wasn't raised with that story. It wasn't one of the big folklore creatures people talked about where I'm from. I'd heard the name once in passing, maybe in a song, maybe a casual mention, but I couldn't have told you what it was. I didn't even know if I was pronouncing it right, so I just sat there thinking, why is my brain serving me that at 4 in the morning? I shook it off, tried to be normal, and went to make coffee. While I was in the kitchen, I heard Leah start crying from the bedroom she was sharing with her parents. It wasn't a full meltdown, more like startled sobbing, like she'd been yanked out of sleep. My first instinct was to run in, but I heard her mom murmuring, soothing her. The crying faded. The house settled again. So I took my mug and headed out to the deck, and it was perfect out there. The sky still had stars. The lake was dark but alive. Soft water sounds against the posts, little splashes from fish, frogs calling, some distant night birds doing their lonely, echoey calls. You know that feeling when you're completely still and the world keeps moving around you? That. I should tell you something about me, because it matters. I studied biology, zoology specifically, so even though I don't work in that field anymore, my brain still categorizes the natural world like it's breathing. In college, I used to spend weekends birdwatching with friends, identifying species by silhouette and call. I'm not saying I'm some kind of expert on every animal in Brazil, But I know the difference between normal and what the hell is that? So I'm sitting there, sipping coffee, letting the night drain into morning, and then everything goes silent. Not quieter, not the frogs paused. Silent, like someone hit mute on the world. And in that silence, I felt it. This sudden, sharp sense that I wasn't alone, that I was being watched. And not in a casual way, in a way that made my stomach drop, like my body recognized danger before my mind could explain it. For a few seconds, I honestly wondered if I'd slipped back into a dream. Like maybe I was still asleep and just thought I was sitting out there. Because nature doesn't do that. Not like that. I didn't want to turn around. That's the strangest part. Some instinct was begging me not to move. But I forced myself, slowly, to look back toward the cabin. Because if someone else was awake, if it was a person, then at least my fear could land somewhere sensible. At first, I saw nothing. Just the cabin shape, the darker squares of windows, a hint of light from the moon. Then I glanced up. And there, on the edge of the roof, was something that made my brain short-circuit. It looked like a bird, but it was too big. Not big bird big. Not, wow, that's a large owl big. Person-sized. The moonlight hit it in this slick, almost oily way, reflecting off feathers so black they looked like they swallowed light. I couldn't make out a face. I couldn't see a beak. It was like the head was hidden, like it wore a kind of hood, a veil of darkness, and all I could see was the outline. The body was thin, almost hunched. The wings were folded, but wrong. Too long, too heavy, like they belonged to something that wasn't supposed to be sitting calmly on a roof. And the whole time I'm staring, my mind is doing that frantic zoology inventory. Harpy eagle? No. Owl? No. Vulture? No. Nothing fit. Nothing even came close. I wanted to scream. I wanted to bolt back inside, but I couldn't move. I was locked in place, mug in my hands, watching this impossible thing like my body had decided movement would make it notice me. Then it shifted. Not dramatically, almost casually, like it was adjusting itself, preparing. And suddenly it opened its wings fully. I swear to you, the span looked absurd, like it shouldn't have been able to lift off at all. It launched from the roof in a single, smooth motion and flew off to the right, toward the woods. And the second it disappeared into the tree line, the world snapped back to life. Frogs started calling again. Water resumed its gentle slap against the wood. A bird called from somewhere far off like it had never stopped. Even the air felt normal again, like someone had released a pressure valve. But I didn't feel normal. I started shaking so hard I thought I might drop the mug, and then I just broke. I started crying, quietly at first, then in these awful, gasping waves. Not because I was being dramatic, because it felt like my mind couldn't hold what had just happened. Like reality had bent and then straightened out again, and I was still stuck in the bend. I didn't tell anyone that morning, or the next, or for a long time. Because what do you even say? Later, days later, I couldn't stand it anymore, and I looked up the name that had been left behind in my head like a splinter. Matinta Pereira. And reading about it made my skin go cold. Because the stories talked about a large black bird, something that appears around homes, something tied to uneasy bargains and disturbances, something that shows up like a warning, or like a collector. I don't know what it was doing there. I don't know if it was even for us. Maybe it was passing through. Maybe my sleep-starved brain stitched folklore onto a shadow and called it truth. All I know is this. That night, that exact night, Leah started having night terrors. And whether that's coincidence or not, I can't make myself shrug it off. Even now, if I wake up too early and the house is too quiet, I catch myself listening for the frogs, listening for the water. Okay, so I need to tell you about last night, because I still get that weird, cold feeling in my chest when I replay it. So I'm Maya, and my friend Tessa had just gotten back from a trip. She'd brought home these wild, novelty alcohol bottles, like the kind with goofy dessert cereal flavors, and she wanted me and our other friend Kylie to come over, hang out, and help her taste test, or at least smell them, and laugh about it. I got to Tessa's place first, a little after 8:15 p.m. It's important to know her house is way out, basically tucked into the woods. Like, no neighbors close by woods. And outside? Pitch black. One lonely streetlight down the road, and it's usually off by that time, so it's just darkness and trees. Tessa tells me pretty early on, "Hey, it's just us tonight. My husband's out of town visiting family with his brother." Which is fine, but it did make the house feel a little quieter than usual. We're in her kitchen, and she starts pulling out these bottles like it's show and tell. One smells like watermelon candy, one like sour gummy worms, and another one, swear to you, smelled like some kind of sweet cereal milk. We're cracking up, taking turns sniffing them like we're professional judges or something. Kylie was supposed to already be there, but she wasn't. So I text her like, "Where are you?" And she replies that something came up at home, but she's on her way. We keep chatting, and then, this is where everything shifts. We hear someone outside go, "Hi," like really clear, a woman's voice, and it sounded exactly like Kylie. Tessa and I stop mid-sentence and just stare at each other. And I'm like, "Oh, that must be Kylie." So I walk to the front door, and because it's so dark outside, I flick on my phone flashlight as I open it. I lean out and I call, "Hey, we're over here." Nothing. So I call again, louder, "Kylie, where are you?" Still nothing. And I even yell a nickname I call her, like full volume, embarrassing yelling, because I'm thinking maybe she can't see the porch or she's walking up from the driveway. But there's no answer, no footsteps, no car door, no crunch of gravel, nothing. Tessa's dogs outside start barking, which makes it even harder to hear, but also, it makes the whole thing feel sharper, like the dogs are reacting to something I'm not seeing. I step back inside and look at Tessa like, "Did you hear that too?" And she's pale, and she just goes, "Shut the door." I shut it, and she goes, "No, lock it." So I lock it, and now we're both standing there in the entryway, staring at the door like it's about to open on its own. I text Kylie, "Are you here?" And she texts back, "No." I swear I felt my stomach drop. I immediately message her again like, "Bro, I heard your voice outside. Are you serious right now?" And she calls me instantly, totally freaked out like, "Are you messing with me?" And I'm like, "No, I'm dead serious. Are you here?" And I can hear her tires on the road through the phone. Like, you know when someone's driving and you can hear that soft roar in the background? She was definitely still in the car. So now it's not just, we heard something. It's, we heard someone. And it's not the person we thought it was. Tessa starts texting a family friend, Marcus, to come over, because we're both officially past spooked and into something is wrong. So I'm on the phone with Kylie. Tessa's texting Marcus, and that's when we hear noises in the back of the house. Like, inside, not outside anymore. It starts soft, like the house settling. Old houses pop and creak, whatever. But then it gets faster, heavier, like something shifting around in Tessa's bedroom area, like a drawer being yanked or someone stepping wrong on a floorboard. It had rhythm to it, intent. Tessa and I just look toward the hallway at the same time. She raises the shotgun and I raise my phone flashlight like that's going to save us. We move down the hallway, Tessa in front, me right behind her. We sweep the room with our lights. Nothing. No open windows. No person. No animal. No explanation. Just the air feeling thick, like we interrupted something we weren't invited to. Around this time, my boyfriend calls, and I answer for like 2 seconds, just long enough to say, "Something's happening, I'll call you back." Because my brain is doing that thing where it's trying to be normal while everything is absolutely not normal. And then Kylie calls me again and says, "I'm outside." And immediately I'm like, "Do not get out of the car. Stay in it. We don't know what's going on." So she stays put. Her headlights are on, but it's still so dark that it feels like the woods are swallowing the light. Marcus shows up a few minutes later, but he accidentally blocks the cars in when he pulls up. Doesn't matter. At least we're not alone anymore. I ask Kylie to turn on her brights so we can actually see more than 10 feet past the driveway, and she does. The trees beyond the light just look like a wall. Marcus takes the shotgun from Tessa while she explains everything, and she's moving fast, grabbing a bag, shoving stuff inside, because she's decided she's not staying there that night. She's like, "I'm going to family's. I'm not sleeping here." And I don't blame her, not even a little. I walk out to Kylie's car, but I feel way too exposed standing out there, so I tell her, "I'm going to talk to you from inside my car so I'm enclosed." So I get into my car, roll the window down, and we're talking through the gap between our cars like it's some weird drive-through confession booth. And then I hear it, behind us. It sounds like a rock being kicked, like a foot scuffing gravel, close enough that my shoulders instantly tense up. I go, "Roll your window up, right now. I heard something behind us." And she rolls it up immediately, and we both just stare forward, watching Tessa and Marcus circle the property with flashlights, checking the dogs, checking the corners of the house, shining light into the tree line. A few minutes pass. We crack the windows again, just barely. Kylie goes, super quietly, "Do you hear that?" I'm watching Tessa and Marcus, scanning, and I'm like, "No, what?" She says the bushes sound like they're rustling, but I can't hear it from my side. And the thing is, Marcus had just walked back there. Like, if it was an animal, it should have bolted. And if it didn't bolt, Marcus would have seen it. Then Kylie looks at me and goes, "It sounds like something is going, ah, 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 ah." And I'm like, "Are you sure it's not one of the dogs?" And she asks, "Do they have a deep bark?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So we try to convince ourselves that's what it is. We need it to be that. Marcus comes back and says he hasn't seen anything, but he wants to fire the shotgun once, just to clear it and scare off anything nearby. So the whole time we thought we had protection, we didn't. And the part that I can't let go of? That first voice. Because Kylie has only been to Tessa's house one time, and whatever called out from the dark sounded like her anyway. And I grew up with Kylie. I know her voice. It wasn't similar. It was right. After we finally got everyone out of there and home safe, we were texting in our group chat, trying to make sense of it. Tessa said something that stuck with me. She said she feels this anger in the house sometimes, like a heavy, sharp feeling. But when she leaves the property, it fades. And I'm not going to pretend I'm some expert, but I know enough to understand that when a place holds a specific, intense emotion like that, especially when it's consistent, it's not a great sign. She wants her pastor to come pray, and she asked me to help cleanse the house too. And honestly, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was something paranormal, or someone messing with us, or some bizarre echo in the woods that just happened to hit the exact right tone. But I do know this. Something answered us from the dark, and it knew exactly whose voice to use. Hello, Paranormal M channel viewers. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? I'm always so happy when I read your comments saying these paranormal stories help you sleep better. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel. Drop a comment below and tell me where you're watching from, And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss our latest videos. Also, a huge thank you for sending in so many of your own paranormal experiences. All right, let's get started with today's stories. So, I've got to tell you what happened this week, because I'm still kind of laughing at myself, but also my stomach drops every time I think about it. I'm 17, and I've only been working at this little cafe for not even a month yet. And on Tuesday, I find out, casually, like it's nothing, that the place might be haunted. At first I'm like, okay, sure, because coworkers will mess with the new person, right? But they weren't doing the jokey vibe. My manager and a couple of the staff were dead serious, swapping stories like they'd been holding them in for ages. Stuff like doors swinging open by themselves, lights flicking on, things moving when nobody's near them. And they were telling it the way you tell something you know is real, not the way you tell a spooky story for fun. Still, I'm not a paranormal person. I've never seen a ghost. I've never felt a presence. I'm the kind of person who will blame everything on a draft, or an old building settling, or my own bad memory. So I'm listening, nodding, and thinking, maybe you're all just a little dramatic. Then later in the week, I'm talking with this coworker. Let's call her Marin, and she gets really intense about it. Like she's not teasing at all. She tells me she's seen spirits her whole life, like it's just normal for her. And then she goes, oh, and the cafe has a cat. I'm like, a cat? And she goes, not a real cat, a ghost cat. Apparently, it's this fluffy black cat that likes to do exactly what a living cat would do. Knock stuff around just to prove it can. Marin is describing it with total confidence, how it'll bump things off counters or nudge stuff until it topples, like it's bored and mischievous. And literally minutes after she tells me this, she steps out to do something in the front, and I'm alone in the back area, and I hear it. From the dish room, this sharp clatter, like metal hitting tile, followed by that unmistakable skittering sound something makes when it bounces and slides to a stop. My whole body just freezes. I'm standing there with my heart doing that annoying thump, thump, thump thing, telling myself, it's fine, it's fine. Something shifted. It's a kitchen. Things fall. So I walk over to check, and in the corner, on the floor, there's one of our knives. Now, normally, we dry them in this narrow rack where you wedge them handle up. The blade slides into the slot and it kind of sticks there. That's why this freaked me out. It didn't make sense for the knife to just slip out. The handle is thicker than the slot, like it can't slide down through. And it takes a little effort to pull one out too. Not a struggle, but enough that it wouldn't just oops its way out. So I'm staring at it on the floor, and I'm trying to force a logical explanation into my brain, but the only one that fits is something bumped it. Something nudged it out. And the thing is, Marin had just told me about a ghost cat that knocks things over. I'm not gonna lie, I got so creeped out. I did that nervous laugh you do when you want your body to believe you're fine, but your soul is quietly packing a suitcase. And then the day just kept stacking little moments on top of that one. A bit later, a plastic lid, like from a jar, just flips off the counter. Not slides, not drifts. It pops and drops like it got flicked. I turn around so fast I almost tripped. And the weirdest part was when I was alone doing dishes again. The front was busy. Everybody was out there. I'm in the back with the running water and the clinking and all that, and I hear this sound like one of the fridges opening and closing. That soft, suctiony whoosh, and then the thud. You know? Like someone grabbed something and shut it. So I look up, expecting to see somebody back there. Nobody. And I didn't hear footsteps on the little steps that lead to the back either. It was just empty. At this point, I'm trying really hard not to spiral, but apparently the owner is moving the cafe to a new location soon, and there's been construction and packing and all this disruption. The others think it's stirring things up, Like whatever's here is getting more active because everything's changing. Everyone keeps telling me, they're not dangerous, they're not mean, they just do stuff. But once you have that thought in your head, I might be sharing space with something I can't see. It's hard to relax. Because now, every time I have to go into the back storage room, where they swear there's an older man spirit who hangs around, I turn into the most polite person on earth. I literally whisper out loud, "Hi, I'm just coming in for a second. I'm not bothering you. I'm just putting this towel in the laundry bin." Like I'm announcing myself the way you would to someone's grandpa in a quiet house. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it makes me feel better, okay? So yeah, that's my life now. I think I got mildly bullied by a ghost cat in the dish room. And honestly, if there has to be a ghost at my job, I'm kind of relieved it's apparently a cat with attitude instead of something sinister. Still, if you come in for coffee and you hear a clatter in the back, just don't ask me. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Hey, so I'm going to tell you this the way it's been sitting in my chest, because I honestly don't know what to make of it yet. I'm Rena. I'm 26 and I live with my partner Eli. He's 29. In this small, kind of worn-in apartment that definitely has stories in the walls. It's not old, but it's not modern either. The doors stick a little, the floors creak in certain spots, and there are these tiny, weird things that happen all the time, like a book sliding off a shelf when nobody's near it, or a loaf of bread tipping over like it's been nudged, or the toilet paper roll slowly unspooling on its own. Stuff you can laugh off, until you can't. And lately it's felt like it's not just quirky apartment stuff anymore. So yesterday I'm cleaning, just doing normal chores, and all of a sudden I hear Eli call my name from the bathroom. Not casual, like sharp and shaky. I drop what I'm doing and rush in, because the panic in his voice is the kind that makes your stomach turn before you even know what happened. He's standing there, frozen, staring into the walk-in closet that connects to the bathroom. And he goes, "Rena, your shirt, it moved." I'm like, "What do you mean it moved?" And he points. One of my shirts is hanging up, and the sleeve is lifted. Not swaying, not fluttering. Lifted like someone pinched it between fingers, like they were checking the fabric. And then, when he looked straight at it, it just dropped back down into place. It's winter here, so all the windows are shut. No fan running, no breeze, nothing. And we're both a good step or two away from the closet opening. I tried to lighten it because, honestly, my brain didn't want to accept what he was saying. I kind of half laughed and went, maybe it just has really good taste. And that's when it happened again. Right in front of both of us, the sleeve lifted. Slowly, like deliberately. We both just stood there. I could feel my skin go cold. And because I'm apparently the kind of person who jokes when I'm scared, I went, "Okay, wow. Maybe it likes that I'm wearing something that isn't black for once." Because that's true. Most of my clothes are dark, but this shirt was bright, like this deep teal color I almost never wear. And I swear to you, after I said it, the sleeve moved again. Not a huge motion, just enough to feel like it was responding. Eli's face looked like he'd forgotten how to breathe. I don't even remember what we said after that. I just remember backing away and shutting the closet door like that would somehow settle the universe back into place. Then today, I'm on my way home from work, and I get this message from him, full panic, like the kind where you can tell someone's hands are shaking while they type. He tells me he was in the living room and suddenly our bedroom door slammed shut. Like, hard. And right after, he heard footsteps, moving away from the door, across the floor. For a second, he thought it was me getting home. but our apartment is small and open, and there's no way I could have walked in without him seeing me. He was right there. The layout doesn't allow for sneaking. And that's the moment where the fear stopped being a, "What is this?" and started becoming a, "Who is this?" But the part that's messing me up the most is our cat. 2 nights ago, Eli and I are just relaxing on the couch, watching TV. Miso is dead asleep next to me, like fully melted, paws curled, totally peaceful. And then she snaps awake like she's been shocked. Not a normal wake-up, not a stretch and yawn. She bolted upright and made this sound I've never heard come out of her. It wasn't a regular meow, it was like a terrified, strained cry. Almost like she couldn't decide whether to hide or fight. She scrambled, eyes wide, looking around like she was seeing something I couldn't. Her tail puffed up, and she wouldn't let me touch her at first. It took almost half an hour to calm her down. I held her while she trembled, and I kept whispering, "You're safe, you're safe." But I didn't fully believe it myself. She's never done that, not once. And then tonight, this is what really broke me. Eli tells me after the bedroom door slammed, he realized both bedroom doors had shut at the same time. Like the main door and the other one we sometimes keep ajar. Both closed. Like someone wanted that room sealed. And Miso was in there. Trapped. And she slept through the slam. Eli said she didn't even stir at first. But then she started having another nightmare. Worse than the last one. Twitching, crying, scrambling like she was trying to escape something in her sleep. Eli was trying to soothe her, talking softly. But she was still panicked, still locked in that fear. I'm not even home yet when he tells me this, and I'm reading the messages with this sick feeling like my chest is filling with ice. And then there's one more thing that's been hanging over us like a shadow. Last week, Eli had this night terror, so vivid he woke up sweating and shaking, about family members who've passed away. In the dream, they were there, and one of them was warning him someone else was going to die soon. He woke up and couldn't move, full sleep paralysis. That has never happened to him before. So now it's like the apartment is doing things, the doors are slamming, the footsteps are there when nobody is, my shirt sleeve is lifting like it's being handled, and my cat, my baby, is suddenly having these horrifying episodes like something is scaring her on a level we can't reach. I don't know what I believe. I don't know if this is stress, coincidence, the building settling, some weird airflow we can't explain, or something I don't even want to name. I just know I'm scared. And I keep coming back to Miso, because she can't tell me what she sees or what she feels. She just reacts. And if she's afraid in her own home, that absolutely destroys me. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. A small apartment, a handful of maybe it's nothing moments turning into, okay, this is not nothing, and me trying to figure out what to do next. Because I can handle being unsettled, but I can't handle my cat being terrified. Not her. Not my world. So, let me take you back a few years. It was 2018, and I'd flown out to Western Australia to visit my brother, Callum. He'd moved over there ages ago with his then partner Renee and their 3 kids. At the time, the kids were still little. Mia was about 9, Ethan was 7, and Jude was 4. They lived in this low, cozy bungalow in a suburb called Karawara, one of those neighborhoods where everything looks calm and ordinary, and you'd never suspect anything strange could happen inside a house like that. I was staying in the back room, down the hall from the older kid's bedroom, but far enough away that it felt like I had my own space. And right away, I noticed something off. Every single time I walked into that room, my hands would go icy. Not like, oh, it's a bit chilly, but like the warmth got sucked out of me the second I stepped inside. And the pets, normally glued to anyone new, would not go in there. They'd stand at the doorway like there was an invisible line they couldn't cross. At night, I'd hear little sounds in places that didn't make sense. A faint rattle in the aircon even when it wasn't running. A soft clink from the kitchen after everyone was asleep. But honestly, I didn't jump to ghosts. I just shrugged it off. New house, new noises, my imagination, whatever. Then, about a month into my stay, Callum left for work. He worked FIFO, 2 weeks out at the mines, then home for 1 week. So suddenly it was just Renee, the 3 kids, and me in the house. Now, Jude, the youngest, had this weird habit that we all kind of laughed off at first. Sometimes we'd be watching TV in the evening and he'd doze off, and then he'd suddenly sit up, half asleep, and mumble something like, "They're moving through the walls," and then flop right back down like nothing happened. We told ourselves it was nightmares. He was 4. He didn't watch scary stuff. Little kids say odd things. End of story. Except, it wasn't the end. A few nights after Callum left, we were having dinner at the table. Let me paint the layout for you, because it matters. The kitchen was kind of wedge-shaped, and the dining table sat tucked into a little nook off to the side. From where I was sitting, you could see straight down one hallway, the one that led toward the living room and the master bedroom. There was another hallway, too, leading to the bedrooms where I was sleeping and where the older kids slept, but you couldn't see that one from the table. I was sitting on one side, with Mia and Ethan opposite me. Jude was next to me. Renee was at the head of the table, and her back was to that visible hallway. And Jude, this is the part that still gives me chills, kept staring down that hallway. Not just glancing, staring like he was watching something come closer. At first, we all did that quiet thing where you look at each other like, is he okay? Like, what is he looking at? Then Jude's face changed. He started crying, hard, like panic crying. His whole body started trembling, and he scrambled off his chair and climbed onto Renee's lap. But even while he was clinging to her, he kept craning his neck to look over her shoulder, right down the hallway. And he just got worse, more frantic, like he couldn't breathe properly. Then he lifted his little arm, pointed down the hallway, and shouted through his sobs, "They're coming!" Not someone's coming, not a man, not a monster. They. Renee stood up so fast her chair scraped the floor. She scooped Jude up and practically ran down the hallway toward the master bedroom. And that left me there. Me, 17 years old, sitting with Mia and Ethan, who were both frozen with fear. I remember thinking, what am I supposed to do? Fight something I can't even see? It felt like forever. It was probably only a few seconds, but I swear the air got heavier, like the whole house was holding its breath. Then I grabbed Mia and Ethan by the hands, and we ran, straight down the hall to the master bedroom where Renee had gone. All 5 of us ended up in that room, shaken and wide-eyed, trying to act calm for the kids, even though none of us felt calm at all. And that night, no one slept alone. Not a chance. We all stayed together in that room, lights on longer than usual, pretending we were just having a sleepover, when really we were terrified. After that, I went into full problem-solving mode. I started looking up anything I could: psychics, cleanses, blessings, house clearings, because whether you believe in that stuff or not, I couldn't shake the feeling that fear was feeding whatever this was. And that night at the table, if something thrives on fear, it would have had a feast. Eventually, I found a woman who did home cleanses and booked her to come out. Callum was due home soon, and when we told him what happened, he didn't really buy it. Not fully. But he agreed to the cleanse anyway, mostly to keep the peace. We also agreed not to tell the kids what was happening, just in case it made things worse. The day she came, we took the kids to the park so she could do her work. Here's the thing, though. She live-streamed her sessions. So while we were pushing the kids on swings and pretending everything was normal, I was watching her live video on my phone like my life depended on it. She walked through the house with all the gear, asking questions, listening, doing that intense quiet focus some people have when they're tuning in. And then she got to my room. She stood in the doorway and said, really calmly, "What do you want?" There was this pause, and then a voice came through her little device, clear as anything, saying, "The child." I swear my stomach dropped so hard I thought I was going to be sick. She didn't flinch. She just kept working, room to room, sage, salt at the windows, corners, thresholds, the whole thing. Like she was scrubbing something invisible out of the walls. When it was finally done, we came back from the park and walked into the house. And Jude, 4 years old, no context, no explanation, looked around like he was checking the air. Then he just said, casually, like he was telling you the weather, "They're gone." No one had told him, not a word, but he knew. And the strangest part? My room wasn't freezing anymore. It just wasn't. The air felt normal. The pets wandered in like nothing had ever happened. For a few minutes, I almost convinced myself it was all in our heads, until the woman was leaving. She turned to Callum at the front door and said, almost offhandedly, "Don't bring any stones home next time." We all just stared at her, because Callum had a habit. Every now and then, he'd bring the kids these reddish rocks from the mining site as little gifts. They weren't lying around on display either. They were tucked away in the kids' wardrobe like little treasures. We hadn't mentioned them. Not to her, not online, not in conversation. Nothing. And she told us the land he worked on was Aboriginal land, deeply old land, and sometimes objects carried things with them. She said one of the stones felt like it had pulled other energy into the house, like something had used it as a doorway. And one of the things in there, she said, had been trying to get to the youngest. Whether you believe every part of that or not, I can tell you this. The blood drained out of my face when she said it, because she shouldn't have known, and yet she did. But I've never forgotten that dinner table moment, that tiny, shaking finger pointing down a hallway, and a little voice, cracking with fear, saying, "They're coming." And honestly, I'll never look at harmless little souvenirs the same way again, because sometimes you don't know what you're inviting in until it's already standing in the hallway. So listen, my dad had one of those encounters today that leaves you feeling silly for being shaken, right up until you remember the look on his face when he tells you. And I'm still trying to make sense of it, because whatever happened, it rattled him in a way I don't see often. A bit of context first, because it matters. My dad, let's call him Graham, has had a few strange experiences over the years. He's not the type to throw the word demon around, and he'd roll his eyes at half the spooky stuff people post online. But he does believe there's something beyond what we can see. Not necessarily angels and harps and all that, more like another layer to things, another plane maybe. He's not superstitious, but he has boundaries. Like, he won't have a spirit board in the house, just a hard no. Anyway, earlier this afternoon, Graham was heading to work by train. One of those stations where you've got platforms on opposite sides and you have to cross a footbridge to get to the right one. Normal day, bright outside, nothing dramatic. He's standing there waiting, half in his own world, when he hears this woman talking. Loudly. But not in a normal chatting on the phone way, more like the sentences didn't quite connect, like she was speaking at the air. He glances over, and that's when he notices she's pointing in his direction. Not waving, not gesturing in conversation. Pointing. And this is the part he can't stop circling back to. She was looking at him, but also somehow not at him. Like her focus was set just past his shoulder, as if he was a window instead of a person. He told me, "Ava, something felt wrong immediately, like my stomach just dropped." The woman looked ordinary otherwise, older, bundled up the way people are even when it's not that cold, holding one of those takeaway coffee cups. But then he got a proper look at her eyes. He said, "I couldn't see the white part, not even a bit. They were just dark, like ink. Maybe dark navy, but there was no pupil, no white, nothing." And he's not a dramatic man. He doesn't do that performative shiver thing. But he told me, completely serious, "The feeling I got off her was pure evil, just dread, like my body knew before my brain did." He tried to look away. He wanted to ignore it. But he said his eyes kept dragging back to her, like something was pulling his attention whether he liked it or not. And this is in daylight, out in the open. No weird shadows, no dim platform lighting, none of that. Then he notices the way she's drinking her coffee. Still staring in his direction, still pointing off and on. She lifts the cup, but instead of sipping normally, she presses it between her palms, flattening it, slowly squeezing it until it's barely a narrow slit, and then she drinks from that thin opening without taking her eyes off him. Not nervously, not like a fidget, deliberately, like she was showing him she could. And at that point, he's done. The train comes in and he gets on quickly, just relieved to put a door and a few meters between them. Except she gets on too. Not right next to him, but close enough that he spots her stepping into the next carriage over. So he does this very instinctive thing, gets off again, walks down the platform, and jumps into the furthest carriage away. He also wasn't the only one who noticed she was off. The weirdest part is how quickly it all happened. It was just a normal commute, and then, suddenly it wasn't. And when he told me, only minutes after it happened, he still looked pale. Not telling a creepy story pale, more like, I just touched a live wire pale. So, yeah, that's it. That's what happened. And I know how it sounds. I do. But I also know my dad. Graham doesn't spook easily, and he doesn't invent things like that. And whatever that woman was, whether it was something paranormal or something else entirely, he came away from it feeling like he'd stared straight into something cold and wrong. And honestly, that's the part I can't shake. Okay. So I've carried this around in my head for a long time, and even now I can't fully explain it. It's one of those memories that sits there quietly, but every once in a while, it taps you on the shoulder like, "Hey, remember me?" I was about 7, maybe 8, little kid age, and my little brother, Milo, was about 4. We shared a bedroom. Same room, 2 beds, a TV we shouldn't have been up watching as late as we were. My older sister, Tessa, was around 12 and had her own room down the hall. One night, she was in her room digging through clothes, like fully in fashion show mode. She kept pulling out random stuff and putting together these loud, bright outfits. I mean, bright. Hot pink, sunshine yellow, this neon blue hoodie. Things that basically glowed in the dark compared to our dim little room. And she kept coming into our doorway to show us. It was like a routine. She'd walk in, stop right at the threshold, do a little spin or some goofy dance move, and Milo and I would. Then she'd dip out again, back to her room to find the next masterpiece. This happened a few times in a row, maybe 5 minutes total. Nothing scary, just annoying big sister energy. Then, the weird part. She comes in again, one more time, does the doorway pose, she leaves like normal. And then there's this. Longer than the others. Milo and I go back to watching TV because we assume she's done. I remember the room feeling calm again, like the little show was over and it was just us and the screen. And then, out of nowhere, someone steps into the doorway. But it's not her. This figure was tall, like tall in a way that didn't make sense in our house. They were wearing all black, like a long coat and a hat, the kind with a brim. The silhouette looked straight out of an old movie, and it moved into the doorway and stopped, perfectly still, right where Tessa had been stopping. The thing is, my brain tried to make it normal instantly. I remember thinking, oh, it's Tessa wearing Dad's clothes. Because that's what kids do, right? You try to fit the world into the closest explanation you've got. But it didn't work. Tessa was short. Not tiny, but definitely not anywhere near this. This figure was so tall it had to sort of duck under the top of the doorframe. That part is burned into my mind, like the doorway suddenly looked too small for it. Milo giggled, which sounds crazy to say now, but he did. Like he thought it was just part of the game. He stared at it and made that little kid laugh, soft and automatic. And me? I didn't feel terrified. That's what people expect when I tell this, but it's not what I remember. I felt confused, like my brain was buffering, because I couldn't see a face. It was too dark, or the hat shadowed it or something. I just remember this blankness where the face should have been, and yet I had this intense feeling that it was staring directly at me. Not in a boo way, more like it knew I was watching it. It didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there for what felt like 10 seconds, long enough for the TV noise to feel far away and for my thoughts to get loud. Then it left. And that part is fuzzy. I can't clearly picture the walking away part the same way I can picture it standing there. I just remember that it was gone, and I was still looking at the doorway like my body didn't get the memo. I sat there for a second, trying to convince myself it had been my sister doing something stupid. But the height, the clothes, the stillness, none of it fit. So I finally got up and went down the hall to Tessa's room. And this is where it messed with me even more. There weren't any black clothes out. No coat, no hat, no dad clothes pile. Nothing. And when I asked her, something like, "What was that? Where did you get those clothes?" She turned around with this completely genuine, confused expression, like I just asked her why the ceiling was made of water. And she goes, "What are you talking about?" And she wasn't even acting. I know what it looks like when someone is trying not to laugh. This wasn't that. This was real confusion. Half her colorful clothes were already folded like she'd been doing it for a while. I remember standing there feeling stupid and unsettled at the same time, like I'd walked in on the wrong reality. Over the years, I've told a few people, usually late at night when conversations get quiet and honest, and the reactions are always the same. Someone says, "That's wild," and then the topic drifts away like it's too awkward to sit with. And I get it. I do. Even now, part of me tries to force it into something normal. Like maybe it was Tessa and my memory changed the height. Or maybe it was a weird shadow thing. Or maybe I just mashed two moments together in my head. But the thing is, when I remember it, it doesn't feel like a dream memory. It feels like a real one. Like a snapshot that shouldn't exist, but does. And I think that's why it still bothers me. Because I'm not even saying I know what it was. I'm just saying something stood in our doorway that night. And it wasn't my sister. So my mom used to tell me this story when I was a kid, and I swear, no matter how many times I heard it, it always gave me that same cold little shiver of, wait, what? She wasn't the type to believe in ghosts, like, at all. Not the jumpy kind, not the spirits are everywhere kind. She was practical, busy, tired, and way more worried about charting and call lights than anything spooky. But she told me this was the one thing that actually cracked her skepticism. It was back in 2007 when she worked at a nursing facility that handled full-on geriatric care. Patients who needed real medical help, not just someone checking in on them. The building itself used to be the original hospital in their town years ago, and parts of it still had that old hospital vibe, especially the basement. Around lunchtime, she and another nurse, my mom called her Marisol, were doing their usual routine, bringing residents downstairs to the feeding room. These were residents who couldn't feed themselves, so the staff would bring them down, park them in their spots, and help them eat. My mom took the first resident down, an older man named Elliot, wheelchair-bound and blind. She rolls him into the feeding room, and the first thing she notices is 4 chairs pulled out around one of the tables, like a little group had been sitting there talking. No one was supposed to be sitting there, not during this routine. But she doesn't think too hard about it, just assumes someone left them out earlier. So she pushes the chairs back in, stacks them neatly, and heads out to grab the next resident. On her way to the elevator, she passes Marisol coming down with the second resident. That mattered later, because it meant they were moving in this steady rhythm. One up, one down, always crossing paths. My mom brings the third resident down, another wheelchair-bound resident, also visually impaired, and when she rolls into the feeding room again, she stops short. The chairs are back out. Not just out either, pulled into the same spots around the same table, like someone had carefully reset the scene. She frowns, pushes them back in again, sets the resident into position, and tries to shrug it off. Maybe another staff member came in. Maybe someone was messing around. Maybe the chairs were just weirdly placed and she hadn't stacked them right. So she goes back up, brings down the next resident, passes Marisol again in the hallway, same timing, same pace. She wheels the resident into the feeding room, and the chairs are out again. Same table, same 4 chairs, same placement. Now she's getting that slow, prickly feeling up the back of her neck, the kind where you don't want to admit you're unsettled, but your body is already ahead of your brain. Still, she puts them back. Again. Neat. Firm. Like, there. Stay there. This time, though, she doesn't leave right away. She just stands there for a few seconds, staring at the table like it might explain itself. And because she hesitates, she breaks the pace. A minute later, Marisol wheels another resident into the room and immediately clocks my mom's face, because apparently my mom had that look people get when they're trying very hard to pretend they're fine. Marisol goes, kind of careful, kind of amused, "Are the chairs out again?" My mom just stares at her. "Yeah." And Marisol nods slowly and says something like, and that's when it really lands, because by then, there are several residents in the room, people who can't stand up on their own, people who can barely lift a spoon without help. And somehow, between trips, 4 stacked chairs are being pulled out and positioned around the table like an invisible group meeting keeps happening. No dragging sounds, no laughter, no footsteps, just chairs appearing exactly where they shouldn't be. Later, later, after my mom had asked around in that half-joking way people do when they're nervous, she finds out the staff already had a story. They said the basement had a regular, not a scary one, not a violent one, just a presence. They even had a name for him, Walter. And the way my mom described it, the wildest part wasn't even the ghost story. It was how casual everyone was about it. Like, "Oh yeah, that's just Walter. He hangs out down there. He's harmless." Apparently, that feeding room had been repurposed from something older in the hospital days, and there was an adjoining room that used to be part office, part morgue setup. By the time my mom worked there, that side room had been turned into storage, but it still had one of those heavy, stainless steel tables that you don't really forget once you've seen it. So yeah, that was the story. And my mom didn't come out of it calling herself a paranormal expert or anything. She'd roll her eyes if you even suggested that. But she told me, flat out, that after that day, she stopped saying ghosts weren't real, because she couldn't make those chairs make sense any other way. And honestly, every time I think about 4 chairs quietly pulling themselves out in a basement full of people who physically couldn't do it, I get why. Hey, okay, so I need to tell you this the way it was told to me. Like, sitting at my grandmother's kitchen table, with the radio humming and her hands busy with something small, like she was trying to keep calm while saying things that still made her uncomfortable. This story takes place in northern Romania, not long after the late 70s rolled into the early 80s, back when villages felt sealed off from the rest of the world, and people believed in things they didn't say out loud unless they absolutely had to. So my grandma, her name was Elena, lived in this little house at the edge of the village, and just across a narrow lane, practically within whispering distance, lived her husband's sister, a woman named Marika. Now listen, Marika wasn't the kind of person you'd call eccentric and laugh it off. People in that area straight up called her a witch. Not in the cute storybook way either. People went to her for hexes, for revenge, for sickness, for fixing someone who drank too much or cheated too often. And she had a reputation that traveled. Farmers from villages 2 hills away would still show up at her gate like they were visiting a doctor. But the strange part wasn't just what she did. It was how she carried herself. Elena always said Marika had the coldest presence. Like being near her made you tighten up without knowing why. She wasn't friendly, she wasn't social, and she didn't hide her contempt. Especially not for Elena. Because Elena had children, 4 of them, and Marika couldn't stand that. She treated those kids like they were dirt on her shoes, and she'd spit insults at them whenever she got the chance. Elena told me that, at first, it was just the feeling of being watched. Like you'd be hanging laundry, and suddenly your shoulders would go stiff, and you'd turn and see Marika behind her fence, staring through you like you weren't even human. Then Elena started noticing things. Little things first. A dead frog where it shouldn't be. A strange bundle of twine tucked behind the stove. A knife stuck upright in the soil near the back step, like someone placed it there deliberately, blade down, handle up, as if the ground itself was holding it. And at night, this part always made my stomach flip. Elena said she'd sometimes wake up and see movement in Marika's yard. Not like a person walking normally, more like pacing, circling, back and forth, sometimes under the moonlight, sometimes with no light at all, like she didn't need to see. Elena swore she once saw Marika out there performing some kind of ritual, moving in slow circles, murmuring, her hair loose, her arms lifted like she was pulling something from the air. And here's where it gets worse. After a while, Elena started hearing noises inside her own house. Soft thumps in the walls, scratching in the chimney, a sound like someone tapping on glass when there was no glass to tap on. One night, Elena said the whole house shuddered. Not a little creak, not the normal settling of old wood. Shook, like the floor had breathed in and the walls flexed. She thought it was an earthquake. She ran outside, heart pounding, and went straight to the neighbors, because in a village, you don't panic alone. But the neighbors looked at her like she'd lost her mind. They said nothing happened. Not a cup rattled, not a chicken startled. The earth didn't move for anyone but her. And that's when Elena got frightened enough to bring the priest. So the priest came. Father Toma, she called him, and he prayed over the house for days, then weeks. Blessings, incense, holy water, scripture murmured so steadily it felt like part of the furniture. Elena said the air changed little by little, like the house could finally unclench. Things quieted down. Not forever, but enough for her to breathe again. Now I need you to understand something. Elena wasn't a cruel woman. She was strong, yes, but not vicious. She didn't go around cursing people. But one afternoon, after Marika had been particularly nasty, Marika pointed at Elena's children and called them dogs. Just like that. Dogs. And Elena snapped. Not because she wanted revenge, but because you can only swallow humiliation so many times before it turns into fire. Elena said she looked her right in the face and blurted out something she didn't even feel like she chose to say. She said, "Then may you not find peace until you have dogs of your own." She told me later she regretted it the instant it left her mouth. Years passed. Life moved on the way it does. Work, seasons, births, griefs. Marika grew older, and then she got sick. Very sick. The kind of sickness that makes a powerful person suddenly small. One winter morning, Elena noticed something that didn't sit right. Marika's door hadn't opened. There were no tracks in the snow. Not a single footprint, not even the messy kind that chickens leave. But Elena could still hear the radio playing inside Marika's house. That's what made her go over. She knocked. Nothing. She called her name. Still nothing. So Elena pushed the door open and stepped in. And what she found? She said she never fully recovered from. Marika was dead. Not peacefully dead. Not gently. Her eyes were wide open, staring upward like she'd seen something on the ceiling that terrified her too much to blink away. And in her mouth, this is the part that sounds impossible, but Elena insisted it was true. There was a packed snowball, like someone had shoved winter itself into her throat. Elena was frozen in place. She couldn't even scream at first, just stared, trying to make her brain accept what her eyes were seeing. Then she heard movement, a low sound, like soft squeaking, under the bed. And when Elena looked, there was a dog there. Not one of Elena's dogs, not any dog anyone remembered seeing go into that house. And the dog had just given birth. 4 tiny puppies pressed together in the dark. Elena said her blood went cold because the number hit her like a slap. 4. The same number as her children. And that's when Elena remembered the words she'd shouted years earlier, in rage. Words she'd forgotten until that exact second. The village doctor came and confirmed the death. Then the funeral preparations began. And in that region, the wake isn't held in a quiet building somewhere. It's held right there in the home, with people coming and going, candles burning, prayers murmuring, food laid out, grief mixing with routine. But Elena told me the wake didn't feel like mourning. It felt like waiting for something to happen. The animals in the yard were restless. A chained dog kept straining at its collar like it wanted to tear its own throat open just to get away. In the middle of the night, while Elena and a few neighbors sat talking in low voices, they heard a sharp crash from the room where Marika was laid out. Not a soft knock, a violent smash. They rushed in, thinking maybe an animal had gotten inside. But there was no animal. Only the incense jar, shattered in the middle of the floor, as if it had been flung there by a hand no one could see. Now here's where the old village beliefs come in. People there had a word for what they feared Marika might become. A strigoi, a malicious spirit, the kind that doesn't rest, the kind that lingers hungry and angry. Elena said the older women told her to cover mirrors, to keep prayers constant, to not leave doors open, to not speak the dead woman's name too loudly. The funeral day came. For a while, everything seemed normal. Elena stayed behind to prepare food, the way you do in those traditions, feeding people in memory of the dead. But then a man arrived at Elena's door, pale as flour, asking for a long needle, something sturdy. Elena asked him why. and he told her in a rush that on the way toward the church, Marika's face changed. The expression tightened, the mouth pulled into something like a frown. Her hands that were supposed to be still, looked clenched, tense, like she was gripping something. And that's where Elena's details stop, because she didn't go with them. She stayed with the food and the house and the fear. But even after Marika was buried, Elena said it didn't end. For nearly a year, Elena had dreams, sharp, vivid dreams where Marika appeared like she wasn't dead at all. In those dreams, Marika would threaten her. She'd say it didn't matter that her body was gone. She could still reach Elena, still harm her, still twist things in the dark. And years later, this is the part that makes the whole story feel like a knot you can't untie. One of Elena's grandchildren went searching in the old yard area with a metal detector, just for fun. And they found things. Odd things. A padlock bound with a rusted chain, wrapped in fabric, buried deep, like someone hid it there deliberately, not to keep it safe, but to keep it working. And other little objects tucked in places that felt intentional. When Elena saw them, her face changed immediately. She didn't want to touch them, didn't even want to look at them for long. She just said very quietly, "Get rid of those. Don't keep them near you." And that's how she always ended the story. Not triumphantly, not like she won, more like a warning. She told me, "People think evil is dramatic, but real evil is patient. It waits in cupboards, in dreams, in little objects buried where no one will find them." And then she'd go quiet, like she'd said too much. And honestly, even now, telling you this, I can't decide what scares me more. That it happened exactly the way she said, or that a whole village had rituals for it, like they'd seen it before. So, I want to tell you something that's been happening at my childhood home, and even now, talking about it, I get that weird mix of comfort and goosebumps. My dad passed away at home in early summer a couple years ago. It was quiet, it was heartbreaking, and ever since then this place has had these little moments that don't fit neatly into any explanation. Not horror movie scary, more like personal. Like someone's trying to be heard. My sister Mia still lives here full-time with her boyfriend Caleb. They've been here together for a while. I moved out not too long after everything happened, and I'm only about a mile away now, so I still come by a lot, sometimes to help, sometimes just because it still feels like home. And I should probably say this up front, I've always been the sensitive one. Ever since I was a kid, I'd pick up on things. Sounds, feelings, little shifts in the air that other people shrug off. My current house is honestly the same way. I see and hear and feel things pretty often. But the difference is, I feel my dad too. And when I feel him, it's like my whole chest loosens. Like, okay, I'm not alone. Before I tell you what's happening now, you need the backstory, because that's the part that makes this feel so specific. When my dad was still alive but really unwell, we had what turned out to be his last Father's Day here with us. He couldn't go out, couldn't do much, and I remember standing in a store thinking, what do you even buy someone you might be saying goodbye to? I got him some soft lounge clothes, stuff he could actually use, but I wanted something that felt meaningful. Something he could look at. So I found this simple frame that held 3 photos. I printed one of me and him from a day we were laughing so hard the picture came out a little blurry. One of him and Mia, she's got her head on his shoulder in it, and he's doing that proud dad half smile. And the third one was him with our dog, Buddy, sitting right at his feet like he belonged there. When I gave it to him, he just stared at it for a long time. And then his eyes filled up. My dad wasn't a big crier. He was more the type to make a joke and change the subject. But that day, he actually cried. And I cried too, trying to pretend I wasn't. He passed a few weeks later. After he was gone, we kept that frame up. It felt wrong to move it. I'd come into the room and see those photos, and it was like proof that he was real, that our life with him wasn't just something that ended and evaporated. Then, around the holidays, Mia and Caleb decided to tidy up to make space for decorations. And they brought a bunch of my dad's things up to the attic. Some ornaments, a couple keepsakes, and that photo frame. They meant well, I think, but they're also the kind of people who start a job and then abandon it halfway through. And when the holidays were over, nothing came back down. For months, I kept asking. Not even in a dramatic way, just, hey, can we please bring Dad's stuff down? Especially the pictures, especially the frame. I'd even offered to do it myself, but the attic hatch is up high, the ladder is awkward, and I'm short enough that the whole thing turns into a humiliating slapstick routine. Plus, Mia insisted she knew where everything was up there, and I didn't. So the photos stayed in the attic. Here's where it gets strange. Every time it happens, I get up and look, and sure enough, the attic hatch is just hanging open, slowly swinging like it was pushed. So I asked Mia if it's ever happened when it's just her and Caleb, and she goes, totally casual. Nope, never. Which, okay, that's odd, right? Because it's not a quiet little click. It's a full-on bang against wood. You'd think it would wake anyone. The first time I heard it wasn't even me, actually. It was my mom. Mia and Caleb had gone away for a few days, and my mom stayed here to watch Buddy. She told me the next morning, something weird happened last night. The attic door slammed open. I thought maybe it was your dad trying to tell me something, but I didn't know what. And the second she said that, my mind went straight to the pictures. Instantly. No hesitation. It wasn't like I sat there connecting dots. It was just this immediate feeling of, it's the frame. It's his things. He wants them. Because that frame was meant for him. It was the last thing I gave him that wasn't practical, that wasn't medical or supportive or for the illness. It was for him, for his heart, for his life. And now it's sitting in a dusty attic. The wild part is, it still only seems to happen when I'm here. Not Mia, not Caleb, just me. And Caleb is tall, like annoyingly tall, so he's the only one who can get up there easily. Which means the only person who can fix it is also the same person who keeps saying, yeah, I'll do it, and then doesn't. I know how this sounds. I do. Maybe it's the house settling. Maybe it's a draft. Maybe the latch is loose. But then I think about the timing. Because the last time it happened, I'd gone to bed really emotional. Earlier that night, I'd been reading this thread online. People arguing about how there's no life after death, how it's all wishful thinking, how you live and then you're gone. And it hit me like a punch. I started imagining my dad, this warm, hilarious, kind man, just extinguished, like a light turned off forever. And it broke me. I cried myself to sleep in my old room like I was 15 again. And then, in the middle of the night, bang! The attic door. The same exact sound, the same exact moment, like a message landing right on the edge of my sleep. And I just lay there, staring into the dark, feeling my whole body go still. And I remember thinking, okay, I hear you. Maybe it was him saying, bring my pictures home. Maybe it was him saying, stop reading stuff that hurts you. Maybe it was just him reminding me, gently, stubbornly, that love doesn't disappear just because a body does. I don't know. I can't prove anything. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I just know it doesn't feel scary. It feels like him. Like that quiet insistence he had when he wanted something done. Like a nudge in the ribs from the other side of the room. And honestly, even if all it ever does is make me finally get that frame down from the attic and put it somewhere it belongs, I kind of love the idea that he's still finding ways to take up space in our lives. Because if there's one thing my dad was good at, he never liked being ignored. So, this happened when I was a junior at Mississippi State University. It was one of those spring Saturdays in the deep south where the air feels almost unreal. Warm without being heavy. Bright without being harsh. I've had beautiful autumn days up north, and those calm, perfect Midwest summer evenings. But southern springtime? On the best days, it's like the whole world turns the saturation up. Every color pops. Every smell is a little sweeter. Even the sounds, birds, wind through leaves, feel sharper, like you're standing inside a movie. That day was one of those days. I drove about 25 miles off campus to pick up the girl I was dating. Her name was Clara, from her parents' place. We were headed to an all-day river party on the Tombigbee River at somebody's house a few miles out. Clara had a couple bags with her, and as we were getting ready to go, she asked if we could swing by and drop something off to her friend. Her friend, Hannah, was working as a hostess for one of those small-town spring pilgrimages. If you've never been to one, a pilgrimage is basically when towns, especially in Mississippi, open up their old pre-Civil War homes for tours. People come through, and local students help guide visitors room to room while the homeowners talk history. It's kind of a big deal in those places. The hosts and hostesses dress up too. Old formal outfits, sometimes those big, elaborate gowns. Anyway, Clara directed me to the house where Hannah was stationed. It was a big white place, 3 stories, with a porch that looked like it belonged on a postcard. I remember the fence out front, neat and pale, and the way the sunlight hit the paint like it was glowing. It was around 10:30 in the morning, maybe a little after. We parked right out front. Clara hopped out with her bags, and as we walked up, the front door was already open, like it was inviting you in. The second we got close, we heard laughter and voices coming from somewhere in the back of the house. Clara smiled and said, "Oh, I hear Hannah back there. I'm gonna run around and say hi." And I said, "Yeah, okay. I'll be right behind you." She went off toward the back, and I stepped just inside the front door because, I don't know, I wanted to take it in for a second. The house felt old, in that clean, polished way, like it had been cared for forever. There was a long central hallway straight ahead to a back door, and doors opening off both sides. On the left, maybe 10 feet in, a staircase rose up to a landing on the second floor. And that's when it started. At first it was just my neck. You know that feeling where the hair on the back of your neck lifts, like your body reacts before your brain catches up? That happened. But it wasn't mild. It was like every single hair back there stood straight up at once. I paused, confused. I remember thinking, why am I doing that? Like I even tried to laugh it off internally. I'm standing in a bright, cheerful house on a perfect morning. People are laughing in the next room. There's no reason for my body to be acting like a deer that just heard a twig snap. Then I noticed the hair on my arms rising too. Not just a little. Rigid. Like static electricity had grabbed me. I told myself to stop being weird about it. I started to take a step toward the back of the house, and my feet didn't move. At first I thought my shoes had caught on something, like maybe the rug was snagging. But no, it was my body. I was stuck, completely still. And then, Like somebody slowly turned off my ability to control myself. My neck muscles gave out. My head dipped forward, inch by inch, until my chin was almost pressed against my chest. I tried to speak. I tried to call Clara's name. Nothing came out. And then this other feeling arrived. Not fear like something startled me. This was fear like something is wrong and it's right here. And layered on top of that fear was something I don't have a better word for than a message, like a thought that wasn't mine. It was hate, not irritation, not anger. Hate, focused, sharp, and aimed at me like a spotlight. And somehow, in my mind, I saw that there was something up on the landing at the top of the stairs. I couldn't physically lift my head enough to look, but I knew it was there. Like my awareness got tugged in that direction. Then I had this sudden, crystal clear instinct. You have to face it. With everything I had, I forced my head up. It was jerky, like trying to lift a weight with a muscle that's cramped. But I got my eyes up high enough to see the landing. And what I saw, it wasn't a person. Not really. It was like a human-sized column of dark, muddy smoke, brownish, almost like fog mixed with dirt, slowly turning in place. Inside it were darker streaks, little black specks, like ash swirling through it. It didn't have a face, but it felt like it was looking at me. The moment I saw it clearly, that hateful pressure intensified, like it realized I could see it. And then it moved. It didn't walk. It swooped. It came down the stairs fast, straight toward me, and before I could even process what was happening, it passed through me and went out the front door behind me. When it went through my body, it felt like being electrocuted, not with pain exactly, but with this violent, burning surge of, I don't even know, disgust and hostility. Like my whole nervous system lit up with someone else's rage. And the message came with it, loud and unmistakable. Get out. The second it passed, I got a little control back, enough to move. I could see the back door at the end of the hallway straight ahead. The front door was open behind me, but I didn't trust myself to turn around without collapsing, so I just shuffled forward. Weak, wobbly, like my legs belonged to somebody else. I made it to the back door, pushed it open, and stepped outside. There was this tidy backyard garden, formal, almost like a small estate. And about 20 feet from the house, there was a stone bench. I staggered over and sat down hard like I'd just run miles. The whole thing, from stepping inside the front door to sitting on that bench, couldn't have been more than 2 minutes. I sat there trying to breathe normally, trying to tell myself I'd just had some kind of, I don't know, a weird spell, a panic attack, anything. But then, after maybe 30 seconds, the hair on my neck started rising again. Then my arms. And even though I was facing away from the house, I got this snapshot in my mind, like a sudden mental photograph of the back of the house. There was a single window high up near the roof peak, and in that snapshot, that swirling column was there, watching me through the glass. And again the message hit me. Get out. Not out of the house, out of there, off the property. That same instinct rose up again, the one that told me I had to confront it. So I turned around, stiff and twitchy, and forced myself to look up at that window. And I swear, I could see it faintly through the old glass, like a dark smudge of movement. The moment I really looked straight at it, it vanished. I didn't start the engine right away. I just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, trying to understand what I'd just lived through. A few minutes later, Clara came out, cheerful at first, then immediately worried when she saw my face. "What happened?" she asked. "Why didn't you come back? Are you okay?" Why are you just sitting here? And I couldn't do it. I couldn't tell her. Not then. So I lied. I told her I suddenly felt sick, nauseous, and I'd come to sit in the car until it passed. She got that concerned, caring look and immediately wanted to help. And I felt awful because she didn't deserve a lie. But I genuinely didn't have the words. I didn't even have a place to put the experience in my mind yet. We sat quietly for a little bit. Eventually, I told her I felt better and we should head to the river party. We went. But I'll tell you, I wasn't exactly fun company that day. And here's the part that still gets me. It was years before I could tell this story out loud to anyone. I kept it locked away because every time I tried to think about it, I'd feel that same cold pressure in my chest. I still don't know what that thing was. I don't know why it hated me. I don't know why it wanted me gone so badly. All I know is, it did. So, yesterday I took a walk through this local cemetery I've been researching for work. And I know, most people hear cemetery and immediately get this heavy feeling. But for me, it's never been just a place for the dead. It feels like a little pocket of stillness tucked right into the middle of a loud, rushing world. Like a quiet public garden where nobody asks anything of you. And the second I stepped through the entrance, I felt it. That weird, rare kind of happiness that hits so hard it almost knocks the breath out of you. You know that feeling? Like you're exactly where you're supposed to be, and for a moment you don't want anything else. That's what came over me. Not spooky, not sad, warm, almost loved. I started down one of the winding paths, letting my mind drift, and that's when I noticed it. A headstone that practically glowed compared to the others. Not shiny, exactly, just brighter, like it was catching more light than it had any right to. And carved into it was a last name I recognized immediately. It was the same last name as a former client from my old healthcare admin days, back when I worked with medical equipment and coordinated home setups. I hadn't thought about her in a long time, not properly. The stone didn't have first names or dates that I could see, which made it even stranger, like it was unfinished, or waiting. I stood there longer than I meant to, long enough to feel ridiculous about it. I remember whispering to myself, okay, coincidence, like that would settle it. Then I kept walking, trying to shake it off. But last night, when I finally got into bed, my brain wouldn't let the place go. The cemetery kept replaying like a song stuck in my head. Those paths, that bright stone, the way my chest had tightened for no reason I could explain. So today, I'm at my desk, doing deeper historical research, digging into family records tied to the cemetery's early caretakers, and suddenly a name pops up that makes my stomach flip. Not the exact same as my old client, but close enough that I froze. The record listed a woman with that same last name as the great-granddaughter of one of the founders back in the 1800s. The caretaker line. The "this land stayed in the family" kind of history. I literally said out loud, "No way." Then I did what any emotionally unwell researcher does when the universe starts acting up. I went down the rabbit hole. Obituaries, burial registries, old local archives, those sketchy grave databases that look like they were made in 2004 and never updated. And there she was. Same last name, same county, buried in that very cemetery. I swear my throat closed up so fast I couldn't even swallow. I sat at my desk trying not to cry like a middle schooler who just got hit with a memory they weren't ready for. Because here's the thing, this woman, this client from years ago, she wasn't just a name in a file to me. In my head, she was still this soft, sweet presence, the kind of person who made you feel safe just by existing. She used to call me my little honey and pat my hand when she talked, like she was blessing you without even meaning to. She reminded me so much of my own Nana. Same gentle way, same warmth in her eyes. And I had no idea she was from the same area I'm from. None. I didn't even know she had ties here. So seeing it, right there in black and white, felt unreal. Like the world had quietly stitched something together behind my back. And it hit me all at once how much I miss her. How much I miss that version of my life, too. I didn't realize how much I'd been carrying until that moment. The universe is, I don't know, mysterious, annoying, beautiful, all of it at once. But I kept thinking of all the places my feet could have taken me yesterday. I ended up there, at the exact stone with a name that still lives in my heart. And honestly, that day has stayed with me ever since. In the best way. But wait, because it gets even wilder. That night, after I'd cried and calmed down and told myself to stop spiraling, I had a dream. In the dream, I was back in the cemetery, and everything felt crystal clear, like I was fully awake. And I kept seeing this different headstone. Not the one I'd noticed before. This one was a vivid coral red color, almost like sun-baked clay. And the last name was right there on it, bold as anything. I woke up with that image still burned into my mind. So the next day, because apparently I have zero chill, I went back. I took the same entrance, walked the same path, and found the original bright stone again. And this time, I realized what had happened. The grass had grown up so high around it that the first names were basically hidden. It wasn't her. I just missed the details. For a second, I felt silly. Like, okay, that's it, mystery solved. But I was already there, so I kept walking. I wandered with this quiet hope in my chest, like I was being pulled around by something I couldn't see. And under my breath, without really deciding to, I said, "Where are you, Marlene?" Not her real name, just what I started calling her in my head because it felt right. Because she always sounded like someone's favorite aunt. Because I needed a name to say out loud. I checked one corner. Nothing. Then another. Nothing. And finally, I reached the last little stretch of the cemetery I hadn't explored yet, tucked behind a line of old trees. It felt forgotten back there, like even the wind got quieter. And then I saw it. The coral red headstone from my dream. Same color, same last name. Exactly where my feet had carried me like I'd been guided. I just stood there with my hand over my mouth. I didn't even cry right away. I couldn't. I was too stunned. It was like my whole body went still so my brain could catch up. And now, I go back sometimes. Not constantly, but when I feel that familiar heaviness creeping in, or when life gets too loud. I'll bring a little sandwich, a coffee, and I'll sit nearby like I'm having lunch with an old friend. And I'll talk to her, not in some dramatic way, just little updates, gratitude, a quiet hello. Because life and death are honestly too wild for me to understand. But I do know this. I'm unbelievably lucky to notice these moments when they brush past me. These strange, tender circles closing. These reminders that love doesn't disappear just because time moves on. And I'll never forget the day a cemetery didn't feel like loss at all. It felt like being found. So, I'm 33 now, and I've had these weird flashes and knowing moments for as long as I can remember. Premonitions, heavy energy, the sense that something is there even when the room looks totally normal. It's always been random and, honestly, I've never fully explored it the way people tell me I should. I kind of live around it. But this happened a couple nights ago, and it shook me in a way I can't easily shrug off. That night, I was burning up, like uncomfortable, can't get cool hot. So I did something I basically never do. I slept with only a thin sheet. Usually I sleep bundled up, especially around my neck. Ever since I was little, I've done that. Like, I need that pressure there to feel safe. I've always joked it feels like some leftover past life fear, like my body remembers something my brain doesn't. Dramatic, I know, but it's been a lifelong thing. And then I fell asleep on my back. Another thing I almost never do. The dream starts with me in this tiny downstairs unit, like a cramped basement apartment, underneath some other home I didn't recognize. In the dream, I'm with someone, a friend-feeling person named Mara, and there's this sudden realization that the place above us isn't locked. Like the door is unsecured and we're exposed. That uh-oh feeling hits. Like you don't even know what is coming, you just know it's coming. The next part gets fuzzy, like my mind skips frames. But I remember grabbing Mara and we end up hiding in a closet. And the closet looks exactly like my real one. Same shape, same shelf, same weird cramped corner. That's when the dream goes pitch black. And the blackness is terrifying, because I've got partial vision loss in my left eye. So darkness isn't just spooky to me, it's personal. It's disorienting in a way that's hard to explain if you haven't lived with it. Then, suddenly, I'm on my back again, and I can't tell if I'm still dreaming or if I'm half awake. You know that awful in-between place where your body feels real, the room feels real, but the logic of the world doesn't? I feel this presence rush toward me. I can't see it. I don't see a shape. I don't see a face. Nothing. But the energy is thick, hostile, and fast, like something swooping in. And my instinct, because I'm stubborn and I hate feeling powerless, is to challenge it. In my head, I'm like, fine, show yourself. So I actually say out loud, well, I think out loud, all right then, come on. And the second I do, it hits me. Not like a gentle weight, not like a dream where you feel pinned. This was like something with real mass slamming down onto my body. I felt it on my legs first, heavy, like someone dropping onto the bed. Then it moved up, stomach, chest, and then the worst part, my neck. Like it was pressing down harder and harder, claiming space. And then I heard it. This sound. I don't even like typing it because it makes my skin prickle. It was a deep, guttural growl, lower than any human voice, not quite animal either. It had this awful intelligence to it, like it wasn't just noise. It felt aimed at me. It lasted seconds, but it was the scariest sound I've ever heard in my life. Worse than any horror movie, worse than any creepy thing I've ever experienced. Because horror movies don't feel like they're in your room. I snapped and screamed, "Get off me!" And instantly, like someone flipped a switch, my eyes flew open. Fully awake, heart punching my ribs. Staring into my real bedroom, frozen stiff, still hearing that growl echoing in my head like a stain I couldn't scrub out. Then I shook my partner awake, his name is Evan, and I didn't even try to play it cool. I just needed him to hold me. I needed a living, warm, real person next to me to anchor me back into normal reality. And our cat, Juniper, hopped up like she sensed something was off, and curled right in too, like this little furry bodyguard. That helped. A lot. Here's the thing. I've never had sleep paralysis before. Ever. I've read about it, obviously. Who hasn't? But it's never happened to me. And I've always wondered if it's because I don't sleep on my back. So the next day I went down the rabbit hole. Hypnagogic hallucinations, hypnopompic hallucinations, auditory phenomena between sleep and waking. All the clinical explanations. And none of them matched the way I wanted them to. Not cleanly. Not comfortably. The closest thing people describe is this low vibrating hum, this growly presence, this entity feeling. But what I experienced felt so targeted, so heavy, so personal. I should also mention something else because it's part of my brain's landscape. I have this obsessive counting thing. Not like quirky, I like even numbers. I mean counting everything, automatically, like my nervous system does it for me. It spikes when I'm stressed. It's tied to trauma, not spirituality. I avoid certain number patterns and repeat check things in my head like it keeps me safe. It's exhausting, but it's my reality. Anyway, fast forward to the next night. It's late, I'm finally in bed, and I'm fully awake, like scrolling on my phone awake. Evan gets up and walks out into the hallway to take a shower. The moment he turns the corner and disappears from view, I hear it. Right behind me. Not in my head, not like a maybe, clear as day. Psst. Like someone trying to get my attention. Like they're standing a few feet away from the bed. My whole body went cold. I shot upright and said, out loud and firm, "No, you're not welcome here. Leave me alone." And then, like a puzzle piece snapping into place, I remembered something. A few days earlier, we'd gone to this little pop-up vintage market thing with our kid, Micah. One of those tent setups with tables of antiques and old knickknacks. We bought a handful of stuff, an old film camera, a couple small toys, some glass bottles, random odds and ends. Cute little treasures. We love that kind of thing. But the timing hit me like a punch. Everything strange started right around when those items came into the house. So I didn't hesitate. I gathered every single thing we bought that day, put it all into a box, and set it out for trash pickup. No, maybe I'll cleanse it later. No, let's keep the camera. Just gone. Then I found a half-forgotten bundle of sage in a drawer and smudged every corner of the house. Closets, doorways, behind the couch, the whole thing. And while I did it, I said what I had in my heart. Simple, direct. Only peace in this home. Anything harmful has to leave. This house is not for you. And yeah, I also tacked on a prayer I remembered from childhood. My family was Catholic, even though I don't really practice now. It wasn't about religion so much as it was about claiming my space in the most familiar language I had. Since then, nothing. No growls, no whispers, no heavy feeling. The house feels normal again, like the air is mine. So I can't stop wondering if it was tied to those secondhand items. I know that sounds dramatic, and part of me wants to roll my eyes at myself. But the timing, the escalation, and then the sudden quiet after I got rid of them. It's hard to ignore, and I keep thinking about that second night, the psst, because that wasn't sleep. That was me awake, phone in hand, lights from the screen on my face. That's the part that really messes with me. So, yeah, that's what happened. Has anything like this ever happened to you? Or do you have any thoughts, spiritual, practical, whatever? I'll take anything, because I'm still trying to make sense of it, and I don't want to feel alone in it. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Thanks so much for always supporting the channel and sticking with us. And a huge thank you to everyone who's been sending in your mysterious experiences. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Lately, I've been counting down to the end of the day so I can sit here and share these mysterious stories from all around the world with you. All right, let's get started. Hey, so I've only ever had one moment in my life that genuinely made me stop and think, okay, what was that? And honestly, it's probably pretty mild compared to some stories people tell, but it shook me in this quiet, personal way that stuck with me. This was back when I was in high school. I had this corgi named Pippin, and I'm not exaggerating when I say we were attached at the hip. He had this routine where he'd climb onto my bed like it was his bed, curl up close to my legs, and he'd stay there most nights like that was just the natural order of the universe. One night, I'm lying there with him, half asleep but still awake enough to be doing that mindless, affectionate petting you do when you love something and don't even have to think about it. I'm scratching behind his ears, and I'm talking to him in that embarrassing baby voice people swear they don't use until they absolutely do. I keep going. You're such a good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. Probably 3 times in a row, maybe 4. And then, clear as day, right next to me, I hear a man's voice calmly respond, "Appreciate it, pal." Just like that. No distortion, no mumbling, not a TV in the other room, not someone down the hall. It sounded close, like it came from the space right above the blankets. And I froze, like fully locked up. I stared at Pippin. He was just lying there, relaxed, looking sleepy. I didn't see his mouth move. Nothing about him changed at all. But I heard it. I heard it the way you hear a person reply when you speak to them. And after that, there was absolutely no chance I was falling asleep anytime soon. I remember lying in the dark, eyes wide, trying to talk myself into literally any explanation. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was drifting off. Maybe my brain stitched something together. But the problem was, it didn't feel like imagination. It felt like someone was in the room with me and answered. Here's the thing, too. I never had anything else happen in that house. Not once. No weird noises, no creepy feelings, no haunted house vibe. Nothing before, nothing after. That moment was like a single drop of ink in an otherwise normal life. Now, my mom, she's had her own weird little moment, and it happened years later. By then, she'd moved into a different place, and she had the dog and my younger sibling living with her. I was away at college, living in a dorm. Pippin was old at that point. Sweet, slower, the kind of old where they seem softer around the edges. And then, one day, he passed away from age. Peacefully. The night after he died, my mom couldn't sleep. She's always been like that. The kind of person who can fall asleep but wakes up an hour later and just lies there, stuck in her thoughts. She told me she was awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, when she suddenly heard it. Little paws pattering across the floor. Quick, familiar footsteps, followed by a collar tag doing that tiny metallic jingle. And she said it wasn't subtle. It sounded like a dog trotting through the hallway like it belonged there. So she jumps up, heart pounding, and checks the house. Walks from room to room, turns on lights, looks around, almost expecting to see him standing there, tail wagging like nothing happened. But there was nothing. The house was still, quiet, empty. And just like my moment, it happened once and never again. Not like a scary haunting. Not like some lingering presence trying to get attention. More like a brief little echo. A final pass through familiar rooms. Like they're checking the places they loved one more time, just to say, yeah, this was home. And that's it. That's my one unexplainable story. The only thing that's ever happened to me that I still can't neatly tuck away into logic. And even now, thinking about it, It doesn't feel terrifying so much as oddly tender. But I'm not gonna lie, when I heard that voice that night, I did not sleep for a while. So, like the title says, I just moved into this house and a few weird things have been happening. Nothing full-on horror movie, but enough to make me pause and go, wait, what? I'll start with the smallest thing that somehow felt huge. I have this big, chunky pillow I keep at the foot of my bed during the day, mostly for my two little dogs, because they like to climb up and loaf on it like it's their personal throne. One evening, I went downstairs to let them out after dinner. I was the only one in my room before that. No one else had been upstairs. No roommates living here full-time yet. Nothing. I'm gone for, what, a couple minutes? Long enough to open the back door, stand there half asleep in my slippers, and wait for them to do their business. Then I come back upstairs, walk into my room, and I'm about to sit down. And I notice the pillow is on my little folding lap desk, the one I use for journaling in bed. And not like nudged or half fallen, fully placed, centered, like someone set it there on purpose. I just stood there staring at it, trying to talk myself into a normal explanation. But there wasn't one. I didn't touch it. The dogs weren't even upstairs, and even if they were, they couldn't have moved that thing and perched it neatly on the desk. It's bulky, awkward. It doesn't accidentally end up there. That was the first moment I felt that low, crawling unease. Not fear, just confusion with a little edge to it. Then there's the sounds. The other night, I woke up suddenly because I could have sworn I heard one of my dogs crying outside my bedroom door. And I mean crying, loud, desperate. That heartbreaking sound that makes you sit up before you're even fully awake. I popped straight up in bed, already guilty, already thinking, oh my God, I shut her out. I swung my legs over the side, reached toward the door, and then I turned my head and saw her. Right there, curled up on her little bed in the corner, eyes open, staring at the door like she heard it too. My stomach did this weird drop, because it wasn't a faint sound or something I imagined in that half-dream state. It was clear. It sounded exactly like her. But she was right there, quiet as anything. I remember whispering her name. Maisie? Like she might answer me. She didn't. She just kept watching the door. And I laid back down, but I didn't sleep right after that. I kept replaying it, thinking, what was that? What did I hear? And then, the thing with my bigger dog. His name is Hank. Sweet, gentle, honestly kind of a goofball. He's not the guard dog type. He's usually the type to trot upstairs the second I call him, tail wagging, like he's just happy to be included. But the last few nights, he's been doing this thing where he stands at the top of the stairs and stares into the laundry room. The laundry room is right off the stair landing, and at night it's completely black. No windows, no light, just this dark rectangle of a doorway. He just stands there, perfectly still, and then he starts growling. Low at first, then barking, sharp, angry barks, like something is there and he's warning it. I'll call him. Hank, come on, buddy. Nothing. He won't move. He won't even look at me. It's like he's locked in. And he's never done this before. Not once. Not in any other place we've lived. Not in hotels, not at friends' houses, nowhere. The only way I can break it is by going downstairs, putting my arms around him, and carrying him up to my room like he's a toddler who refuses bedtime, like he's guarding the line between upstairs and whatever's down there. But the most upsetting thing, the the thing that's making me question myself is something that sounds stupid when I say it out loud. Groceries. I had groceries delivered a few days ago, and while I was putting them away, I remember very clearly getting annoyed because I thought I'd accidentally ordered 2 of the same coffee creamer. I even remember the exact feeling, that little flash of irritation, like, great, now I'm going to have extra clutter in the fridge because I can't click the right thing. I remember holding both new creamers side by side and sliding them onto the shelf next to the nearly empty one I was already using. That memory feels solid, like a snapshot. But this morning, when I opened the fridge to make coffee, there were only 2 creamers total, the almost empty one and 1 unopened new one. Not 3, not 2 new ones, just 1. So I started checking everything. I moved stuff around, checked every shelf, looked behind containers, even checked the paper grocery bags like somehow it rolled back into them. Nothing. Then I pulled up the receipt, and it said I only ordered 1. And I just stood there, staring at my phone, because now I'm not just creeped out, I'm unsettled in a different way. Because what do you do with a memory you're sure happened when the proof says it didn't? I've been trying to stay practical about all of this. I checked the obvious stuff. I've got brand new carbon monoxide detectors around the house, and they're working. I'm not living with roommates yet. Technically, there are other people on the lease, but they're not fully moved in, and I'm the only one here day to day. So it's not like someone's messing with me. And that's why it feels so isolating. It's not one big terrifying thing. It's a bunch of small, wrong things. A pillow that ends up somewhere it shouldn't. A sound that shouldn't exist. A dog acting like there's something in the dark. A memory that feels real, but doesn't match reality. I don't even know what I'm asking for. Maybe I just want someone to tell me I'm not losing it, or that there's some explanation I haven't considered yet. Because right now, I'm in this weird place where I don't feel unsafe, but I don't feel fully settled either. And I really, really want to feel at home here. Okay, so I'm 32, and this is just part of my life, honestly. I've always had these odd little premonitions, these flashes of knowing, and moments where I swear I can feel energies the way other people feel temperature. It's not something I've trained or explored the way I probably should have. It's more like it finds me when it feels like it. So a couple nights ago, I went to bed feeling unusually overheated, like sticky summer air hot. And I did something I basically never do. I slept with only a thin sheet. That might sound normal to most people, but for me, it's not. Ever since I was a kid, I've slept with a heavy blanket pulled up around my neck and shoulders. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's like my body refuses to relax unless I'm protected there. I've always felt like it connects to some old fear buried deep, like my throat has always felt vulnerable. I don't know how else to explain it. And that night, I also ended up on my back, which is another thing I almost never do. That's where it starts. I fell asleep and I'm dreaming, but the dream felt more like I'd stepped into someplace real. I'm in this small downstairs apartment, kind of cramped, dim lighting, the air feels stale. And there's someone with me, a friend. His name in the dream was Eli, and he felt familiar in that dream logic way where you just trust them. We realize the place above us, this house or unit, has a door that isn't locked. Like the whole building is just open. And the moment we notice it, dread rolls in. Not panic exactly, more like the sudden certainty that something bad can get in, and it's already on its way. There's this gap in my memory, like my mind skips a frame. And the next thing I remember, Eli and I are hiding in a closet. And here's the part that makes my stomach drop even now. The closet looked exactly like my closet in real life. Same shape, same hanging bar, same awkward corner where stuff always piles up. Then everything goes completely black. Not dark like nighttime dark, not shadowy, just gone. Like my eyes are open but there's nothing to see. And that freaked me out on a deeper level because I have vision issues. My left eye has never been great. So the idea of complete blackness hits a nerve that's hard to describe. And then I'm on my back. I don't even know if I'm still dreaming at that point or halfway awake. It felt like both at once, like I was caught between worlds. But I could feel something coming at me, fast. I couldn't see it, but I felt it the way you feel a storm roll in before the first drop hits. The air got thick, heavy, hostile. Like the room was suddenly crowded with something that hated me. And my first reaction, because I'm stubborn and I do not fold easily, was to talk trash. I actually said, out loud, "Oh, come on then." Not in a brave movie hero way, more like pure instinct. Like, if you're coming, then come. The second I said it, it hit me. A weight, solid, crushing weight, slammed down onto my body. I felt it press into my legs first, like someone dropping their full body weight onto my shins. Then it slid up, stomach, chest, until it pinned my neck and throat like it was trying to erase me. It felt like, I don't know, like the weight of a full-grown person. Heavy enough that my body registered it as real. And then I heard it. It lasted only seconds, but it branded itself into my memory. Even now, if I sit in a quiet room too long, I can almost hear it again. And I lost it. I screamed, "Get off me!" And immediately, my eyes snapped open and I was fully awake in my bedroom. Real life, real ceiling, real air. I didn't move for a long time. I just lay there frozen, staring, trying to figure out if I was still in danger. I kept replaying that growl in my head like my brain was stuck on it. I eventually shook my partner awake. His name is Marcus, and I was like, "Please, just hold me." I needed another human body in the room, something grounded. And our cat Miso hopped up too and curled right in, like she knew. Between Marcus's arms and Miso purring against my ribs, I finally felt my nervous system unclench. Now here's the thing. I've never had sleep paralysis. Never. People talk about it, and I always wondered if I somehow avoided it because I don't sleep on my back. So the next day, I went down a full rabbit hole. Hypnagogic hallucinations, hypnopompic hallucinations, all the clinical terms, all the explanations. And none of them felt like they fit neatly. Not the way I needed them to. Also, this is relevant, I promise. I have this obsessive counting thing. Not the typical cleaning and checking kind of OCD, but counting in my head constantly. Steps, turns, bites, items. Sometimes it's like my brain is trying to control chaos by measuring it. And I have this intense aversion to repeating things in threes. It's tied to trauma for me. Like my mind thinks if I hit certain numbers, something bad follows. It's exhausting, but it's also how I've coped. So I'm already a person whose nervous system runs hot. I already pick up on patterns. I already feel things most people dismiss. Fast forward to the next night. Nothing weird has happened all day. I'm tired, but awake. Marcus steps out of the bedroom to go shower. I roll onto my side in bed and start scrolling on my phone, just trying to decompress. And the exact moment he disappears into the hallway, like the second he's out of sight, I hear it. Right behind me, maybe 5 to 10 feet away, clear as day. Psst. Like someone trying to get my attention. I froze. My whole spine went cold. Then I shot upright and said, firmly, out loud, "You're not welcome here. Leave me alone." And as soon as I said it, something clicked in my head. A few days earlier, we'd gone to this little pop-up vintage tent sale, one of those places with tables of old stuff and boxes you have to dig through. Marcus, our kid, and I all picked out a few random things. A cracked leather camera case, a couple old toys, 2 antique glass bottles, some little knickknacks. Just fun, harmless family treasure hunting. Except, the timing lined up perfectly. Everything that started happening started after those items came into the house. So I didn't debate it. I didn't overthink it. I gathered every single thing we bought that day, put it all in a box, and took it straight outside to the curb. Then I found an old bundle of sage I'd had tucked away for ages. I walked through the house and smudged every corner. Closets, doorways, hallway, bedroom, everywhere. And I spoke the words like I meant them. Only peace lives here. Anything heavy, anything cruel, anything that doesn't belong, leave now. And since then, nothing. No growls, no whispers, no heaviness, no weird dread creeping in at the edges. The house feels like it did before, warm, normal, ours. So, do I know for sure it was the secondhand stuff? I can't prove it. I can't hand you a scientific chart and say, here's the data. But in my bones, the way my body reacts when something is wrong, I truly believe it was connected. Like something hitched a ride. Like we brought home more than antiques. And honestly, it's a bummer, because we love antiquing. It's kind of our thing. But if the price of a cute vintage find is that kind of darkness in my bedroom, yeah, no thanks. So, growing up, my family moved around a lot. It was just kind of our normal. Boxes half unpacked, new streets, new neighbors, the whole thing. But there was one place we lived that felt different, in a way I still don't know how to properly explain. The house was bigger than any place we'd had before, and it backed right up to the yard of a small church. Like, you could practically step out the back door and be on church property. The neighborhood itself was rough. There were always people wandering through, lots of addiction, lots of folks sleeping wherever they could. Even in the daytime, the town had this heavy, dim feeling to it, like the air was tired. And while we lived there, I started having the same nightmare over and over. It always started the same way. I'm in our family room with my parents and my little brother. Everyone's gathered like it's a normal evening. And my best friend at the time, his name was Jonah, was there too. Jonah and I would be sitting close to the TV, locked into some video game like it was the most important thing on earth. Here's the weird part. It was always the same part of the game. Same hallway, same eerie music, same slow build toward this one door. Every time we got close to that door, my parents' whole vibe would change, like they'd suddenly remember something terrible. My mom would sit up straight, and my dad would look toward the front door, and they'd both tell us, fast, urgent, "Turn it off, now, shut it off." So Jonah and I would scramble and turn the game off, and then everything would go quiet. Then my dad would start switching off the lights, not just the TV, like the lamps too, one by one, until the room was almost completely dark. And then my family would whisper for us to hide, like this was something we'd rehearsed. Everyone would pick a hiding spot, but I always went to the same one, behind this big green armchair we had. It was kind of ugly, honestly, this deep olive color with worn fabric. But in the dream, it felt like the only place I could go. I'd crouch behind it, holding my breath so hard my chest would ache. And then, the front door would open, slowly, like whoever was coming in wasn't in a hurry at all. and in would walk this creature. It was large, bigger than a person, but not in a giant cartoon way. More like wrong. Too much mass, like it was swollen. Its skin, or whatever it was, looked shiny and wet, and it was this deep, glistening blue. Not a pretty blue, more like the kind of blue you see on certain insects when light hits them at the right angle. I never really saw its face clearly, but I knew it had one. I just couldn't make myself look long enough. The thing that stuck with me most was the shine, like it reflected the darkness. And it would walk into the house as if it belonged there. No rushing, no searching wildly, just steady steps straight into the room, straight toward that armchair, straight toward me. Every single time, the dream ended the same way. The creature getting right up to the chair, close enough that I could almost feel the cold of it. And then, right before it leaned down to find me, I'd wake up. I'd wake up sweating, heart hammering, sometimes with that awful feeling that the dream didn't fully stay in the dream. And then, we moved out of that house, and it stopped. Like someone flipped a switch. No fading away, no occasional repeat, just gone. The dream vanished with the place. Years passed, a lot of years. I didn't even think about it much anymore. Just one of those childhood things you file away under weird and try not to poke at. Eventually, my mom got quiet, like she was deciding whether she wanted to say what was on her mind. And then she looked right at me and said, really calmly, "I remember when we lived in that house behind the church, and I used to have these visions of something watching you." I swear, it felt like my stomach dropped through the floor, because I had never told her. Not once. I'd never told anyone about that nightmare. It felt too bizarre, too specific, and honestly, I didn't want to give it any more attention than it already had. But she kept going. She said there was one night when she'd gotten up to shower late, everyone else asleep, the house quiet. She was rinsing her hair, and when she closed her eyes and tipped her head under the water, she suddenly saw something, like an image that wasn't imagination, not a daydream. "A big blue thing," she said, "standing over you, right next to your bed." She told me she jerked back so hard she nearly slipped. She shut the water off, grabbed a towel, and ran down the hall to my room, drenched and panicked, only to find me sleeping peacefully. Nothing there, just darkness and a kid in bed. I remember just staring at her, feeling cold all over. Because how do you explain that? How do you explain that the thing she saw was the same thing I'd been dreaming about, in the same house, during the same stretch of time? When she finished, I told her. I finally told her about the nightmare. The game, the door, the hiding, the green chair, the blue shine moving closer and closer. And my mom's face went kind of tight, like she was trying not to show how much that bothered her. We talked about it for a while, quietly, seriously. Not in a dramatic way, just two people comparing notes on something neither of us wanted to be true. And we ended up with the same uneasy conclusion. Whatever that was, it felt tied to that house. Like something lingered there, or clung to that place, or maybe latched onto the feeling inside it. But it didn't come with me when we left, at least not that I've ever noticed. I'll be honest, after that conversation, I was nervous. I had this fear that talking about it would invite it back, like remembering it too clearly would reopen some door that had finally closed. But it's been years since we talked about it, and the nightmare still hasn't returned. And I'm not going to lie, every time I think about it, there's a part of me that quietly hopes it never does. Hey, so I want to tell you something that stuck with me for basically my whole life. And just so you know up front, I'm not some paranormal expert or anything. I'm just telling you what I remember, the way it sits in my head. When I was little, like little, probably around preschool age, my family lived in this old farmhouse out in the countryside. My grandparents lived right next door on the same property, so the whole place felt like one big shared patch of land. The house was ancient, built way back in the 1800s, so by the time I was growing up there, everything had that older than you can explain feeling. Weathered wood, creaky doors, barns that always looked a little tired, even when nothing was wrong. Anyway, it was one winter evening, cold enough that the air hurt when you breathed it in. I'm pretty sure it was late November or early December. The sun was completely down, and out there, once it's dark, it's dark. No streetlights, no nearby neighbors. Just silence and shadow and that big open space that feels twice as huge at night. My mom asked me to walk over to my grandparents' place to return a couple of VHS tapes I'd borrowed. It wasn't far, just a short walk. But I had to cross the farm driveway to get there. And I remember being a kid, walking alone, and trying to act brave while my stomach was doing flips. Later, I learned my mom and my grandma were watching from their windows the whole time, just making sure I got there safely. But at that age, I didn't feel watched over. I felt alone. When I reached the driveway, something shifted in me. Not like a jump scare kind of fear, more like that heavy, instinctive feeling that something is off. My anxiety shot up for no clear reason. I remember pausing and turning my head toward the barns, and I could see my dad in the workshop area, moving around like he was fixing something. Just seeing him made me feel a tiny bit grounded, like, okay, real life, normal stuff. So I turned back to keep walking, and that's when I saw them. A boy and a horse. They were standing near the edge of the driveway, right where I had to pass, and I can still picture them like a photograph that never fades. They weren't glowing like a flashlight or anything, but they had this pale, off-white sheen to them, like they didn't belong to the same darkness as everything else. The weirdest part was that the light didn't spill onto the ground or the nearby fence or anything. It was just them, like they were lit separately from the world. The boy was dressed in a way I didn't recognize as a kid, but now I'd call it old-fashioned. He had dark, knee-length trousers, suspenders, and a white, long-sleeved shirt. And he wore this wide-brimmed hat that made his face look even more still, like it was framed. He was holding the reins of the horse, and the horse was fully saddled, like it was ready to go somewhere. I don't remember the horse as clearly as I remember the boy, but I remember it looked healthy and calm. I can't say for sure what color it was. Maybe light brown, maybe white, maybe a mix. I just know it definitely wasn't black. And here's the thing that still makes my skin prickle. They didn't move. Not even a little. The horse didn't shift its weight. The boy didn't blink. He just stared straight at me, completely emotionless, like he was waiting for me to do something first. And I remember standing there, frozen in the cold, too scared to scream, like my body had forgotten how. It couldn't have been long, maybe only a few seconds. But you know how time stretches when you're terrified. It felt huge. I bolted. I ran back home so fast I nearly crashed through the door. I remember practically throwing myself inside and yanking it shut behind me, like that would somehow seal the whole night out. And when I looked back, nothing. Gone. Just empty driveway and darkness. I told my parents right away, of course, but you know how that goes. They didn't believe me. Or maybe they didn't want to. They brushed it off like it was my imagination, or a kid's brain turning shadows into stories. Years passed. About a decade or so later, we were still tied to the same property. By then, my mom was even running a daycare out of the house. And the boy and his horse had basically become this spooky little story I'd tell friends when they came over for the first time. Half joking, half not, because even though I could laugh about it, I never forgot how real it felt. Then one morning, broad daylight, one of the daycare kids was getting dropped off. The parent was walking them in, and out of nowhere, the kid pointed toward that exact spot by the driveway and said something like, "Look, Mommy, horsey." And I remember my blood just draining. Because that kid had no idea. Nobody had told them anything. They just pointed like it was the most natural thing in the world. I didn't see anything when I looked. Nothing at all. But my mom said I went white as a sheet, and I know I was shaken. And weirdly, kind of thrilled too. Because it wasn't just me anymore. It meant, at least in some small way, that I hadn't invented that night out of thin air. I'm glad it seemed less scary for the kid, though. They weren't frozen like I was. They weren't terrified. They just noticed something. After that, I had a few other strange moments in that old house. But honestly, most of them I can explain away as sleep paralysis, because I've had that, and it can mess with your senses in a way that feels completely real. The only one that still nags at me is this one time I lay in bed and watched the carpet in my childhood room dent like footsteps were moving across it, like someone walking, slow and steady. But even then, I was in bed, half asleep, and I didn't move or call out. So who knows? My brain could have been playing tricks. I've been back to the property since then. My grandma still lives next door, and everything is calmer now, I guess. I haven't seen the boy and the horse again, and I haven't heard anyone mention it since that daycare moment. But I swear to you, if I close my eyes, I can still see that winter night like it's right in front of me. The driveway, the dark, the way the air felt, and that boy standing perfectly still, holding the reins, looking straight through me like he'd been there long before I ever was. Hey, so I've been going back and forth on whether to tell this story out loud, because every time I replay it, I get that same tight feeling in my chest. But I'm going to try, because maybe saying it plainly makes it feel less stuck to me. So I live with my mom, Mary Ann, and until recently my grandpa, Gordon, lived with us too. Our place is in rural Saskatchewan, and it's one of those late 80s houses that always has a little creak in it, especially when the temperature drops. Nothing fancy, just a normal, lived-in home. My mom bought it about 12 years ago, and as far as she knew, there was no weird history, no tragedies, no big stories tied to the land, nothing that would make you raise an eyebrow. And honestly, I used to be the type to roll my eyes at haunted house stuff. But the timeline matters. Back in January 2024, my grandpa took a bad fall on the stairs. He ended up in the hospital, and that's when things started feeling off. Like the house had been holding its breath while he was there, and then, suddenly it didn't know what to do with itself. At first, it was sounds. My mom and I would be upstairs at night and hear slow, deliberate footsteps in the basement, right where Grandpa's room was. Not the usual house-settling pops. Not the, maybe the furnace kicked on noise. Actual movement. We'd pause and look at each other like, "Did you hear that?" And then we'd do the whole rational thing. Old house, pipes, wood, wind, whatever. But then it stopped being just noises. Little things started happening that were hard to explain away without feeling like you were lying to yourself. The downstairs bathroom sink would be running when neither of us had been near it. The laundry room door would be open after we both remembered shutting it. Cupboards not fully closed. Lights doing that flicker, then just turning off, like someone flipped the switch while you were still standing there. And once, this one still bugs me. The old stereo down there turned on for maybe 3 seconds. Not quietly. Not like it came on and faded in. It blasted a radio station so loud it sounded like someone was messing with us. And then it cut off, right as I walked past the doorway. It's the kind of thing that sounds small when you list it out. But when it's your house, your normal, everyday space, And it keeps happening. You start moving differently. You start listening harder. You start avoiding certain rooms. What scared my mom more, though, wasn't even the house. It was the hospital. There were 2 moments with Grandpa that the family still talks about in that careful, quiet tone. Like if you say it too boldly, it invites something in. The first time, my mom and my aunt, Janelle, were sitting with him after dinner. Grandpa leaned toward my mom like he had a secret, and he whispered, "Who's that over there? Is that a nurse?" And he pointed to the corner of the room. My mom turned, expecting maybe a staff member had come in without her noticing, but the corner was empty. Just the same hospital chair, the same beige wall. Nothing. The nurses had already warned us he wasn't totally himself after the fall, so they tried to shrug it off as confusion. Hallucinations, medication, stress. But the second moment, my aunt still can't talk about it without tearing up. She was alone with him late at night. She said he was drifting, half asleep, when he suddenly jolted upright, eyes wide, face tight with fear, and he told her, very quietly, "There's something behind you." She said she froze, because the way he said it didn't sound confused. It sounded certain. She stood up fast and spun around. Nothing. Just the dim room. No one there. And my aunt swears. She felt a touch on her shoulder. Not a pat, not a brush, a deliberate pressure. And right after that, like a breath against the back of her neck, she bolted up, grabbed her coat, and called my mom, shaking so hard she could barely get the words out. My mom told her to go home, to leave right then. And after that, nothing else happened in the hospital. For a while, things at the house calmed down too. Not completely, but less. Like whatever it was had gotten bored. Then Grandpa passed a few weeks ago. And since then, the basement has felt active again. Not in a dramatic movie way, more like a persistent feeling that something is restless. We'd hear odd knocks, a faint shuffle, the occasional light flipping when you know you didn't touch it. But tonight is what finally snapped something in me. It was around 10 p.m. My mom walked into my room in this totally casual way and asked, "Do you want ice cream?" I said yes, obviously, and I started to head toward the front door to put my shoes on. She laughed and told me I didn't have to come if I didn't feel like it, so I decided to stay home. Before she left, she told me, "Lock up behind me, okay?" And I said I would. She walked out. I heard the front door close. I went to the bathroom for a minute, and when I came back out, I locked the door like she asked. I remember doing it clearly because I had that brief, stupid thought of, wow, I'm being very responsible right now. The screen door wasn't locked, but it was definitely latched, like it always is. Then I went back to my room, put my headphones on, and got back into a game. I even had my floor fan going, so there was noise on top of noise. Maybe 10 minutes later, 10, 15 at most, I heard my mom's voice, loud and clear, calling my name from the front entry like she'd just come back in. Not muffled, not distant, not maybe I imagined it. It cut through my headphones and the fan like she was standing in the hallway. She called my name and said something like, "Come grab it." Ice cream. So I jumped up, annoyed at myself for not hearing her come in. I called back, "Sorry, I didn't hear you get home," and I hurried to the door. And when I turned the corner, the front door was slightly open. Not wide open, but cracked, like someone had just come through it. And the screen door was wide open, and the porch was empty. No mom, no car pulling in, no headlights, no footsteps, nothing. Just cold air and that open doorway. I swear my whole body went hot all at once, like my brain couldn't decide whether to panic or deny reality. I stepped forward, looked out into the night, and the street was dead quiet. No engine, no gravel crunch, nothing. I shut the door so hard my hands stung. I locked it, then checked it, then locked it again even though it was already locked, and I backed away from it like it might swing open on its own. I sat in my room with the lights on until my mom finally came home for real, holding a bag with ice cream like everything in the world was normal. I told her what happened, and she went pale in that way people do when they're trying not to scare you while they're also scared themselves. We searched the whole house together because the only explanation that felt even slightly grounded was that someone had gotten in. But nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed, other than that door. And here's the part that makes it even creepier. We have 2 dogs. They bark at delivery drivers, squirrels, their own reflections, everything. But during most of these weird moments, they stay quiet, like they don't want to acknowledge it. So, that's where I'm at. I don't have some big dramatic ending. I don't know what it was. I don't know how my front door ended up open. I don't know how I heard my mom's voice in the house when she wasn't even home. All I know is that it sounded like her. It used the exact reason she'd have to call me, and it lured me right to the front door. We're moving soon, and I'm clinging to that like a lifeline. Because if this is tied to the house, or to whatever shifted after Grandpa got sick, I just want it left behind. I want a new place to feel quiet again. And I want my mom's voice to only ever belong to my mom. So, I've worked in care for a long time now. Let's call it 25 years and change. And I can tell you, I've seen some things that still make my stomach flip if I think about them too hard. There was one place I worked at for about a decade, and that building had history. Everyone knew it. It sat on land that used to be an old hospital, and even outside, you could still see parts of the original brick boundary wall running along the edge like a reminder that the past never really moved on. People would talk about little things at first, staff walking the corridors and swearing they'd seen someone step into a room. Then when they checked, nobody was there. That sort of thing. Quick glimpses, movement at the edge of your vision. Enough to make you pause, but not enough to prove anything. Then they started refurbishing. New floors, new paint, changing the dining room layout. And honestly, renovations always seem to stir things up, like you're waking a house from a long sleep. I remember walking through the dining area one day when it was half torn up, half reassembled, and I saw this man, clear as anything, standing near the doorway. He was in a green military uniform with one of those peaked caps, and there was a bright band around it. He looked straight at me, raised his hand in a proper salute, and said, plain as day, "They gave me my foot back." And then he was just gone. Now, I should probably tell you something about me. I'm a practicing pagan witch, and I've always been sensitive. Call it psychic, call it mediumship, call it whatever you like. I used to be part of a small paranormal group years ago, back before ghost shows made everything feel like entertainment. We'd do quiet little checks after hours sometimes, usually with maintenance on their rounds. Because if you're going to investigate a big old building, you want someone with keys. One of the maintenance guys, a proper history nerd and a total skeptic, let's call him Graham, loved trying to catch me out. He'd dig into old records and old maps and then ask what I picked up, like it was a game. So I told Graham what I'd seen in the dining area, and he went a bit still, because, without me knowing, he'd already been looking into the site's past. Turns out during the Second World War, that hospital had been used in a specific way. Across the road, there'd once been a rail spur, and it ran toward another hospital nearby, one that's still operating today. The story went that one place handled the general wounded, and the older hospital on our land had been used more for officers or special cases. And that line, "They gave me my foot back." Graham said it made him think of soldiers coming back from injuries, prosthetics, surgeries, all that. That wasn't the only time either. Another day, I was in the kitchen and I saw a woman shuffle past the doorway, holding her arms tight against herself like she was protecting her chest. She looked exactly like one of the residents, so I went straight out, heart thumping, ready to guide her back. But when I checked, she was safe on the unit, sitting exactly where she'd been all along. Later, someone told me there'd been a cook years before I started. Lovely woman, apparently, who had a twisted hand, and she'd walked with her arms held close like that. She'd also looked eerily similar to the resident I'd mistaken her for. That cook had passed away before I ever joined. But my oddness helped sometimes too. There was a laundry worker, let's call him Dean, who lost the keys to the laundry and was panicking, because in a place like that, keys are everything. We sat down and drew a rough sketch of everywhere he'd been. Then I took off my necklace and used it like a pendulum. I told him, "Look under the sink, not in the cupboard, underneath, tucked back." He did, and there they were, just sitting there like they'd been placed carefully. And then there are the messages. I don't know how else to describe it. Sometimes I just get a word in my head, over and over, like someone tapping the same note on a piano. One morning, a kitchen worker was serving breakfast, and I kept hearing the word plums. Not once, not twice, constantly. So finally I said, "This is going to sound ridiculous, but every time you walk past me, I'm hearing plums, and it's driving me mad. Did something happen at home? Something spill? Something smash?" Her face drained of color. She told me that the night before, her husband had been told not to eat something because of medication. He'd ignored it, tried to sneak it out of the fridge, and a jar had smashed all over the floor. Not plums exactly in her case, but close enough in the way the message came through. Someone making sure he didn't take what he shouldn't. I told her, "Well, it sounds like someone's looking out for him, even if they're doing it in a very dramatic way." And pregnancy. Oh, pregnancy is another one. I don't go around announcing it like some party trick, but sometimes I just know. I've told women they're pregnant when they swear they're not. Then they come in the next day wide-eyed with a positive test. I even told one colleague she was having a girl, and that the baby would arrive on October 31st. She laughed at me like I'd lost my mind. Her daughter was born on Halloween. But not everything felt friendly. There was one corridor in that old place that turned my blood cold every time I went down it. You know how some spaces feel heavy, like the air is thicker? It wasn't just sadness, it was anger, sharp and old. 2 rooms in particular felt wrong. In that corridor, I used to hear a woman's voice in my head, like she was speaking through clenched teeth. He knew it would finish me. Other staff, people who didn't believe in any of this, kept describing the same thing. A woman in a white nightdress, long, dark blonde hair, standing where she shouldn't be. Always in that stretch of hall. And then there was one incident that genuinely scared me. I got pulled onto a unit I didn't usually work on. There was a man in a wheelchair there, new face, and the moment I felt his energy, my skin crawled. It wasn't just unpleasant. It felt sticky, like tar, dark, wrong. This wasn't only an elderly care home, you see. Some residents had mental health conditions too, people who were hard to place elsewhere, so you learned to stay grounded, professional, calm. I did what I'd come to do, then turned to leave, and I saw the man in the wheelchair staring upward at something no one else in the room seemed aware of. Beside him stood what I can only describe as a tall figure, easily 2 meters, wrapped in what looked like a black robe, like the fabric ate the light around it. I froze, completely, like my body had forgotten how to move. And then it turned its head toward me, just enough to let me know. It knew I could see it. And then it vanished, instantly, like a candle snuffed out, she told me. And I heard myself say, before I could stop it, "He won't be here next week." He passed away a few days later. Not long after that, there was a resident, gentle woman, who asked me to wash her hair because her husband was coming to visit. I offered, and she looked at me with that calm, steady gaze some people get near the end and said, "I won't be here tomorrow." Then she added softly, "You know what I mean." I did know. I washed her hair anyway, carefully, like it mattered, because it did. When I finished, she held my hand and thanked me, and said she was going through and didn't need to say the rest. I told her, "If you can, let me know you're all right." She nodded, smiled. 2 days later, I was back on shift. She had passed away the next day, just like she'd said. And I was in the laundry room with a coworker, sorting sheets, when a box on the top shelf suddenly flew off and smacked into the door hard. Right after it hit, I heard this bright, unmistakable laugh, like someone delighted with themselves. My coworker bolted out screaming. I just stood there and said, quietly, "All right, love. Thank you. I hear you. Take care." Because I knew exactly who it was. I never worked nights at that old place, and honestly, I'm glad. I can't imagine what I might have seen if I had. I worked at other homes after that, little bits here and there, nothing huge. Sometimes I wondered if I'd shut myself down without realizing, like turning the volume down inside my own head. But then I started at the place I'm in now, and I've been here since it was built. It's only around 10 years old, so you wouldn't think it would have that kind of activity. But it does. During training, before we even officially opened, I told the manager, "I keep feeling a little girl, like she's running around laughing, just out of sight." The manager went pale and asked me to come to the lounge. On the coffee table, plain as day, there was a small handprint, like a child had pressed their palm into dust or residue. I hadn't told anyone except her. Since then, residents have mentioned a little girl too, talking to her like she's just another person in the room. I've heard bangs on walls when nobody's near. One time I was in an office opposite the laundry with only one housekeeper in that end of the building. We both heard what sounded like a heavy box slam into a wall. We both ran out at the same time, each thinking something had happened to the other. Nothing. No fallen boxes, no accidents, just a sound, like something wanted to be noticed. And at night, people have seen lights moving past the office window when the building should be dark. These days, I work nights now, and nights are different, quieter, thinner somehow. I've seen people sitting in lounge areas when everyone is tucked in bed. I've seen small orange balls of light hovering at the end of a corridor, like floating embers. I've seen shadow figures on one floor, and on another, I've felt something behind me, close enough that my shoulders tense, even when I refuse to turn around. One night, a colleague and I sat down at the desk around 3 a.m. to do paperwork. All residents asleep, everything settled, and we both heard someone say her name, soft, clear, right beside us. "Tan." I looked at her and said, "Did you hear that?" She swallowed and said, "Yes," and I was hoping I hadn't. I don't turn the lights off when I'm on shift, especially if I'm alone. I know some people prefer dim and quiet, but I don't, because I don't want to see what the dark makes easier to see. Around Christmas, we had an expected death. I was on another floor when it happened, and the team there were newer, shaken, so I went to sit with them for a moment. We were in a little area near the doors, decorations everywhere, and 2 long banners had been hanging down the sides of the doorway for weeks, completely still the whole time. While we were talking, one banner shifted as if an invisible hand pressed from behind it, halfway down, pushing it outward and dragging it slightly downward. Not a flutter, not a breeze, a deliberate movement. We all looked at each other, and one of us, without even thinking, said, "Hello, love." And it felt like exactly that. A hello, a gentle sign. I'm still here. For now. Another night, someone swore they saw a butter dish slide from the back of a kitchen counter to the front, and the knife resting on it clattered to the floor after it moved, like it had been nudged. And one time, I was walking down the corridor and I saw a solid figure step toward the lift. Black trousers, smoky blue blouse. I called out, because you do, don't you? You assume it's a coworker. But when I got there, no one was in sight. The lift hadn't been called. Every resident on the floor was asleep. The only other staff member was in a room I'd just left, helping someone. That same figure has been seen more than once, especially near the laundry doors. And on that floor, another coworker and I have both looked through the dining room window late at night and seen what looked like someone standing inside when the room should have been empty. On another floor, I was checking in after hearing one of the seniors say she'd heard something odd. We stood listening, and down the corridor, where there were no female residents awake and no women working in that stretch, we heard a woman laughing. We checked rooms. No TVs, no radios, everyone asleep. We went back to where we started and heard it again. So I walked down that corridor and said out loud, firmly, "That's enough. You need to leave. No more." And the laughter stopped. Completely. Nothing else for the rest of the night. We've even had something show up on the CCTV outside, like a glowing movement across the car park. 2 staff went out and 2 of us stayed inside directing them by phone, lining them up with where the light was moving. The moment they stepped into the spot, the glow shot away fast and disappeared. And one evening before shift, I was outside chatting with a coworker near the smoking area when we heard tapping on a fence near a locked maintenance storage section. Tap, tap, tap. We ignored it. Then it happened again and again. So I grabbed my metal bottle, swung open the gate, and stepped inside. Nothing. No animal. No bird. No person. And trust me, if something had run, we would have seen it. What makes all of this stranger is that this building is relatively new. It's not some crumbling Victorian place with creaky floorboards and old portraits. It's modern. But behind it is a country park, and there's a stream that runs past and under the car park. And water. Water has always felt like a doorway. So I'm not surprised we get more than our fair share of happenings. I just wish I could tell you I'm used to it. Because some nights, even now, after all these years, when the corridors go quiet and the building settles into itself, I still catch myself walking a little faster than I need to, just to get to the next lighted space. Hey, so I've been deep in a rabbit hole lately, and it's basically 2 things that keep circling each other like they're connected. Precognitive dreams, and that unsettling idea that sometimes people somehow sense when the end of their life is getting close. Let me start with the dreams, because that's the part that keeps messing with my head the most. I've had this happen a lot, more than I'd expect if it was just coincidence. I'll have a dream, and it's not vague or symbolic or anything. It's specific, like a scene, a place, a conversation. And then days later, sometimes weeks, sometimes months, something happens in real life that lines up so closely it makes my stomach drop. And the weirdest part is, it's not always a place I recognize. Sometimes in the dream, I'm standing somewhere I've never been before. Like the layout is unfamiliar, the lighting is unfamiliar, the whole setting feels brand new. Then later on, I'll end up going somewhere. Maybe a trip, maybe visiting someone, maybe just tagging along on something random. And suddenly, I'm there. And it's not, oh wow, this feels familiar, like déjà vu. It's not that at all. It's more like, no, I've literally seen this already. Like my brain pulls the memory of the dream off a shelf and goes, this is the exact moment. This is it. And that's what makes me wonder, if the mind can do that, if it can somehow pick up pieces of the future, then is it really that impossible that it might pick up something darker too? Like your own death? Because the second thing I've been thinking about is those moments when people seem to shift right before something tragic happens. Like there's this strange change in them that doesn't make sense at the time, but afterward, everyone looks back and goes, wait, why did they do that? For example, I remember hearing about a musician, Jace Rylan, who was killed in a sudden robbery situation. A short time before it happened, he posted this emotional video that felt different from his usual vibe. It wasn't like he was predicting it directly, but the way he spoke, like he was saying goodbyes without saying the words, made people revisit it afterward and wonder if he felt something coming. That kind of thing always sticks with me, even if you can't prove what was in his head. But the one that really gets me is closer to home. Someone connected to my family, let's call them Marina, about a week before they died, they did something completely out of character. They spent one whole day calling people, not texting, not casually liking posts, calling. Like they needed to hear voices, like they needed to make sure things were said out loud. And it wasn't just one or two people, it was a list. Family, old friends, people they hadn't spoken to in forever. And every call was basically the same message. I just want you to know I care about you. You matter to me. I'm grateful for you. Stuff like that. Everyone thought it was unusual, but nobody thought, oh no, something's about to happen. You don't think that. You just assume maybe they're feeling emotional. Maybe they had a rough week. Maybe they're reflecting, whatever. And then, about a week later, they drowned. That's the part that makes me feel cold when I think about it. Because it's like, what was that? Was it random? Was it instinct? Was it their subconscious noticing patterns or risks they weren't consciously aware of? Or was it something deeper, like some internal alarm going off that they couldn't fully explain? And that's where these two topics connect for me. If your subconscious can stitch together future moments and dreams, specific ones, detailed ones, then maybe it can also pick up on the trajectory of your own life. Not in a dramatic crystal ball way, more like quiet signals, patterns, probabilities, micro decisions, danger you haven't consciously registered, changes in your body you haven't noticed yet, things that add up. And maybe some people interpret that as a feeling. Or they suddenly get this urge to close loops, to make calls, to apologize, to tell people they love them. Like the part of them that doesn't use words is trying to do something important before time runs out. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm convinced. I'm just saying it doesn't feel as impossible as it used to. And honestly, I'm curious. Have you ever had a dream that came true later? Not a coincidence, not a general theme, but a real moment you recognized as soon as it happened? Or have you ever felt that strange, unexplainable heaviness, like something was coming, even though you couldn't point to anything? I've been trying to figure out how precognitive dreaming could even work, or why it happens to some people more than others. And I'd really love to hear what you think. Your ideas, your experiences, anything. Because the more I look into it, the more it feels like there's something here, even if we don't have the language for it yet. So here's a little background before I jump in. A few years ago, we moved into this brand new townhouse that had been built on what used to be farmland in upstate New York. It was me, my husband Evan, our two little ones. One was about 6 months old and the other had just turned 2. Plus my 18-year-old daughter Marisol and our enormous, goofy Irish wolfhound puppy named Bram. And I'll just say this up front. I've always been the kind of person who can sense when a place has leftover energy. Like, I don't go looking for anything, but if someone who used to be alive is still sort of around, I usually feel it before anything happens. Marisol's the same way. But when we moved in, nothing. It felt clean and empty, totally normal. Until one night. Our baby was sleeping in a crib right next to my side of the bed, so close I could reach over and put my hand on him without even getting up. I remember waking up because he started fussing for a feeding. I was half asleep, that mom autopilot feeling, and I started to sit up. And then I heard a man's voice, very calm, very close, say, "He's okay. I've got him." Not loudly, not scary, just matter of fact, like someone reassuring you the way a partner would. And this is the part that makes me laugh now, I just mumbled, "Okay," and laid right back down. Like my brain accepted it for a second without question. I even put my hand on the side of the crib, still sleepy, and started drifting off again. Then I hear footsteps, and Evan comes into the room holding a bottle, looking at me like, "Why are you still lying there?" He'd apparently woken up first, gone downstairs, and was making the bottle the whole time. So now I'm sitting up, blinking, trying to sort out why I thought someone else had it handled. Because Evan hadn't been in the room, and there were no other adult men in the house. That was the first time my stomach did that little drop. About a month later, it happened again, only this time I was wide awake. It was just me and the kids at home, and I was making dinner. Bram was still young, still in that stage where he was technically a puppy, but already the size of a small horse. And if you turned your back for 2 seconds, he'd absolutely help himself to anything on the counter. So I'd started putting him in his kennel in the garage while I cooked. The garage door was right off the kitchen, super close, but it was shut, the light was on, everything normal. He hated being kenneled and would whine this long, dramatic, miserable song the whole time. I'm chopping vegetables, checking on the toddlers, hearing this big dog complaining behind the door. And then the whining stops. Just instantly. And I hear a man's voice, gentle and steady, say, "It's all right, buddy. It's all right." Twice, maybe 3 times. I actually froze with my hands still on the counter because my mind was doing the math really fast, like, nope, not possible. Nobody's here. I yanked open the garage door so fast I almost slammed it into the wall. And there was nobody. No movement, no footsteps, nothing. But Bram was shoved as far back into the corner of his kennel as he could get, wide-eyed, trembling, and he had peed on himself, like he'd been scared out of his mind. That part got to me, because it wasn't just me hearing something anymore. The dog reacted like someone was there. Not long after that, Marisol came to me one evening and said, really casually, "Okay, has anything weird been happening here?" And I looked at her and I was like, "Why?" And she'd just say hi back. I asked her, "Does it sound angry? Like bad?" And she shook her head. "No, it sounds friendly, like someone being polite." That's when I realized this wasn't one-off weirdness. Whatever it was consistent. After that, it became almost routine. We lived there another year, and the voice would pop up now and then. Not constantly, just enough that you'd forget about it for a while, and then it would happen again and you'd get that chill like, "Oh, right, you." Sometimes it would be simple things, like when we walked in with groceries and we'd hear, "Hey there," like we'd just come home to a roommate. Sometimes it would comment on little everyday stuff. "Smells good," if I was cooking, or "It's coming down out there," when it was raining. Once I couldn't find my keys and I was doing that frustrated mom search, checking the counter, the diaper bag, the couch cushions, and I heard, plain as day, "By the back door." And they were. My husband didn't love any of it. Evan is a sweet guy, but he's also very much a reality has rules person, and this did not fit neatly into his world. At first, he wanted to pretend it wasn't happening, but eventually, you can only ignore something for so long when it keeps saying hello. He got used to it in the way you get used to a weird house noise. You don't like it, but you stop panicking. Bram, too, changed over time. In the beginning, he was wary, always stiffening, staring into corners, acting unsure. But later, I'd see him wag his tail and stare at empty space like someone was talking to him. And every once in a while, we'd hear something soft like, "Good boy," or "Hey, buddy," and Bram would calm right down. And the strangest part is, it never felt threatening. No slamming doors, no shadows, no footsteps running down the hall. Nothing physical, nothing aggressive, just this presence that seemed content to be noticed. Eventually, that's what it felt like to me. Someone who wanted acknowledgement. Maybe even someone lonely. The energy in the house, when he was around, felt warm, almost like a familiar neighbor who talks a little too much but means well. When we moved, he didn't come with us. The new place was quiet, and it stayed that way. And honestly, I hope whoever moved in after us was the kind of person who would answer back. Just a simple, "Hi." Hey, so I've been sitting with something I saw a little under 2 weeks ago, and I can't shake it. I keep replaying it in my head, trying to make it make sense, and it just doesn't. For some context, my boyfriend Evan and I took a trip through Yellowstone. We rented this small camper van and spent about a week moving between different campgrounds, just trying to see as much of the park as we could. The van was one of those custom builds, 2 seats up front, and the whole back was basically a bed. The ceiling back there was low enough that you could feel it if you sat up too fast. We had privacy figured out pretty well, too. There was a curtain we could pull behind the front seats so you couldn't see into the back from the windshield, and we stuck those sunshade blockers on the windows. And one detail that matters a lot. One of the sliding doors on the side didn't have a window at all. Just solid metal. No glass. Nothing. Anyway, this happened early on our 4th morning. I don't know the exact time, but it had to be somewhere between 4 and 5 a.m. It was still fully dark, that heavy pre-sunrise darkness where the world feels extra quiet. Evan was asleep beside me, and I was half awake, just listening to the little nighttime sounds outside. Wind, maybe some distant rustling, that kind of thing. And then, suddenly, this light appeared. It was a round, soft orange glow, about the size of a softball, and it came up on the window closest to me. Not bright like a flashlight, not sharp or harsh. More like that warm, sunset lamp color people use in bedrooms, with a slightly darker center, almost like it had depth to it. My first thought was immediate. Someone is outside the van, like a creep with a flashlight trying to look in. But the way it moved didn't match that. It drifted, slow and smooth, like it was gliding. And what messed with my head was the sound, or the lack of it. We were in a campground, not a paved parking lot. If someone was walking around the van, I should have heard something. Gravel shifting, twigs snapping, footsteps, a jacket brushing the side of the van. Anything. But there was nothing. Just silence. I was so scared I couldn't even move. You know that feeling where your whole body goes stiff? Like your brain is yelling at you to do something but nothing responds? That was me. I didn't even breathe right. I just pressed myself closer to Evan, like if I held on to him hard enough it would make me safer. And this orange light kept moving. It traveled along the windows, around the van, like it was making a full loop. It circled us back there in the bed area. Steady height, steady speed, no wobbling, no darting. almost like it was calmly inspecting the space. And it didn't flicker. It didn't brighten or dim. It just stayed the same soft, warm orange the entire time. Then it disappeared. No fade out, no walking away, just gone. After a while, once I could finally make my body cooperate again, I woke Evan up, completely convinced we'd had some kind of peeping Tom situation. I told him, "Someone walked around the van with a light." He tried to be reassuring, like, maybe it was another camper's flashlight, or maybe a car passed, just trying to give it a reasonable explanation. But I couldn't let it go, because something felt off. So I had him sit in the back while I recorded video and walked around the van with my flashlight to recreate what I'd seen. And right away I realized two things. First, my flashlight was the wrong kind of light. Too white, too sharp. Nothing like that warm orange glow. And second, this is the part that made my stomach drop. My flashlight couldn't do what that light did, but the orange light I saw that morning didn't change when it passed that door. It didn't weaken. It didn't disappear for that section. It stayed consistent the whole time, like it didn't care whether there was glass there or not. That's when the thought hit me, very quietly and very clearly. Whatever it wasn't outside. It had to be inside with me. And I know how that sounds. Trust me, I know. The thing is, I'm not new to weird experiences. I've had a handful of things happen over my life that I've never been able to explain away. Not dozens, not like a constant thing. Maybe 7 real encounters total. But enough that I don't automatically dismiss everything as nothing. Usually, though, when something spiritual happens to me, it feels recognizable. Like I can tell what I'm dealing with. This was different. I've heard people talk about orbs forever, and I always assumed it was mostly camera stuff. Dust, bugs, lens flare, people wanting to believe. But I wasn't taking a picture. I wasn't looking at a screen. I watched it with my own eyes as it moved around the van. And I did some digging after the trip, trying to find anything that looked similar. And the closest thing I found was a doorbell cam video someone posted online where an orb-looking thing floats through the frame. People were saying it was probably a bug near the lens, but when I saw it, I swear my whole body reacted, because the movement was so similar. That same smooth, level glide. What I saw stayed at one height, moved like it had intention, almost like it was slowly circling the bed area where we were lying. And the fear I felt was so immediate and physical, like my body knew something my brain didn't understand yet. In the moment, I truly thought it was a person outside, being creepy. But I know I didn't hear footsteps. And I know how loud a campground floor is at night. Gravel and sticks don't let you sneak around like that. Plus, we had everything covered. Curtains pulled shut, window shades up. It wasn't sunrise yet either. I could tell because none of the edges of the windows were starting to brighten. And even if somehow some strange outside light source did exist, it still doesn't explain the solid door with no window. So I'm left with this. A warm orange orb of light moving calmly around the inside of our van, steady and silent, like it belonged there. And I don't know what it means. I just know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel. Hey, so I've got to tell you about this trip I took with my old man. I still think about it way more than I want to, and every time I do, I get that little chill right at the base of my neck. So, my dad, Ray, calls me up a few days before the weekend. Says, my partner backed out, drew a tag in another unit. And the way he said it, I could tell he didn't love the idea of going alone. Now, my dad's been hunting since before I was even a thought. I'm talking decades, Bow hunts, rifle hunts, scouting trips, you name it. He's the kind of guy who's calm in places most people would panic. So I'm like, yeah, of course I'm coming. No question. We loaded up and headed out toward the Toyabe Range, out near Kingston, Nevada, way out there. This time we aimed for the Arc Dome area, but not the usual spots. Dad wanted to check a canyon north of Kingston, Weeks Canyon. And if you've never been out there, picture this. Rugged high desert with that high Sierra feel. Dry air, rock, scrub, and those stubborn little junipers that look like they've been fighting the wind their whole lives. But the thing that sold us on this canyon was water. There was a creek running down from higher up, and we figured, if deer are anywhere, they're gonna drift toward water. Everything does. We set up camp right near the mouth of the canyon. At first it felt normal, honestly, kind of beautiful. Bugs buzzing, little birds hopping around, the usual noise. There was thick green brush in patches, and the air smelled like dust and plant sap, like it always does out there. We camoed up and started hiking into the canyon to scout. Not a fast walk, more like that careful pace where you're reading the ground and the brush as you go. Maybe a mile or so in, could have been a bit more. Dad just stops. Not like a casual stop, like someone hit pause on him. He goes dead still, then leans his head slightly, like he's trying to catch something on the wind. He whispers, "You hear that?" So I freeze, hold my breath, and listen. Really listen. You know how your ears start straining so hard you can almost hear your own heartbeat? And there's nothing. No rustle, no wing flutter, no little skittering in the brush, no insects, not even that faint background hum you don't notice until it's gone. I whisper back, "No, I don't hear anything." Dad nods like he expected it and goes, real quiet, "Exactly. There should be something. No birds, no squirrels, no chipmunks, not even bugs." And that's when it hits me, how wrong it felt. Because the place looked alive. There were bushes heavy with wild berries, and a lot of them were so ripe they'd dropped and turned mushy, like they'd been sitting there untouched. Trails that should have had prints, hoof marks, little paws, something, were clean. Like no one used them. Like nothing went in there. Except us. Just our boot prints, leading deeper into this gorgeous green little ribbon of water through the desert, and everything around it acting like the canyon didn't exist. We kept going a bit farther, another half-mile or so, still hoping we'd find some sign that made it make sense. But the deeper we got, the quieter it felt, like the silence had weight. Eventually, Dad turned around without saying much, and I didn't argue. We hiked back out with that weird feeling sitting between us, like a third person. Later that evening, we're back at camp, eating. Nothing fancy, just the kind of dinner that tastes amazing when you've been outside all day. And then it happens. Out of nowhere, this wave of birds, like easily 100, maybe more, comes up from the valley below. It's loud for a second, wings and calls and movement, and then they settle into the brush near camp like they own the place. They landed around us, in the flats, near the dusty open ground, anywhere but that creek. Any direction but Weeks Canyon. Dad and I just kind of sat there, looking at each other over our food, and neither of us wanted to be the first to say it out loud. That's not normal. We talked a little, tried to rationalize it. Wind patterns, pressure from other hunters, predators up the canyon, anything. But the uneasiness didn't leave. It just waited. That night I slept, but not right. I had those heavy, strange dreams you can't remember, only the feeling of them, like your brain's trying to warn you without using words. I woke up way before sunrise, 4-ish, maybe a little after. The sky was that deep pre-dawn color where everything feels unreal. Dad was already up. We were going to do a quick morning scout somewhere else. He steps out of the tent to pee, comes back in. Then I go. And listen, this is the part I have trouble explaining without sounding dramatic. But I swear to you, The second my boots hit the cold ground outside the tent, my whole body flipped into survival mode. It felt like eyes were on me. Not little eyes. Not the, oh, there might be a rabbit nearby kind of feeling. Big. Focused. Like something was watching from one single place, and it was locked in on me. I kept whipping my head around, scanning the dark, trying to find a shape, a movement, anything. And I realized my hands were shaking because my brain was screaming, "Get back inside." I don't even remember finishing. I just hustled back into the tent like a kid, zipped it behind me, and sat down hard without saying a word. Dad didn't even ask what was wrong. He just says quietly, "You feel it too, huh?" And I look at him, and my voice comes out smaller than I wanted. "Yeah, something's out there." He cuts me off, really sharp for him, and says, "It's not normal." And man, hearing that come from my dad rattled me more than the feeling itself. Because he's not easily spooked. He spent years in remote Nevada, hunting, exploring, working old sites, places where you learn to stay calm or you don't last. If he says something isn't normal, you listen. So we stayed in the tent until the sky started to lighten, until it felt safer just because we could see. Then we packed fast, got in the truck, and went scouting somewhere else. We didn't even argue about it. It was just decided. I've tried to explain it away ever since. Mountain lion, maybe. That's the obvious answer. They'll stalk, they'll watch, they're quiet. But I've been in tense situations before. I used to work a rough job in corrections for a while, and later I spent time overseas where you learn what real fear feels like. And this was different. This wasn't, "I'm in danger" fear. This was the kind of fear that goes straight through you, like your instincts recognize something your brain couldn't name. And it wasn't just the feeling. It was the whole puzzle. Water but no wildlife. Berries rotting untouched. Trails clean. Birds choosing the open flats instead of the creek. Like everything with a heartbeat had silently agreed, "Don't go in there." I don't know what it was. Maybe it really was just me overreacting, because I'm not exactly some wilderness legend. I'm more of a town kid than my dad ever was. But I'll tell you this, if you'd been there, and you'd heard that silence, and then watched those birds refuse to cross that invisible line, I don't think you'd laugh it off either.